Welcome in to the 2026 PlayVS Cup Finals. I'm Super Coach Stacks, alongside my super co-host Lemon Kiwi, and we are ready to crown some national champions.
I'm so stoked to be here, and of course, the glorious Super Coach. I'm not a coach, I'm just super here.
Yeah.
And I'm really super excited to see all of the best high schools from around the nation finally clash and get the big trophies they've been fighting for so long.
Yeah, we are going to crown several national champions throughout the next couple of days. Our show is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of PlayVS. Visit Zenni.com and use code PlayVS to save on prescription glasses, blue light blocking glasses, sunglasses, and more, and scan the QR code to enter for a chance to win one of 10 premium Zenni gift bags featuring non-prescription eyewear, pouches, and lens cloths. Get your Zunnies, as we have had plenty throughout. Don't come back to us just yet because I don't have mine yet. There we go.
Quick, cut the butt. All right, now
Live
you can cut
TV,
to us,
everybody.
because I have so many pairs to show you, and I hope you guys had time to scan that QR code. He looks like he just came from a CSI episode, but if you want to look like you can see, and if you prefer having vision when reading, well, don't I have the glasses for you first? We are both wearing different Zenni pairs. I have my golden pair. I have a pair that looks slightly purple and also like that pair. I have basically a same size pair, but it's pink. And then I have the very prestigious PlayVS Zenni glasses, and I just love having all these pairs. They sent me so many, and I just couldn't pick which one I really wanted, so I had to go with the gold because it matches our uniform. But if you guys enjoyed all of these glasses, you should go pick some up at Zenni.com.
That is amazing. I'm surprised you still have any left after I took all of yours from the prediction contest last year.
Oh yeah, you did.
We are going to crown national champions. As I mentioned, we've actually already crowned a couple of champions already, but in addition to the trophies and the swag that comes with all of those titles, we have over $50,000 in scholarship prizing to award to our finalists. As I mentioned, we have crowned our Mario Kart East and West champions, and today we will crown champions in Marvel Rivals, Street Fighter, and Valorant, and those are some pretty big scholarship paydays, Jen.
Huge! $51,000 in scholarships. That could get you like 3 books these days. And I'm sure students are gonna love having some extra help when getting to that next level of school, because it's expensive these days. And to play video games, I mean, back in our day, Stacks, there weren't esports in high school, so the opportunities are endless.
Yeah, to compete at the highest level now scholastically is, I mean, at least I get to experience it as a coach, but never had that as a player, and I'm really excited for all the students in our program that get that opportunity. And you know, you're going to see the best of the best here today. As mentioned, we will have Valorant, Street Fighter 6, and Marvel Rivals champions crowned today. Why don't we take a moment to look at the brackets here for our contests. I believe we start with the Valorant bracket, Lemon, and
yeah.
This is, of course, very near and dear to your heart as we bring up, we see Spanish Fork out of Utah taking on Stafford High School from Texas. We got the 1 versus the 11 seed here in the Valorant finals.
Yeah, that is pretty insane. Utah versus Texas. It wouldn't be esports without some kind of Texas team. So shout out to Stafford High School making it all the way here without dropping a game in this playoff bracket. While Spanish Fork, they had to go to the decider game every time. So They like to go the distance, but will they be able to pull out a win against a team that hasn't dropped the map yet? That's going to be an exciting final, and that's our first one. And then after that, we're going to have the Street Fighter 6 bracket featuring Sure High School and Kenner Discovery Health.
Yeah, there was one name kind of grayed out there. They were eliminated in the semifinals of Valorant. You don't see them here. This is about the only place you won't see them, Florida Virtual School. You'll see plenty of them throughout the weekend as well. But, these two teams on the Street Fighter side, it's going to be very fun to watch. You get the 3 and the 8 doing battle here. The other two semifinalist teams, by the way, were the 7 and 13 seeds. So there has been chaos throughout the entire Street Fighter 6 brackets. The 15 seed upset number 2 in the round of 16. The number 1 seed fell in the quarterfinals. So yeah, it's been absolute chaos on the Street Fighter side, and we'll close out the day with Marvel Rivals, where we have, again, where nothing makes any sense whatsoever. The 13 seed Lemoore from California taking on Florida Virtual School. They were the number 2 seed, taking down the number 3 St. Joseph Prep in the semifinals. They have had a fantastic run, has Florida Virtual School, to this final, but this is kind of a David versus Goliath matchup, Lemon.
Absolutely, and we recognize these names. We are very familiar with Lemoore High School and Florida Virtual School, who are just the top schools when it comes to the PlayVS Cup, especially Florida Virtual School. They are virtually sending every team that they have to some kind of semifinals in almost every single game. So shout out to Florida and California and the talent that they've been able to develop. And, this wouldn't be possible without our amazing sponsors. So we want to show them some love one more time, because our talent, our players are ready to hit the matches, but we got our uniforms too, Stacks. We are ready to get into the game at any point. Shout out to Duo Digital for these jerseys.
Yeah, part of the kind of swag bundle for winning the PlayVS Cup National Championship or East-West Championship in Smash and Mario Kart is you get these jerseys from our friends at Duo Digital. And by the way, who's the real winner here? I had a team in the PlayVS Cup. And sure, we didn't end up playing because scheduling and whatever, but I got my champion jersey, and on the back it does say like champion 26. I'm not going to turn around because nobody wants. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Mine says Stacks on the back. I'm not going to try to turn around.
I got it. That was hard for me.
Don't worry. We got another one that I can pull up later on in the show. But Duo Digital. Shout out to them for providing the jerseys and hats for the champions. Also, Respawn is a presenting sponsor of the PlayVS Cup. Lemon's got hers over there. I got mine right here. Two very different kind of Respawn chairs. I like mine. I used to have a chair that had like the thing down on the very bottom. Now it's mine is like up here more, and it's actually very nice. I get to like lean back a little and recline some, so that's very cool. And you can get 10% off of, we'll tell you about the 10% off deal a little bit later on. But Sony InZone is also a sponsor of the PlayVS Cup. Elite level gaming gear like this mouse, the Mouse A and the little keyboard here. Designed to win, developed with pro teams and engineered for optimal FPS performance. I can confirm that my FPS performance over the past couple days since trying this stuff out has skyrocketed. Many chicken dinners. So visit electronics.sony.com and use code PLAY26 for 10% off your purchase.
Yes, we can see, we can sit, and we can skip through our ranks, all thanks to Sony InZone. And this is where I come in, okay? Because we need energy. My God, we need energy in order to cast, to host, and to play. I have dairy. I have so much milk. So shout out to Bill providing 13 essential nutrients so that Stacks and I can last throughout this day. And Stacks, we have a long. I'm gonna sip because so you guys know it's real.
Oh yeah, it's very real.
Real jug, real glass, and real gameplay provided to you all by Dairy. Shout out to Bill.
the glass was great. Don't worry, I got mine. I'll break it out a little bit later on in the show here. Boy, yeah, we have all just fallen apart.
I really thought
we got
he did not
several
expect
hours
that.
of this left, Lemon. This is going to be a great time, and we hope you have some fun with us in the chat as well. And join the conversation on socials as well. Post about the PlayVS Cup. Use the hashtag PlayVS Cup. I seem to remember it was, hashtag PlayVS Cup on socials to talk about your favorite teams, your experience in the Cup, and either cheer on and or hate watch the teams that you competed against in the PlayVS Cup as well.
Yes, ! Milk. If you want to learn about milk. Real command in the chat. You should test it just to make sure.
That's a real command?
Real command ! Milk. Okay, if you want some milk, put milk in the chat. But we also have to highlight more things. Not just milk, before we get into our games today, including a very important award, the PlayVS Awards, for a very special person, Stacks.
Yeah, no, hold on. I need to test out the milk. There it is. God, it actually worked. That's wild. Lemon did not lie to me.
This is real milk.
We will, throughout the next couple of days, be awarding the PlayVS Awards for 2026. The PlayVS Awards celebrate the pioneers, the leaders, and champions who are defining the future of scholastic esports. Our nominees and finalists are actually determined by the PlayVS team and our community through a nomination and open voting process. I cast my votes actually as well as part of this process a while back. And our first award, Lemon, as you mentioned, is Coach of the Year, which recognizes the educator, mentor, or program leader who made the greatest impact on their students and esports community throughout the year, whether it's building a program from the ground up, developing student leaders, creating opportunities for growth, or leading teams to competitive success. This award honors the coach who went above and beyond to support and inspire their players. It's an award that's very near and dear to my heart, and now we can pull up the nominees here for the 2026 PlayVS Coach of the Year.
There are so many amazing names on here, and just to remind everyone that the winner of the Coach of the Year gets a very special embroidered Respawn chair that we are currently sitting in. But Stags, you are very familiar with these names. How do you say them?
By the way, you don't get the chairs we're sitting in. This isn't that kind of giveaway. But Aaron Ramos is our first nominee from Godwin Heights High School out of Michigan. Paul McMullen from Calvert Hall College High School in Maryland. Jessica Salazar of Bear Creek High School in Colorado. And if you didn't have enough coaches from Colorado, you also have Brandon Phelps from Eagle Ridge Academy, also out of Colorado. And our final nominee, Andrew Thompson, the coach from Johnson City High School in New York.
New York. And we can only have one winner amongst all these amazing coaches. So everybody do a drum roll with us. ! Drum roll. I don't have a drum. And the winner is Esports Coach of the Year goes to Andrew Thompson from Johnson City High School in New York. You did an amazing job, Stacks.
Walking here. Yeah, Andrew Thompson, congratulations, Coach Thompson. He's transformed Johnson City Esports from a small group of 4 or 5 students playing on personal gaming systems into a thriving program which serves more than 50 students in a dedicated esports facility in a district where nearly 70% of students qualify for free or reduced price lunch. Andrew has created far more than a competitive gaming program. He's built a safe, welcoming space where students can spend time after school, connect with their peers, enjoy a meal, and access opportunities they may not otherwise have. And while his teams have found success in competition, Andrew's greatest achievement is the community he's created, dedicating countless hours to supporting his students and helping them explore future opportunities, including careers across the video game industry. It's not just about winning, and I think that kind of gets lost in all of this. You know, in traditional sports, coaches get judged on wins and losses. Building character, I think, is tantamount here in esports. And for his commitment to creating opportunities, building community, and making a lasting impact on the lives of his students, Andrew Thompson is the recipient of the PlayVS Coach of the Year award. And we actually got a statement from Andrew as well. Coach would like to thank his community his school, and his students for their support and for helping get the vote out. We would also like to thank the Empire State Scholastic Esports Federation, the teams and coaches, and Scott Biter for providing athletes with opportunities to compete at the state level. And most of all, Lemon, he would like to thank PlayVS for giving him the opportunity to coach and help shape his students into great athletes and, more importantly, amazing people.
And the amazing support that he gave his students. And you know what? He needs support for his butt and his back. And that's why Respawn is going to give him an embroidered chair. Because when he's not running around after his students, he's doing a lot of desk work. And Respawn is the most comfortable chair to sit in for that. Me and Stacks are in one. I actually have a mesh back. So if you have a sweaty back, I recommend the one that I'm sitting on. And you should go to respawn.com. Use code PlayVSTeam to get 10% off, which is a pretty huge chunk of money, and this discount code will only exist during the PlayVS show, so make sure you pick that up. But big shout out to Andrew. I hope he enjoys his very special PlayVS Respawn chair.
You need to sit in that like the king on his throne in the esports lab. Like every coach should have like their own special chair. Like the nicest chair in the lab belongs to the coach. And maybe his favorite captain if he gets there somehow before the coach. But all right, that's enough out of us completely derailing what is supposed to be the championships here for the PlayVS Cup. And now, Lemon, we are ready to get into our first of 3 finals here this afternoon, and we'll kick it off with VALORANT. Sorry, I have to say it loud because it's all in caps. VALORANT. Yeah, I know it's kind of yelly, right? But let's go over that bracket one more time for anyone who has forgotten where we are after all of that just got experienced. Because yeah, we got Valorant, we got Street Fighter. Hey, even at the end of the day, we're gonna have Marvel Rivals, guys. And me and Leg Day, I'm gonna throw to myself from host to caster, which is always a hilarious bit. But Valorant is gonna be kicking off here very soon. I know they're finishing the map vetoes right now, because in all tiers of esports, high school, college, and pro play, the players always take their sweet time to get the game started. But the bracket will be on your screen here in a second, featuring Spanish Fork High School and Stafford High School. Our casters are almost ready to go for that. But hey, super excited to be featuring the duelist. I know I'm especially gonna have my eyes on Coke from Spanish Fork High School as a highest ranked duelist in this lobby. I've seen his play and he's nice with it. Yeah, this is going to be a very, I think, a very competitive final to kick off the day here and set the standard for the PlayVS Cup. And you know what I'm actually excited for, Lemon? You know, a lot of times when you have these, you know, big, grand national competitions, you've got big name, experienced, years of casting, finals, and big moments. We're going to be joined by a PlayVS super coach on the broadcast here for the Valorant finals, which is, you know, again, as one myself, is very, very cool. And I'm excited to hear how Coach Karoon brings us into the finals here for Valorant.
Yeah, that's gonna be so fun. And you know, we gotta get you on the mic too one day for one of oh wait, you're probably doing Splatoon or something. But we if it's not Coke from Spanish Fork High School, it's also Near. The player is called Near from Stafford, and this is from a team that has not dropped a game yet. And he has put hours into the Raze, the Jet, the Phoenix. There's a lot of immortal ranked players, which at that age, I could barely walk properly, let alone hold a mouse properly. So shout out to just how the talent that comes out of these kids so young. And Valorant is the most difficult game to play as a TAC shooter, and we're going to be getting into that in a second. But we have the rosters, I'm sure, on the screen here in a second. And chat, let us know your predictions. Are we going with Spanish Fork? Are we going with Stafford? And here is their records from the regular season, and the stats speak for itself. Stacks.
Yeah, sure does. I mean, you look at the run. I mean, Spanish Fork has been tested maybe a little bit more on their path to get here, but again, both teams champions in their own right. And the thing about the PlayVS Cup this year in particular is, you know, in the past, you know, they would use like runners up to fill the bracket in some cases if they needed to. Not so here. It is all champions. You are either a state champion or a regional champion, as you can see here with Dons. They are the fall and spring Mountain Region champions, whereas Stafford claimed the Texas League Championship from the spring. Kind of feeling like Spanish Fork is going to be the favorite here, Lemon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's get into our predictions. Let's put our zennies where our mouth is. Well, that doesn't sound right. It's the saying that I was trying to do there. But yeah, let us know your predictions in the chat. You sound like you're going Spanish Fork. I'm a big fan of Stafford High School. They haven't dropped a game yet in this playoff. I'm not going to go against what the obvious is. It's Spanish Fork. We've seen them in the previous PlayVS Cup finals, right, Stacks? So they're also, it's going to be hard to call.
Yeah, when listen, I'm not an expert on Valorant to any degree, but when I see a team with the resume that Spanish Fork has, I have a hard time going against them here. So I'm gonna go with Spanish Fork here for the simple fact that I'm gonna bet on the number 1 seed until I have a reason to say otherwise. But before we get into the game, I understand y'all are ready to see some Valorant. We got a question for you. We're going to be interactive with you in the chat throughout most of the day. And, of course, one of our sponsors, Sony InZone. Again, visit electronics.sony.com and use the code PLAY26 for 10% off your purchase. We got a question for you in the chat. What piece of gear, and this is especially relevant to Valorant, what piece of gear impacts your gameplay the most? To say like a monitor, mouse,
pick me,
headset, keyboard. What jives with you, Lemon?
I'm a big fan of monitors. Seeing is believing. There is a huge difference between going to a 60 hertz monitor to a 144 to a 240 to a 300 plus. Okay, so if you guys have a chance to get a good deal on a monitor that is above 60 hertz, that is going to be a life-changing experience. The pixels move different. If you're playing a fast game like Valorant or Marvel Rivals or even Street Fighter, you're gonna be appreciating your monitor hertzing a little more than the other ones. And you could go and get a really nice monitor at electronics.sony.com and use that code PLAY26 to get a better monitor. But that's where my vote would be. How about you, Stacks?
For me, it's the mouse. And I really think that like the new mouse I switched to, this InZone Mouse A, I know. Hashtag ad, paid, shill, whatever. No, it has been amazing. Because you need a big space, and you need a mouse that kind of works smoothly. I'm normally a stormtrooper when I play these games. Okay.
Oh,
And
wait, that's bad.
No, yeah, very very bad. Over the past couple days, the biggest difference is like having like a really good multi-function mouse where you can bind more things to the mouse and not have to worry about extra keys. Like I'm much better with my right hand than with my left. I'm all over the place. I always lose my space on the keyboard. That's why I was a controller player for most of my life. So the mouse is the absolute game changer.
Yeah, you may be left-handed, but we have the right casters here for you. Everyone say hello to Super Coach Mr. Player 2 and Septilence, who'll be bringing you through the first grand final of Valorant. So let's go say hello.
Thank you so much, guys. We are super excited to be here with the PlayVS 2026 Valorant coming up in just a moment here. As they mentioned, I am Septilence, joined by Coach Cougar, as we're going to be jumping in to Spanish Fork High School versus Stafford High School in just a couple of minutes. But before we do that, Coach Cougar, how are you doing? How has your day been? And how do you feel getting to be on the desk today?
I'm so excited. I've been wanting to cast Valorant for a while, so I'm super excited to be here. Thankful for the opportunity. It's going to be a banger, no matter what. Yeah. I'm super excited to see both these teams fight it out to see who is the final PlayVS Cup champion. I think it's going to be a really tight game, personally. Regardless of what the host said, I think both of those teams have had an incredible playoff run, don't you think?
Yes. Yes, very much. So these teams are coming in. I think when you look at it on paper, there's maybe leaning a little bit one way further than the other, but I do think that's the thing about Valorant as well, right? Is going into this game, it can be the map that makes the difference, not the win-loss streak. It can be one player getting an ace that flips. Like, this game is so heavily momentum-based that even going in, even playing through all of map 1, if it is a sweep that some people might be expecting, there's still the entirety of that second map to turn things around, which is definitely what I'm expecting to see as we jump in.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, agent selection can matter. Like, these two teams have probably not played against each other, so, like, who knows how the agent matchup is going to really be and how that's going to affect the game. Like, we could see some spicy picks here.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into this, as we mentioned, it is going to be Spanish Fork High School versus Stafford High School. These teams have fought tooth and nail to be here. Nobody has had a perfect run, but we've had some pretty impressive runs leading into this. So I think these teams are coming in maybe with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They've made it this far. They've got a lot to prove. And I think all these players, all 10 of them, I believe, are already rip-roaring, ready to go, ready to jump in and play. I believe we've had maps selected as well. I believe we are going into Haven as our first map, which I'm very excited about. So we've got the maps starting off here with Haven, I believe, or no, maybe it's Ascent, Lotus, and Haven. Oh wait, no, I see what's happening. It's Haven, and then Lotus, and then Ascent. So this is going to be super interesting here, Coach. As we move in, this is going to be 2 3-site maps, and then if we make it to that overtime, it's going to be the only 2-site map we're seeing. So going into just that mindset alone, how do you think that's going to affect these players? Do you think they want to try to play into that 2-site or try to avoid it as long as possible?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, Haven, Lotus, like, those are, like, very common picks right now. Like, these should be maps that they practice on. Like, so they're probably going for comfort. They're like, this is a map we know how to play on. We know the angles. We know the lines. This is where we want to be. So I would guess that their focus is really on those first 2 maps. And then the last map is like, well, we're just going to make both teams as uncomfortable as possible. And it's really going to come down to a skill expression of who can really outskill the other.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point. There's actually something very interesting that Haven and Ascent are probably the only 2 maps in the game, I think that can be said, that have been meta, like the most chosen the entire history of Valorant. They have always been relevant maps. They have always been super aggressive maps. I believe at the collegiate level, we had seen a season one time where Ascent was chosen in a best of 3, like 85% of the time, or something similar like that. So there's a lot of history behind these maps, and I think these players coming in, making it this far at the Scholastic level, they've played this map, I don't think it'd be exaggeratory to say thousands of times. So going into Haven, this is going to be somewhere they're comfortable. This is going to be something they know, and I'm curious if that's going to start these players strong. Are we going to be seeing the conventional kind of picks that we would see at a pro level, that we would see at a collegiate level, or are we instead going to see what I feel I more often see at the Scholastic level, is these players coming in and just choosing the characters they know well? It's something that we see very often at the Scholastic level. They're coming in to make an impact as an individual. They're coming in to play a character, to play an agent we might not see as often, but one they really know how to play.
Yeah, one thing I focus on as a coach with my players, with teams and games, is getting really, really comfortable and keeping your pool of what you can do kind of small to where you can kind of perfect that pool. I think that's really allows them to make what they can do shine more. And so that's what I expect to see this Scholastic level for sure, is going for, like, we can play this character. We know the lines. We know the angles. We know this map. This is what we're going for. So it may be some off-meta picks compared to what we see at, like, the collegiate or professional level, but I think it's going to be what works for them.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, especially at the Scholastic level, even kind of in the early collegiate level, that is what, I think this is topical. I think personally that's the best thing to be doing, because you do want to go in, you want to play what you know best, and you want to prove that you're able to play the game well, which is what I think a lot of these players here today are shooting to do. It's going in and saying, hey, look, I'm able to play this, I can play this agent well, because you do get to a point, you get to a skill level where you are seeing kind of the same meta over and over, but luckily for Valorant, that meta tends to change with the map. I feel like you actually don't see that in a lot of other, like, first-person or just even competitive shooters. The meta will stay the meta throughout, but with things as important as lineups, as important as recon, things like geometry in maps, making abilities more or less likely to play, I think it really gives these players the chance to go in, to play the agent they're looking for, the agent they want to bring to the table, and I'm hoping we get some weirdo picks. I really am. I think it could be really exciting to see somebody bring something to the table we're not seeing as often.
Well, yeah, and honestly, I just wanted them to have the opportunity. I think this is a great opportunity for them to just showcase their skills, right? They've worked so hard. They've had such a season. The coaches, the players themselves, everyone around them, this is what they're looking forward to. This is what they've earned the right to be here. So I think they've earned the right to have those spicy picks and, you know, really be able to showcase some of their talents.
Yeah, and I think going in, agents that I'm expecting to see here, at the very least, we're starting off on Haven. I think this is a very Sova-friendly map. I think as the game has kind of evolved and changed, he's become a little bit less of a pick, but I think again, maybe I'm just full of topical takes today, I don't know, but I feel like Sova, like, I can't think of a map that I wouldn't pick Sova on. I think his utility, his recon, like, it is all so strong, and I think Haven lends itself so nicely to what he can do.
When I hear Haven, like, no, yeah, Sova is one of the first agents I think of because of those lineups you were talking about. Like, his recon is so huge. Maybe this is just personal. There's two agents that I do hope to see because they're some of my favorite.
Let's hear them.
I'm a huge fan of Killjoy. I love Killjoy.
Yes.
And I really want to see someone pop off with Reyna. Like, I think that would be amazing.
Okay, Coach, unfortunately, I think we have found somewhere we disagree. I have personal trauma from Reyna. Back when Reyna was in every single game ever, every time I see her now, I get scared like I'm playing. Like, it's not even something I have to deal with. And I'm like, please, don't pick Reyna, please. No, it's generally, I think Reyna, she's a powerhouse. I think she's so strong. Such a consistently strong pick. I mean, even when they nerf her, I think she's still looking at like a 45, we'll say 40% pick rate. Like, we're still seeing her pretty often, so I'm excited. I'm hoping to get some picks that maybe are a little less conventional. You know, I'm always a Yoru fan. Like, he's a character that I love to watch be played. I'm a big KO fan as well. KO used to be the meta. We haven't seen him as much. You know, he's been changed a little bit. Some of his utilities and abilities got changed. He's a little less likely to be seen.
Didn't he get, like, nerfed or a little bit, something like that?
I honestly, it's a nerf that I don't think was, like, super duper crazy, but at the pro level, little moments like that make a huge difference. And I do think a lot of it comes from, like, you play the same agent over and over, you've got those cooldowns so locked down in your head that you have to, like, the second they change it by milliseconds, you're like, I have to do something else. Change the whole meta. Change everything around it. So I think going in, you know, I think also this map used to be run by Viper players. Like, this map used to belong to Viper players through and through. But Viper, she has been nerfed more so than most in recent, just, we'll say 2 years. She has really kind of been on the nerf decline, so I don't expect to see a Viper here, but I sure would love to. That's essentially my Valorant wish list for the day. Yoru, KO, and maybe some Viper gameplay. Which on Lotus, Viper wouldn't be that crazy.
So how important do you think, like, having someone with smokes or something like that, or maybe even a Sage here, especially for Haven, because I know Sage walls can be pretty kind of important on Haven map specifically. So, and then
Ascent as well.
Yeah, Ascent as well. Like that, and that's another reason why, because we have these agents that do so many of these agents that kind of do a similar thing. There's several agents that do smokes, right? And so, like, these maps are garnered around those picks as well, right?
Yeah, I think going in, looking for a Sage, I think wouldn't be crazy, but I think it's going to be less likely. Sage's utility isn't particularly impactful in a 5v5 scenario like this. Maybe when you're playing as maybe a 1 or 2 stacking comp, you can really get some value, but going in, this game becomes so quickly, it whittles down into, like, raw eliminations through and through constantly. So I think going in, you know, her resurrection isn't going to be particularly impactful, but we wrap things up in the blink of an eye here. We've got a Waylay on the board, a Clove, which I don't think anybody's surprised to see. Of course, we've got Cypher, Sova, and Jett. So a lot of similarity across these teams. I can't believe we didn't talk about Jett, but I think it was so...
I can't believe it either.
We so expected to see her. It's like, why even talk about it? We know she's going to be here. Jett has been a powerhouse through the entirety, the history of Valorant, and I'm not surprised to see her chosen on both sides either.
I feel like half the clips I always see, like, especially like on social media and stuff, like the highlight reels, it's either a Reyna popping off or Jett just hitting the knife headshots, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that Jett, that Blade Storm is so powerful, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Coke coming in, or maybe Zeta Lock just using that early, especially in a time where we see a save round. That's such a good way to keep your utility, your economy in check and get your team back out of an unfortunate foot here. This is gonna be the first round kicking off. It looks like we've got Stafford High School here on the defense, and Don's Valorant coming in on that offense, looking like possibly an aggressive push toward that C site if they get the ability and the information they need. But Cypher on the C site, this is where he loves to be.
Yeah, it looks like we have at least 2, and you got a little bit of action. Oh, couple shot. That was close. Panda getting taken down. Okay. Oh, we got a couple more whips. Getting a couple kills here.
One enemy remaining.
Getting 2. Last player standing. Oh.
Wow.
Oh my God, that was incredible lines there.
I mean, I'll be honest, I thought Stafford had that, but when somebody pops off like that, when Sizzling Him finds themselves a 4K to open up the round, and I also think going into that, Coach, that was a great example on why we see, Sage not being a particularly common pick, right? At what moment there would we have been able to see her go for that heal, or to even try to put a wall up, or drop a slow that wouldn't impact her team as well? This game, as it has evolved, has become so explosive, has become so reactive, that I think we are seeing those more aggressive agent picks, like the Jet, like the Phoenix, and of course, those are two duelists we're talking about Sage, but I think the point stands that this game is all about just pedal to the metal, full throttle in until everybody's fallen except for one.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot more fast-paced than when I remember playing. It's definitely like once the action starts happening, it doesn't slow down. People don't back off as much. They kind of take a more aggressive routes now. Is what I'm seeing.
These routes going in, I think it is going to be, honestly, a great play from Don's Valorant here. They make a little bit of noise, they go slow, they go on the rotation, and now they've got two approaches up with the weapons advantage. Coke going to be able to find two with just that classic and hand-to-head shot as well. Sizzling trying to make up for that space. A full Vandal online here in round two. They are trying to play as aggressive as possible, able to make it a 3v2 in favor of Don's. I believe Spyware will go for the spike plan here, going to be setting it default. Cam set out, likely a tripwire in the pocket, and we know they've got the shock dart lineup, so this is currently Don's Valorant's round to lose. And what a way to start it.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh, if you're Chong in this scenario, this is so difficult. You've got the Marshal, you are a bullet from death. They're watching the angle down garage, but I just don't think you get the off angle. You have to nail this headshot. You have one opportunity. Are you going to capture it or let it slip? And unfortunately, Don's Valorant is going to know exactly where they're rotating in. Bonuses the Phantom and puts Don's up 2-0 here on Haven.
Yeah. I think that was I feel like David Chinese Spyware heard the noise and was ready just for that off angle. Like, I think that's something that people like kind of forget about is like audio in this game is so crucial.
Oh, it's everything. It's everything. It's truly, I mean, if you didn't know that he was there on that rotation, if he hadn't pulled out the weapon, if he didn't have that activation, that was a free elimination. That could have been a knife kill. But luckily, the headset is on, the attention is there, the ears are ready to pay attention, and it works wonders. We see Don's Valorant here as round 3 commences, sizzling him full offense into the back line, commits to the teleportation, and finds one off the back of it, gives their life for the cause, but they get the trade there. Coke able to find one, giving Stafford the numbers advantage for the first time since the beginning of that bloodbath back in round 1.
So Fi on Sislingham, he's getting a lot of these 1-for-1s. Like, he seems to be the team scout for Don. Like, he's going in early. He's often trading 1-for-1.
And if you're a scout, even getting your 1 is huge, right? Your job's to get information. Even getting that 1 elimination goes a long way. Spyware has the download, but Barrel finds it. The crouch not there fast enough, and Barrel really coming to life, able to shoot them like fish in a barrel. There we go. We got the punt out of the way. We can pay attention now. Stafford High School, they are really coming in. They're able to bonus 4 weapons. I wouldn't be surprised to see Wits just hold on to the classic. I think the buy up here is a little unnecessary, I guess.
Maybe go for an econ round, right?
Yeah, I feel like your opponent, their economy isn't going to be full buy. We're going to be seeing Sheriffs at best. You know they don't have the Blade Storm. I don't think we need to replace a lost weapon in this round. The economy might regret that later, but with the game being as tight as it has round to round, I do respect them really trying to guarantee a win here.
Yeah, especially since you're a round up as well, like, you've got a little bit of a safety net, right? Oh, we've got the Sova. Okay.
They found my wire.
Man, Sova's lines here are so nutty. It's so free information here.
Yikes. That's going to be huge there. Speaking of Sova, you lose him early on the side of Don's Valorant. So getting into site, protecting a spike plant, playing off-site for that, it's going to be really difficult to do now that you've lost that Sova. But that's assuming you can even get onto site with 2 classics and 2 sheriffs. Nier goes down early, 5v3, Zadalock onto site, taken down via firing squad, and Sislingham is going to find 1 on their way out. Got their 1 again, like you mentioned, Coach, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. Stafford ties it up, a quadruple bonus once again going into round 5.
I don't know if you've been noticing, Coakley has been really on it with some of these like quick peaks, quick swings for the headshots. Like that's not something that you can just have skill on. That takes practice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Coakley being that duelist, that leading charge for the team is really showing why early on. Able to have the most eliminations on team, tied for second most eliminations in lobby. And when you're playing that Jett, you have to be explosive, you have to be reactive, you have to know everything about every angle, and you have to be able to land those quick flick headshots, which Coke has been able to do. I think we've seen 3 on camera already, maybe even missed a couple after. Wits, though, really becoming that entry fragger for Don's Valorant, able to find a headshot elimination, I believe 3 rounds in a row now, giving Don's that advantage they needed.
Here we go, peek through the smoke. Oh, doesn't quite get the shot he needs, but gets some information. Another 3 going down on the side of Stafford, and that is round for Don's Valorant.
Dang, blink and you miss it. A couple of lost rounds at the beginning, but now they have torn their way through these 3 following rounds on Haven. Now, looking at the kind of the round calendar, if you will, I'm blanking on whatever it's called. You find the 2 rounds lost at the beginning here for Stafford High School, or sorry, 1 for Stafford High School, and that is as expected. When you win the first round, you're typically expected to win the second without some crazy plays coming through later down the line. But now Don's Valorant, they've been able to win rounds 3 and 4, which again, economically speaking, is the expectation. They've bonused that 3rd round though, and really given the team an economic advantage. A numbers advantage slips away though. Near able to find Barrel with that Sheriff headshot. Chong has to go aggressively into the play here. We know somebody's in the smoke. He misses it, and Sizzling him puts him down. A dire mistake, giving Stafford a numbers advantage.
Man, you hate to see that because like it's hard with that smoke, like especially when one player's entering, one player's exiting. Like it was such a close miss.
Yeah, far and away a close miss,
there.
But that little bit goes a long way, you know, failing to check that one corner, they go in. I love the aggression we're seeing from Chong there, trying to find that elimination early, but unfortunately just misses over that corner. Sizzlingham able to find the elimination, and also something important to note, Sizzlingham has lost top frag in lobby. Now it's Wits with 11 eliminations.
Yeah, so it seems like Wits and Sizzlingham are both like each team's like kind of scout, kind of forward person, the one popping off right at the start, and they're kind of going head to head a lot here.
It's trying to find that open frag. Like I said, that's exactly how Wits tends to play the game. Goes in, finds that elimination, and then gets eliminated. Has to pop the ult real early there. Sizzlingham able to find Chong. So even with Clove coming back to life, it's still 5v4 in favor of Stafford High School. I believe we have yet to see a team come back from a numbers disadvantage. Wits able to find one, though, trying to prove me wrong, but unfortunately Zeta has the off angle, puts Wits down, keeping Stafford 1 player bonused.
So it looks like we're rotating towards another site here, which is probably smart. Like if you have to get onto a site with being down players, like you or defend either one, like you need to look for those rotations once that initial engage happens. Looks like we are getting a spike planted here. We're just trying to set up, trying to look for some information.
Deploying drone.
And now we just have to defend.
Yeah, back in default here, definitely going to be a courageous choice, but the drone giving the information you have. The Phoenix ultimate in the pocket, he's going to try to run it back. Watch your eyes as he swings around the corner wide. This star burning bright, but unfortunately Barrel will be taken down. The rush in the pocket, the double crossfire onto the remaining member of Don's Valorant. Panda dismissed, and Stafford able to put themselves back on the board, keeping us within 1 round.
And again, like we were talking about earlier, the Sova gave so much information there, which helped with both the take and some of the defense. Like we saw it on the defense, but I don't know if you noticed Sova on the other side of the fight.
It's those off angles that really end up working the most at a time like this. People trying to go in, trying to find that action, looking kind of where's the gunfire coming from, and forgetting about those other angles. It is really amazing, though, how quickly this is just becoming Clove v Omen as these two continue to hurdle their way through the leaderboard. Hyper aggression here as Stafford goes in to find the elimination. Zeta Lock looking for some space. Oh, wow. Okay, Hunter's Fury coming out. Chong finds Sizzling of top frag down, trades their life for it. Now it's going to be a 3v3. Coke puts one down. Panda into another. Spyware tries to do it, but just can't find it. A team ace, my favorite way to end a round. Going to be here in favor of Don's Valorant. For those who might not know, a team ace is when all 5 players on a team got 1 elimination. Everybody got their own.
Which is something great to see, right? Like that really shows like coordination. Like I can only imagine what the communications are for that. Like
this is a nice
calling out, like I've got my target, you know, getting these picks, like that showcases teamwork, in my opinion.
Yeah. Far and away, I think it is super important to highlight just how calculated these crazy chaotic plays have been from the side of Stafford High School. They're going for the smokes, they're going for the dashes, they're calming where their ultimates are going to take space to make sure they don't eliminate their teammates, which a couple of ultimates are capable of doing. I mean, heck, a lot of abilities are capable of doing. So every aspect of this game is so heavily, deeply rooted in communication. I think both these teams doing a phenomenal job showing us what that communication looks like. With the reaction time matters most, take Zadalock off the table, but Sizzlingham gets two of their own. That's going to be a huge moment for Stafford here. They'd lost the numbers, they felt a little uneven, but now, as Sizzlingham puts it far and away in favor of Stafford, 2 more eliminations to once again put us within 1 round.
I feel like it was smart for Stafford to hold off picking up the bomb and look for these picks first and then pick it up. And there's another one from Spyware picking off Panda, and it's Sova v Sova.
Just ensuring the spike was recently put into the back, so if somebody were eliminated, it wasn't dropped into a circumstance in which it wasn't going to be recoverable. Spyware has a really good opening to get that elimination onto Chong, and there it is. Near has it. They said, near, far, wherever you are, I will find you and I will eliminate you. 5v4 here, still in favor of Don's Valorant, but Stafford slowly clawing their way back. We look at the economy. This is going to be a pivotal round for both teams. Don's, they've got 3 ultimates to work with. If they lose this, their economy should be okay going into the following round, but Stafford High School, 3 players below 1,000 can always be dangerous, and if they lose this, they don't get the lose bonus because it'll be their first round loss.
It looks like we are seeing a little... Oh, I thought for a second we were seeing a little bit of econ coming out of the Omen, or not the Omen, the Cypher, on one side, just because I only saw the light shield, and I saw a quick swap to pistol, but it looks like he did go full buy.
A little bit of a mild change of plans in the moment there, but he decided to lock back into the pivotal moment like that.
Probably something just the teams were calming, like trying to figure out, maybe looking for trade buys.
Yeah, I think this is fascinating that we're seeing these players really hold on to ultimates a lot longer than I was expecting. Now, with the Cypher ultimate, of course, I think that makes a lot of sense. You can only use it once you found an elimination on an enemy going into the matchup. But otherwise, I mean, this Clove ultimate being held, or excuse me, this Jet ultimate being held so aggressively, this Waylay ult we've had, I believe this is the 3rd round it's been online. Sova ultimate, I mean, that's one you can kind of only really use. I think it lends itself nicely on offense. You plant Spike, you can just use it to clear Spike, save yourself a little bit of time. And on the offense, it can be a little bit harder to use. Or, sorry, wow, I'm going to start over. On the defense, it can be a little bit harder to use without the proper reconnaissance. Waylay ultimate does make an appearance, and Stafford using it kind of to make up for that missing player. Sova went down. You want to get that damage out. They're going to be able to find one. Coke missing. Wits, Falls, Barrel also down. Panda able to get one, but I believe on the way out, Chong finds it. They give up on the Spike plant. They're nervous about the Sova approach. Dude, this is the time to use the Hunter's Theory. They've planted in the same spot every time. But I don't know if he's going to be courageous enough to do so. They know where he is. And even if he popped it, Sizzlingham had that elimination on lock. 5-5. Stafford has tied us up here, Coach.
Yeah, we said this was going to be a banger, and I think it's coming true. Like, this is an incredibly close match by both teams.
Yeah, this has been back and forth like nobody's business. I mean, a breathtaking performance
We're still
from
tied.
every player we've seen.
Look at the E-runs. We're still tied.
Oh my goodness! Look at it. I mean, we're tied. It's 14-14, and then it's 9-7, 7-5, 6-5, 5-3. So we are within 3 eliminations as the, or sorry, we're within 2 eliminations as the furthest difference between players in the mirroring spots on the leaderboard. It has been everybody filling their role, staying in their lane, and trying to clean this up. But it's not going to be a clean fight for anybody. I cannot believe we have clawed back to a 5-5 here in the first half. Plenty of time left for this to end in either way, but these teams, these players, you can just see in the gameplay how badly they want it. I have yet to see somebody make what I would call an egregious mistake. Every move has been calculated, every play has been careful, every rotation has been ideal, and Chong and Spyware just missing each other frames away from seeing one another. And with this information onto site, this is a huge off angle. Spyware should have 1 elimination guaranteed.
I also want to quickly point out, if I can, like...
There it is.
There it is. There's both.
Sorry, go ahead,
oh
Coach.
my God. No. Hey, when action happens, that can happen. I did want to try to quickly point out, if possible, like, both players at the top are not the captains of their respective teams. So that really goes to highlight, like, the importance of, like, team play and, like, understanding, like, you know, what your role is. Sova trying to get a lot of information with these arrows here. Looking in that top spot. Couldn't quite get the angle, though.
I think it's a fair observation. Valorant is the one game... hold on, let me make sure that's true. I'm pretty sure Valorant is the one game I would say this about, where I do think being the team captain and being the primary kind of top frag of the team should be two different responsibilities. Because going in, you need somebody kind of like the Muppet animal, kind of always ready to go in, try to go in, get crazy, get an elimination. But that person, in my mind, shouldn't be the same person who's going for kind of the more strategical, more calculated plays that we tend to see. That person should fit nicely into kind of the Cypher role, or maybe the Killjoy, or even the Sova. I think having all that information, having that recon, being the player that gets to absorb all that information first, it makes it easiest for that person to be the one that goes, okay, here's our best bet on what to do moving forward to win this round.
Yeah, 100% agree. You need someone that can like see the bigger picture, which allows that for a person to do what they need to do to get that 1-for-1 trade, to get the scouting, to find those elims they're looking. We do see Jet ulting here. I think they're trying to end this. Jet sees one. Oh, did we get a second?
Another Hunter's Fury, just back-to-back. Spyware not able to find anybody, though. Doesn't have the download, unfortunately. Oh, gets one. That's still huge. Gets a little bit of damage on the board, but I believe it's going to be the Phoenix who can heal himself right back up. Yep, full HP. Wow! No trigger discipline there. The Neural Theft comes out, able to find a triple elimination. Coke puts down one more, and a flawless round for Don's Valorant. They're going to win those 2 in a row now. Really putting the pedal to the metal, putting that heat into the fire, and keeping themselves on the pace of play. It's the side swap, too. What a way to wrap it up. You've got momentum on your side, but going in, Coach, this offense has to be just as good as that defense.
Yeah, Peyton on the Cypher, that was some seriously impressive trigger discipline to just wait and wait for them to line up and get both at the same time, and then immediately swing the corner, making sure there wasn't a third. That was really solid.
Yeah, it is a dangerous thing to kind of go in, to be that person, to get that elimination early. And I think Panda, especially having that off angle, I really thought we were going to wait to see how many walked out, but they did not want to miss that opportunity to get those eliminations. They let the bullets fly, and they were able to find 2 elims. It just led the team so nicely into a round win. And look at this aggression coming through. I've talked so much about players being aggressive here on Haven C-Site, and they are going to show us exactly what that looks like. Zadalock with the Sheriff takes Coke down early. Chong also going to fall 5v3, now 5v2 in favor of Stafford High School. One eliminated on their side. Beryl clawing this back. Wid's able to find one of their own. Just can't put it against Zeta, though, who's coming to life in this pistol round. Beryl, it is up to you to save the day, and Zadalock's first triple kill of the game put Stafford, you guessed it, back within 1 round.
Great triple by Thwan for Zadalock. Really good pistol round. Like, that was some great economy there for the side of Stafford.
Yeah, far and away a phenomenal performance going through. I think Stafford choosing to go in, buy on that Sheriff. It was a risky play to make. It's one that worked really well. And now Zadalock with the Outlaw in hand, my favorite gun in the game, going to be getting a little bit of playtime. I'm hoping they're going to be able to make some magic happen with it as round 14 kicks off.
So what do you think the odds are, real quick, that someone pulls out an Omen? Odin, because that's my favorite gun.
The Odin on Haven, yeah. I don't think odds are high. If we get to Ascent, a big maybe. If we get to Ascent, a big maybe. That is a very popular Odin map, or at least used to be, so people aren't doing it in competitive as often, but sometimes you can really catch a team off guard. And speaking of being caught off guard here, Stafford High School runs it down into this B side, just trying to get Don's Valorant out of there. They're able to find a lot of pivotal eliminations, but unfortunately they run it back, keeping things up. Both players go for the reload. Spyware finds the Spectre, but it's the Bulldog from Beryl that finds that 4th elimination and keeps us on that 2-round gap. Don's Valorant only 5 rounds away from winning here on Haven.
Yeah, that was actually just really unlucky timing. The reload came in just a half a second behind the other, which allowed them to get the elim. It looks like we might be going for Stafford another quick econ round. It looks like we're only doing pistols.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, honestly. You've got, you've tied the things up. You've got, you lost that last round. You bought up in there, so your economy is going to be hurting a little bit. Zadalock, I think their best work has been with the Sheriff so far. We've seen multiple rounds where Zadalock is dropping 2-3 eliminations with just the Sheriff. And part of me is almost like, hey, stay on it if it works, right? I think at the end of the day, you want to be playing your best.
Exactly. If it works, don't fix it, right?
Yep. Spyware checking one corner, turning around, possibly just in time for the rotation out, but no, keeping an eye on every angle. Coke has the space. Oh, just the loud Russian from Clove here. They're able to find him. Wow!
Against
and Spyware
you!
sinks them both! A triple! Oh my goodness, Spyware goes in the triple kill, putting Stafford in such a phenomenal position to win this on an eco buy.
You know, we were just talking about the value the Sheriff is getting, and it's really just pulling through for Team Stafford. Leaps and bounds here.
They said you thought that was good. Watch this. They were able to find a triple kill early on. I mean, that had to be Stafford. They took their headsets off and they put their Zenny glasses on, coach. They wanted to make sure they could see everything happening. And with that crystal clear eyesight, they sank 3 headshots in a row, a wall bang to boot. The slowness in which you have to play here as Don's Valorant is so pivotal. You've got the weapons in pocket. You shouldn't stick the plan, though. They were waiting for it, and now Chong has to shoot his way out of a 2v1. Knows where Zeta is, but this Cypher could be anywhere. Might be bonusing a weapon. I wouldn't hate to see it. Nope, swings wide. Chong finds it with a thrifty. Comes to fruition for our friends at Stafford High School, closing us within 1 round once again.
Yeah, that's really difficult because you know you're pinched between most likely 2 people, so it's just like which one can you peek first? And it's just an unfortunate play because like there's not a whole lot of options that you have there. It would have been it's hard to swing that far. Like you can only move your mouse so far.
Yeah. Especially when you know, I think the really hard part of that scenario was Chong knew where Zeta was. That Cypher could have been anywhere. It was really difficult to play, kind of watch that one angle when you aren't able to watch the other 5 that Cypher could have approached from in that moment. Oh, and speaking of, Mini goes in with a double outlaw elimination. Probably, down that C long. I think that run it back is a really fascinating choice from Barrel, as they're going to know exactly where you ran it from. I think Mini should hold that corner, go for another elimination as Phoenix finds himself stuck in Stafford High School bursts to life. I mean, this is just a huge pace of play difference. That econ round ends well for them. They get the thrifty into a flawless. Is this the momentum I've been talking about, Coach? Is this the team finally finding their footing?
Folks at home, for those that don't know, flawless is when you completely ace the team and not drop a single person. So that is skill.
This goes here.
It's arguably the second hardest thing to do in a round of Valorant, the other being an ace, of course, which is when one player eliminates the entire enemy team by themselves. Debatable which one of those might be harder, but I think they both have their merit. In Stafford High School, they have been fighting tooth and nail. They felt a little bit like an underdog going into the beginning of this game, but the thrifty win into a triple headshot, into a flawless round shows us that this team, they said, do not count us out. It is not over until it is over. We are 17 rounds into map number 1. This is a best of 3 series, and these teams are going to fight till the bitter end.
Yeah. And then, you know, props to Benjamin with a Marshall, like holding that long sight, getting that triple, setting it up for the rest of his team to kind of swoop in. It was really clutch.
No peeking.
Chong able to take Spyware out of the equation. That's a great recon bolt. I wouldn't be surprised if it got shot out, but no, instead they're going to LOS it, line of sight, so it does not detect them. The approach slow and steady, but this is exactly how we've seen the play over and over. Witz gets a little nervous, misses the elimination, pops the ultimate. I think it's a really courageous play here from Witz to guarantee this round when they want to make sure those numbers stand strong. They get that elimination and they put themselves back into the lead. Don's Valorant, it's getting close, but they refuse to lose this lead.
I mean, both teams are fighting tooth and nail here. Like, once one team gets up like 1 or 2 rounds, the other team, you know, they take an econ, they regroup, and suddenly they pull it right back. Like, it's so close. Like, look at the elim still. 17, 17, 12, 11, 11. Like, it's so close.
And I mean, to commend these players, even looking at, you know, when I'm commentating in the collegiate level, these players are playing with a calculation and with an understanding of the economy that we're sometimes not even seeing at that collegiate level. These players are coming in, they know exactly what to buy when, they know when to hold them, when to fold them, and when to walk away. They truly do, and I think right now that is the most impressive thing about all 10 players, is they know that overextending is the first mistake to losing a map, and none of these players want to lose this first map. That's a great elimination with the Hunter's Fury coming through. Mini should, no, he drops it early. A phenomenal play. Sizzling him finds 2 eliminations on the back line. It's up to Chong to get what I believe would be an ace if this comes to fruition. And I don't think it will. The blind, the util, everything in the way. Unfortunately, Chong just not able to find it, but the Sizzling him 3K ties us up 9-9. We are entering round 19 here on map number 1.
A lot of utility there. Quick shout out to Witzy, Jake. 12 assists though. I think that's an underrated stat. Like, assists really show to me like you are a team player.
This goes here.
Well, to not only have 12 assists, but also be
This goes here.
third in lobby? Like, second on team,
second on
third
team?
in lobby? It's absurd. I mean, Witz is really giving us, like, a powerhouse performance on the Clove. An agent that I, mechanically, have never really been able to wrap my head around, so I'm always very excited to see these players do well.
Yeah, Clove is actually one of the new ones that I'm super unfamiliar with, so seeing this game... Oh my god! Sizzlingham getting 4 off that! Chong finally taking him down! But Skyware ended up cleaning it up. Wow, that was such a great hold on that angle.
Yeah, I mean, just one of those blink and you miss it moments. Sizzlingham has had such a powerhouse performance, really, off of what you just said, I think, Coach, holding those angles. It has gone such a long way. It has been such an such a defensive play that continues to lend itself well. Sizzlingham is playing this mindset play style of going, okay, here's what I'd do if I was on the attack. And then they do it, and Sizzlingham's holding that angle, able to find that elimination. Has been nothing short of unbelievably impressive thus far. 4 eliminations over second in lobby, and I think it's going to be Sizzlingham's game to lose. This Omen has been so powerful.
I mean, it's intelligence, right? It's knowing the game. That these aren't things that like you can just pick up and do. It takes practice and work.
Yeah, this game is one of the most
exactly.
mechanically disciplining games in the world. This is the game that you have to grind hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours to go through and be as good as these players are. I mean, I keep forgetting I'm watching a Scholastic game. These players are playing so well. They have this game on such a positive lock. In Spyware, just a hair too far away to get that Cypher pickup. It's going to be 2-2. Cypher in Sova versus Cypher in Sova.
Yeah, that's another thing that's crazy to me. These are
Last player standing.
Quick peek at the corner. Looks at the angle.
Wow, what a read on that camera placement.
That's still looking, taking some quick shots, trying to find it.
Oh
my god! That's, man, still shout out to Chong. Like, he knew where he was looking. He knew what he just couldn't quite get the shots in. I mean, you can't fault him for that. That is a close play.
Yeah, Chong did everything right. It just came down to that gunfight at the end there. Unfortunately, Chong wasn't able to find the elimination, but they played that as right as I think they really could have, going through, able to get that first elimination. Got, like I said, a phenomenal read on the camera. Knew exactly where it was going to be, took it out early, and was able to really put themselves in a winning position, but it came down to the firefight. Just fell too little, too late. 11-9. Now Stafford High School only 2 rounds away from winning Haven, a map that really felt like it belonged to Don's Valorant for a while, but Stafford High School, they said, we are not a team to take out of consideration. We are looking for that win, and we are now 2 rounds away from finding it.
And it's wild to me, these are teenagers. Like, they might have woken up this morning drinking their Dairy Does More, and like, here we are.
They have really put the effort into this game. I wish I was as good as they are at this game at any game when I was their age. This is truly a very impressive performance. This ultimate from Waylay early, trying to find an elimination. It is going to be a 1-to-1 trade, but Don's Valorant, they've been a team, the only team so far that we've seen come back from a player deficit like this. Zadalock is able to find 1 elimination on their way out the door, but the numbers are overwhelming, and Don's Valorant ties us up. They enter double digits. Sorry, they do not tie us up. They put us 1 away from a tie-up by entering double digits. Now, if this gets into the 12-12 territory, we are going to have to go into overtime for map number 1. So if you're Stafford High School, you need to win 2 in a row. You do not want to let Don's get anywhere near the possibility of that overtime, but this map might slip away.
Yeah, so remind me and remind those at home. So when you get to 12 points on both teams, so essentially a tie, we go into what's overtime. So you have to be 2 points up to actually secure the win. Is that correct?
That is correct. You have to win by 2 points, and it will go until somebody is up by 2 points. It's not 3 rounds of overtime and then we call it a tie. It will continue to go up. I one time commentated a game that ended 28-26. And
That
mind
is
you, the winning
incredible.
score is supposed to be 13. So it really went over twice as long. And I think there's a very real possibility these players could be entering that overtime, especially as Don's Valorant keeps an advantage. Beryl is going to find 2 on their way out the door. Going to be 3-3 tie-up. 1 ultimate available on both sides. But Stafford might sit on the Blade Storm. They might want to hold that until maybe their economy falls apart or they want to get hyper-aggressive. That Jet Blade right click is lethal at a close quarters range. And Datalock with his...
Spike down.
Once
C.
again, Coke finds Mini, who found Beryl. 2-2, Jet and
Last
Waylay versus
player
Jet and
standing.
Clove. Scratch that. Waylay versus Jet and Clove. Spike plant down, nearly no utility on the board. This has to be a double firefight victory, and when you're coming from the most predictable angle, I don't know if Nier can do this. Oh, the spray from Wits is lethal. Both players gonna be low, and it's Wits that finds it, swings the corner wide. 12 HP. We are tied up again. 11-11.
Yeah, I actually do think this is going to go into overtime because, like, have we seen either of these teams be has the score been separate more than 2 rounds at any point?
We saw a 3-round
There's 3,
differential.
right?
Yeah, we saw a 3-round differential once. And then otherwise, it has been 2, 1, or 0 through and through. I'm not surprised to see the timeout here. I think this makes a lot of sense. I'm actually not sure which team called this, but I think either team calling this makes sense. I think this is the time to put that timeout, discuss what's going on, discuss what you want to do differently, and discuss you're able to win some rounds, you're able to keep it close, but what is it keeping you under? What is it keeping you stuck a little bit in that back line? I'm so stoked that we've got a replay here as well. This has been just an unbelievably back and forth scenario from these teams, and you could slap the word replay on any moment, and I'd be stoked to rewatch it. This has been such a lethal performance.
C.
Yeah,
One
the Panda
enemy
triple into the
remaining.
neural theft, into the flawless round win. It has been such a strong performance that I'm staring at an 11-11 scoreline, and you ask me, something was, which team's gonna win? Dog, I have no idea.
Oh, it's so tough. Like, you have to swing wide there knowing what you're going into as far as guns, but, like, having already taken damage from the spray there, like, it's a really tough choice. Like, you have to be, like, super accurate with your shots, or... And it's a 2v1 situation, so you know the tension's high.
Get out of my way!
Alright, so did we see Jet ult? Yeah.
Yeah, we heard that Blade Storm come out from the side of Datalock. I think it makes sense. So we go for an elimination with this bonus into a rifle. Mini's already taken Panda down. Coke gets the trade, though. So I guess at the end of the day, you can grab a rifle, but you've given your Cypher's life for it. Luckily, on the offense, I think that matters a little bit less. Cypher is the strategist in sense of being a strong defensive player. A controller.
Yeah, and that's another thing I noticed. Like, both of these teams, like, really, like, different people are shining in different roles based on whether they're attack on defend. Like, I think the team comp here, as far as what agents were selected, was really smart choices, and people are filling their roles pretty well.
Yeah, the only one that I was really hesitant about was the Waylay from the side of Stafford High School. And not in the sense of that I thought they wouldn't do well, I just felt like Waylay stood out the most at a time like this. Spyware has the intel, knows where that Phoenix is at, but you've got that Sheriff. Recon bolt out's really smart. Make them look the other way. Wits goes down, has to ult early. I think it's important to use as many utility as you have in this round. This is the pivotal round because it puts you on map point. It puts you 1 round away from winning this first map and putting you on series point. Barrel able to find a triple kill clutch with the Vandal here on the A site. Plant goes through an additional 400 credits going into what is possibly our final round. The good news for Don's Valorant, they're the only team with an ultimate right now. The other 6 were used in that last round.
Daryl Barrel showing why he's the captain of his team, really just having a calm demeanor going into that play. Like, it was very smooth movements. It was very just collected.
Calm, cool, and collected, the name of the game. A beautiful place to be.
The emblems are still crazy, though. Sizzlingham's up to 30 now. Oh, Zeta getting a quick shot.
3.
Oh!
Down A.
Zeta with the op, able to find a double. Gives their life for it, but I mean, you are still stoked with a result like that.
I mean, yeah, you take that
4v2.
trade every day.
Every single day, every single round, every single time. Panda knows their locale has been given away here. But wants to hold that angle. Nice, able to find it. Nier goes down. The blind fire onto Spyware is disastrous. Chong into sizzling him here. It's going to be a 2v1. Cypher, the last player left standing. Now, Mini has been such a power player in these clutch moments. The wall bangs, the headshots, the sneak attacks. If Mini can stay out of sight. Oh, they know where you are. There's the Hunter's Fury. How do you get out of this one, my friend? One goes through into two. The third misses. Half HP in a dream here. I mean, this is such a tough spot to be in if you're Mini.
All you had to do is click 2 heads, right?
Oh, no.
Oh, we did see a head click, but not where they wanted it.
What a game, though. I mean, 1 round shy of overtime. As close could possibly be, but it wraps up nicely. We've gone 1-0 now on Haven here in map number 1. What a performance. I mean, Spyware in particular, with the help of sizzling him there, just capitalized. They collapsed on that A site in that beautiful final moment, and it really gave them the advantage they needed.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Jet early with the op, right? Get the 2 kills. We were like, wow, that's a huge buff. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, we just see 3 getting taken down so quickly, turning the tide like on a dime.
Yeah, I mean, and it is just like that. Now, something that I'm really looking forward to seeing... Sorry, the back of my chair just gave... Okay, there we go. Something I'm really looking forward to seeing is going into Haven and then bouncing directly into Lotus as that follow-up. So we are sticking to that triple site map, but something that I'm really locking into on this, no pun intended, is Zeta Lock with that Operator, with that Outlaw. This is such a good map to be playing those snipers, to be going in, to be finding those eliminations long distance. I think Zeta Lock could be the player to watch out for going into map number 2.
Yeah, we saw both teams really utilize, especially that long angle on one side of the map. Looking for those like nice peak shots, looking for those long angles. So like I expect to see more of that, and probably maybe both teams leaning in a little bit more of that, especially when they're on defense. I wouldn't be surprised to see it, I should say.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what we're looking at here. That Stafford close coming in is just what a way to wrap things up. I think Sizzling him in particular is a player that we should be looking to see just play Omen again. I don't think the map matters. I don't think the gameplay matters. I think that is an Omen player through and through. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table on the other side of this quick break. We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break here so the players can take a moment, maybe use the restroom, get some water, and I suggest all of you do the same. Go get some water, get up, get a snack, go walk your dog, but come right back here for map number 2 of the PlayVS 2026 Valorant Grand Finals. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes.
Hey everybody, welcome. We are live from GEHA Field at Arrowhead for the Kansas City Chiefs' first gaming event with the Kansas City Pioneers and PlayVS. This is Game On. We have Madden 26, Rocket League, Fall Guys. We've got a live stream with Kronovi and JNaps, two of the greatest Rocket League players of all time, as well as educational sessions from PlayVS about streaming and shoutcasting. It's been an amazing event. We've had hundreds of people coming through the doors, and we are just so thrilled to bring gaming to the best team in the NFL and right here in Chiefs Kingdom.
He just qualified too.
I got first place.
Great job.
I'm excited to be here because I'm excited to play and I like playing video games. And it's just a great opportunity to get some prizes, meet some cool gamers, and just have a great time.
Georg Dieter, played receiver for the Chiefs 2017 to 21. Obviously, I'm a gamer, so I love the fact that the Chiefs put an event on like this, are getting a different demographic in. I think the community behind gaming is awesome. I think it gives kids an outlet to just connect with different people of all different backgrounds, and I think that's kind of what's unique about gaming. It doesn't matter who you are, you can connect over a game, and a lot of long-time friendships kind of are created through that.
I'm here because I love gaming, I love football, I just love it. I just want to play games and have some fun, and this is like my favorite thing here.
Hey guys, my name is Lane and this is Casey Wolf.
Henry here.
I'm at the Arrowhead Stadium.
Welcome to Game On.
Go Chiefs.
I am just loving the atmosphere here. It's just community and everyone's interacting and just having a ton of fun. I think the kids are just so excited to play, but then also get to like hang out with all these cool people.
Being able to play video games at Arrowhead, it's definitely unique.
We are back here at West Oahu, major event that is known as the Hawaii Esports Invitational. There's still plenty of action here as we go round robin with 6 teams inside of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutchkey alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at HEI.
3-1 could be Michigan State, bringing us to 5.
Michigan
Is that
State
one going to land?
Almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket. Doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woozy on the 1-on-3. Can he get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Oh no. Preston's have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
double tap.
Dumps it in. Here in overtime. It's an infinite clock till we have a winner. Somebody needs to blink. It's a staring contest. Nobody blinking. Everyone on the edge. Wide open.
It's open.
Signal Bears. Baylor takes the victory and a new school. Yes, there he is, Mr. Zippy's himself right there. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much. Zippy's our presenting sponsor, 3rd year in a row. Of course, big thanks to GG Circuits, Prodigy Chain, as well as Southwest Airlines. Thank you very much to all of the sponsors here for HEI. They come out of the tunnel, they come out of the soundstage, champions of HEI, the Baylor Bears do.
Trophy ceremony on the other side, but let's check in on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Room.
Man's aggressive.
That's cool. But it's not it wasn't the inner hitbox, so. Classic. Air check.
So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the 3rd year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number of
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the PlayVS 2026 Valorant Grand Finals. I'm still Septilence, joined by Coach Cougar, and we are going to be jumping into map number 2. An incredibly close map there in map number 1. Haven ending 13-11. Stafford, unfortunately, just not able to find that victory. So going into the second map here, Coach, there's a lot on the line. This is the series map after all, and if Stafford falls short once more, they will unfortunately end in second place.
And which is crazy because like we just saw like the records and the standings for both teams, and like we remember from the host, like they were like, oh man, they've Stafford's had such a good playoffs game, so it's clear that it's anyone's game. Both teams came to play. Like there is no one-sidedness here. Like it was, we said it earlier at some point during the game. Like it was only 3 rounds apart at one point, right?
Yeah, that was the maximum differential we had, was 3 rounds, a 3-round differential in total.
So both teams showing us why they were their respective champions. So going into Lotus here, we talked about the long angles, and then if we get to map 3 Ascent, that's only 2 sites, right, compared to the 3 that the previous 2 have. Do we think there's going to be some major agent selections going on here that's going to be different from before?
Honestly, I don't think we're going to be seeing anything that's particularly different. I think, like I said, I think Ascent is a really good Sova map. We could be seeing agents that we haven't seen yet, but we could see on Lotus. I'm thinking Breach in particular, Brimstone could be very popular as well. So going in, it really is going to be the battle of the choosing the agents maybe you're best at. I think we are going to be seeing Sizzlingham stay on the Omen for every single map. I don't think I can think of a map where I'd say Omen isn't viable, so I think it's a really good agent to go through and bring to the table time and time again. But looking at Stafford, I'm expecting to see that Sova make an appearance again. I'm expecting to see Zeta on that Jet make an appearance again. I talked about that a lot before we went to break, is this map should be a lot better for Zeta on their preferred playstyle, with that Outlaw, with that Operator, with even the Marshal that we saw, I think, 2 different times. It's very sniper friendly, and Zeta Lock getting to do just a little bit better could go a really long way.
Yeah, and as we can see from some of these replays, like how important Sova's information and scouting and the vision was here. Like a lot of these site retakes, takes or retakes, came off the back of that support.
Yeah, oh yeah. I think as well they had such a fascinating kind of lineup here where both teams had somebody to rely on almost secondarily. We saw kind of, okay, the Sova didn't work out, let's drop down to Barrel. And then on the other side, okay, the Sova didn't work out, let's drop down to Sizzlingham, who is somehow already always in the back line. There's kind of a very cool like flowchart, I guess, of what comes from these players. It's like, we're going to go off the Sova Recon, and if that doesn't work, well, thank goodness for plans A, B, and C that we have lined up. And I think these players, I've talked about it a lot, but just to highlight it as somebody that has played video games his whole life, that played collegiate video games, collegiate esports all the way through college, like, just to see the level of mental fortitude these players are bringing to the table is incredible. It's like watching an 8-year-old be a grandmaster in chess. It's like, it's so fascinating to see the younger they get, somehow they're becoming more and more talented, and as the years pass, these players just lock in so much earlier. They really get to find something they're good at, this niche, and as esports continues to grow, these players get rewarded for that playtime, and I hope these players feel rewarded, making it this far, able to bring this level of gameplay and knowledge and mechanical skill to the table at the ages that they are. Is just, it will continue to blow my mind. I think it is so amazing.
Yeah, and it's very clear that they're like communicating effectively, because we saw early on Sizzlingham on the Cypher was like early on, or excuse me, on the Omen was early on like being very aggressive. He was often the scout. He was getting these 1-for-1 trades, and then we saw as the rounds got longer a slow shift of where he was and what his role on the team is. And that doesn't happen just like overnight or in the moment. That is something that has been practiced and worked on throughout the year and throughout the season.
Yeah, and these compositions, we are seeing some pretty aggressive changes. We're seeing the fade on both sides now. We're seeing a chamber from Spyware instead of a Sova. So we're actually saying goodbye to Sova for the entirety of Lotus here, which is going to be a little bit of fun for us, getting to see some new agents come to the table. Your girl Killjoy has made an appearance. My personal favorite, my personal best agent, Raze, is also here. I'm very excited about that. Raze is such an unbelievably fun character to watch, especially with that fade in the pocket. There are some quite literally lethal combinations of ability that these two can bring to the table, and we see Mini off the Cypher. They're going to be going with the fade as well, so this is going to be really exciting to see. I'm also just looking forward to Zeta Lock sticking to that Jet. That's something I wanted to see. I wanted to see that Jet come through, because I think being that entry duelist wasn't exactly the playstyle Zeta wanted to be playing. They want to play that slower, usually sniper-based composition instead, and I think they're going to get a great chance.
Yeah, 100% agree, and I'm so excited about the Killjoy. I think Killjoy is a great agent that can really like hold in some ways.
Yeah, I think going in, that Killjoy, she is definitely just someone that's going to get a lot of great value here on Lotus. I believe B site, depending on where you're standing, is close enough to A and C that you can have a turret on one and B on the other, which is, of course, very valuable. You can get the recon that you need. You can get the information the team needs without putting a player's life at stake. So Killjoy, she's going to be an agent to look out for. She's had some unique changes to her kit that I think were definitely interesting. I think her turret radius was reduced recently, and I think going in, she's going to be a player to watch out for. It's going to come down to how well can that player play Killjoy, then how well can Killjoy fit into our composition.
Well, and then we also know Panda Peyton has some really, really good trigger discipline. We saw that triple kill swing in last round, so we know that they can definitely hold that angle if they need to, and I think they're now on a character that can really do it. So I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to going into Lotus. It's actually a map that I have more fun watching. I have more fun commentating than I do playing on it. It's a map that I struggle to kind of understand a little bit. It's not as easy for me as Haven, and going through with rotations and the rotating walls, I feel like as a player, I can get a little overwhelmed. But as somebody who kind of gets to sit in this third-person omniscient perspective and watch these players, it's a little more exciting. Coke able to find a great double kill early. Unfortunately, it is going to be traded out with that double kill from Sizzling Him early on. Now, Sizzling Him, I talked so much, sticking to the Omen, sticking to the Omen. I wasn't wrong. It's going to be a little bit of a change. They're going to the Clove instead, so keeping a Clove on the board, I think she does get a little more, I think they do get a little bit more vitality on the table than an Omen would here, so I'm excited to see the versatility that Dons can bring to the table.
Yeah, and man, so I agree with the map. Like, this is not a map I've ever been a fan of as far as playing it. We just saw with that little that door thing, like there's just, if you don't have really good solid foundation of understanding the map and like the sounds and everything, it can be a struggle to play on as a new player. So the fact that they picked this map tells me that this is something that they've practiced and prepped for, and so it makes me wonder like what we're gonna see out of these teams as far as, you know, map knowledge. I think that's gonna come to play here.
Oh, 1,000,000,000%. Map knowledge is so pivotal on this map. It's so crucial to know the off angles, the rotations, the approaches, and as Witz goes in early with Barrel behind, it is going to be 3 eliminations in trade of just 1 Dons Valorant. They've got the 4v2 on board. They've got B-site locked down. And while Stafford High School did get the spike out, getting into any site is going to be really difficult here. Coke on a long... might get a little bit of action here. Let's find out. Spyware goes for the swing. Oh no! Coke misses both! Spyware able to get in a little bit closer. Only a classic in hand, though. Coke should still have another opportunity or two to get an elimination. Smoke goes up. Mini on the rotation, but Dons, they're already beginning a rotation of their own to lock up A site.
I mean, when you have when you try to do a take and have, you know, a kind of a bad take, like you're kind of forced into a swing and a rotation into another site. But being players down is just, it's difficult, right? Like, how do you get through and get that angle, especially when they're already pre-set up for it? So, it's rough.
Placing sentry.
2 wins in a row now for Dons Valorant. This is, again, as I mentioned back on Haven, kind of a statistical or economical expectation. The team that wins round number 1, they get an economy boost, which allows them to buy up into round number 2, which they're able to win as well. It's this round here where the losing team gets to buy up, usually close to a full economy, if not a full economy, and if they're able to win this round, they can bonus into the 4th round, where round 5 becomes kind of the level playing field. But if Stafford loses this round, their economy is really going to suffer. So they need to play slow and steady. They need to play cautious. And as they go in, Panda able to hold the door closed a little bit, but Zedalock up and over. It's going to be a pivotal moment. They've got C-Site open. Killjoy has to retreat back to the rest of the team. Spike Plant does come through. 400 more credits in the pockets of Don's Valorant.
And it's funny, you said you gotta play slow, gotta play careful, and then immediately Zeta just jumping in there, forcing them to either change positions or wing out. And Cove taking out one, Chong taking out the other, both of them on Marshals.
Oh, it's going to be Panda on that final. Mini does get theirs, but unfortunately just doesn't have what they were looking for. It's going to be Don's Valorant playing that slow and steady, going in, and even going for the ult orb to get that spike diffusal, trying to put the ultimates online as fast as possible. I think it makes sense that Resurrection only being one away, it allows you to get back into the fight if your team ends up losing. And that economical expectation that I spent 45 seconds explaining doesn't matter, because we have broken it here. It is going to be Don's winning 3 in a row, and now having the economic advantage to likely win the 4th.
So what do you do? What is the plan now? Now that Don's has the Acon advantage, since Stafford had that last round, like what does Stafford need to do to kind of regain some control here?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think it's when you're in this scenario, especially when you're the one playing it, it's difficult to kind of figure out what to do. There's a little bit of panic, a little bit of anxiety, but Stafford is doing exactly what I would suggest, which is keeping tight as a team, keeping close. Your goal here is to get 1 elimination. You want to bonus 1 rifle, pick that up, and keep moving into a second player, a second rifle, and you want to build it up almost like you're playing a very dangerous game of Jenga, because you need to be eliminating while not getting eliminated. And unfortunately, Stafford not able to find that. We're into a 2v2, with that Resurrection working wonders as they are able to find both remaining members of Stafford High School. They played it right. They unfortunately just lost that mechanical battle, and the weapons advantage became too heavy. But now going into round 5, they'll get to go for a full buy, and this will be the time for them to turn this snowball around.
Yeah, I was going to agree. Action got a little heavy, as it does in Valorant, especially with these games. Like we've noticed, like once something kicks it off, like it's kind of like a go button for like both teams. Like, all right, once something happens, let's go. And so it's kind of pivotal that both teams have that. I think it's important for someone to be that person to be like, all right, once this happens, that's the plan, and kind of like an executor of like what needs to go down.
Wow, phenomenal shot from Zeta. I want to highlight once again from a distance. This is a long-distance player if I've ever seen one. Just time and time again, going in, playing patient, and getting the numbers. For the first time, I believe, we're seeing Stafford with a numbers advantage that, unfortunately, just kidding, is still on the board. Sizzlingham's reaction time unparalleled thus far as they continue to try and lead their team to a winning position here in round number 5. 4-2. 2 players left standing on the side of Don's Valorant. Some loud ones. Chong, in particular, going to be going in looking for an elimination, but the firing squad away to my friend. It is a 4v1. Stafford looking real likely to win this round.
Yeah, and it's kind of the win they needed, right? They needed not only just a mental reset, a wonderful shot by Sizzlingham again there. Cool animation. I don't think I've seen that one before. That was interesting. But yeah, that was kind of like the round they needed. Like, this is a momentum swing, because Don's was almost playing off of momentum, and that's a big thing in like these kinds of games, is like the team that gets momentum, if they can carry that can get them a pretty strong lead pretty quickly.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I've said it so many times already today, but I feel like this game's so momentum heavy, so momentum based, that it's just a team going in, finding those 4 eliminations. That's going to be tough to shake them out. And even by winning the 1, Stafford really needs to establish some dominance, able to put down ideally 4 of their own, tie us up 4-4, something they're very familiar with, being tied against Don's Valorant. I think it's a spot where they could feel a little more comfortable. They could slow down just a little bit in their pace of play, be a little more calculated with their approach. And so far, calculated seems to be the name of the game. No overextension from Stafford High School this time. They're letting it play out slowly. They're waiting for somebody on Don's to overextend this time, which I think is a powerful thing to do. Don's Valorant, they're a team that's thirsty for an elimination.
Both teams looking for just the one person to peek to get some info. We haven't seen, I don't think either side has seen anyone yet, so we're sure trying to like figure out correction. Skyware getting 1, White getting 2, Sizzlingham picking up getting a res. Skyware getting another one, Zeta getting probably that long shot again that we
good
talked
flash.
about. Really good flash. Spike's been planted. We're trying to defend this spike. It's a 2v1 situation. We get one shot getting doesn't quite pick up the second one. Very close though.
Close indeed. An expensive round on both sides. I think everybody will still get to buy up, but Mini really coming to life here on this fade. Was definitely a quieter player back on map number 1. We weren't seeing as loud plays, and when you're playing Cypher, that is kind of what we expect to see, but Mini was so good at being that fifth man, being the one to come in to get an elimination when we didn't expect to see one. Instead, this time, Mini really leading the charge, 6 eliminations, tied for the most in team, and the fade gameplay just feeling more comfortable. It seems like Mini is fitting the right shoes a little bit more.
Where are you?
Yeah, they probably had some discussion, talked about like what each person's role is. Something I like to do as a coach is after a game, like just a quick reevaluation of like, all right, so what is our game plan? What are we trying to do? Because it can get lost in the moment, especially like a heated round like we saw at the very end of last game, last map. So it makes sense. And we have another pick here. We've got in a 2v4 situation, picks up. I thought we were going to see one pick up back, but nope. Now it's just one by themselves. And having to take a site here solo is tough. But we've seen Spyware pick up some crazy shots. So yeah. I'm not counting them out yet.
I mean, I think it makes sense, though, that Spyware would be kind of that lethal player that we tend to see, especially when you're playing Chamber, right? That Chamber ultimate, it's so powerful.
Chamber's so fun.
A force of nature here. And Chamber, another agent that really kind of, when he entered the fray, was unbelievably powerful. The meta pickup every time, but then a couple of nerfs later, he's not coming through as much. We're seeing players that really kind of lock in as specialists, bringing him to the table, and I think Spyware's play style lends itself nicely to being one of those Chamber specialists.
Yeah. I did like, even though it didn't work out for him, I like Spyware's attempt at the play there. I think taking the angle and using, you could see he was utilizing that door and the rotation of the door to try to get a better angle on them. They had too many people, unfortunately. And we do have a timeout here. That's a pause, basically a pause, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's essentially the same thing. A timeout is just going to be a team calling this because they want to have a little bit of discussion on what they expect to do. And then a tech pause, of course, would only be happening if something was technologically wrong, which, thank our lucky stars, has not happened quite yet. But going in, I'm going to guess that this is Stafford High School calling this timeout here, because this is, not only are they in the losing position right now, but this is also very similar momentum-wise to what we were seeing during that 11-11 back on Haven. They wanted to make a wish. They wanted to put themselves in the winning seat, and unfortunately it didn't work well. They see this map going away from them the same way Haven started to at the end, and they want to ensure a victory. So taking just the 60 seconds, discussing what's not working and why. What player do we need to be watching out for? What corners are we continuing not to check? Kind of what's our major kryptonite in this moment? And where's that lead vault that we can put it in? Because we need to find ourselves in a slightly larger position. You have to commend the team for being able to step back in this mentality and look at themselves and go, what is it that we need to change? Because that's a hard conversation to have, let alone a hard conversation to have with this much pressure on the table.
Yeah, and I agree, because as a coach, I'll say, like, it's difficult to teach kids this age that when we have these conversations, we're not blaming here. We're just trying to find the issue. Like, there is clearly a problem, and we just need to find the fix. We're looking for solutions. That's all it is. And it's a major skill, because, like, that's things that adults need. So having that fortitude and that mentality to just take a breath, take a breather, is, I think, really showcases like why these teams are champions.
Yeah, and champions in the making, regardless of the outcome here today.
Zayna
all of these
with the
kids
jet.
in their future will be winning a championship somewhere. I can feel it in my bones. We have 10 power players that I would not be surprised to see carry this energy into the collegiate scene as they continue to grow in their educations. The Bladestorm came out early. It was able to find an elimination. I think only the second Bladestorm elimination we've seen of 5 Bladestorms. So and that's across all players, not just Zeta Lux. So I think,
because we have Jets on both sides last round, right?
It's a great opening. It gives them the numbers advantage they need. They can play a little bit slower moving in the B side, but a lot of action. Nice. Carol does fall as well. Stafford able to find a double kill here with that Bladestorm, has the Spectre in hand. It's an inexpensive round for Stafford High School, but somehow these thrifties just always work so well for them. Phenomenal read. My goodness, beautiful.
I'll tell you what, Zeta on this Jet really knows their position. And honestly, yeah, I think using the ult there is great for their economy. I think, yeah, I agree 100%. Stafford has figured out the econ rounds so well. They know exactly when they can utilize what. I think they've played each one of them really smart as best they can. So I look forward to seeing like what they do now that they have some economy and like how they can kind of start clawing back some of this lead.
It's going to be 13 versus 8 here in the Clove 1v1. It's actually very funny. Both leaderboards led by Clove, Fade as the secondary. And looking at it, I mean, it's just looking beyond Wits and Sizzling. I'm looking at Chong versus Mini. It's 7-6, and then it's 5-5. It's 4-4. It's 3-2. So it really has become kind of Clove v Clove, and the rest of the team playing those supplemental moments, filling in those fifth man slots, and just trying to get the utility eliminations they need. Zeta has the wallbang headshot onto Wits, takes them out early, but Barrel with an answer of their own. We're tied up 4-4. Some power players down on both sides, and Stafford High School, they've got the tour de force a little bit harder to use on the offense, I think, pre-plant. I think once you've got the plant down, you can kind of tuck an angle and hold a corner, but for the time being, it's going to be a tough ultimate to make an appearance. Panda onto Spyware, Don's Valorant 4v3.
Yeah, it's like you have to kind of pay attention to different people at different moments. Oh, this is him looking and getting a quick peek on the rotation. That was... I wonder if that was planned. Uh-oh, Panda in trouble.
If it looked cool, it was always planned. That's the rule.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Silly me, I forgot. If it looked cool, it's planned. That's like
Absolutely. #1. Oh, the rule of cool. If it looks cool, I did it on purpose. And I mean, just what a cool round from Don's Valor. And I mean that in the sense of like calm, cool, and collected. This team, they're going through, they're watching their angles, they're approaching every corner as if somebody is behind it. And they're not letting the 3-round lead here, which is currently tied for the largest lead we've seen today, get to their head. They're still playing slow. They're playing with calculation. And it looks like, oh, we've got another disconnect, unfortunately. We're going to have to wait to see if they can... Oh, and the round has started, so I believe we have to play this round out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just kind of like how the competitive rules are. Once line of sight or different games have different rules, but line of sight, match start, things like that, like you have to just play it out, and because you can't interrupt a match in progress like that, because it's also kind of unfair to your opponents in the same way. So it's just unfortunate, is what it is kind of situation.
Yeah.
So playing a man down isn't impossible. Like we've seen Stafford come back from worse, right? Barrel getting a quick kill here.
Yeah, Barrel going to be able to find that elimination. Chong with one of their own. A really good lineup here for Don's Valorant to get aggressive. They know the disconnect has happened. They've gotten 3 eliminations. There's only one player left, and that's going to be a round win for Don's Valorant. Once again, going 7-3 here as we are entering the end of round 10.
So what's the play here when you know... I guess what I'm asking for is, like, when you have econ, how do you make sure you keep that up when you're in the lead? Because that's what Dons has to do, is make sure they're not overcommitting resources where they can continue building this lead further and further, right?
I think the good news is, in a scenario like that, especially when you get a flawless, you carry your rifle into the next round. So that's immediately 1,000 plus, 3,000 plus eliminations going through, 3,000 plus points going through, keeping your economy available. Your credits get to be up a little bit higher. And on the side of Stafford, if that disconnect does come through, if they choose to play it, they will get an ultimate orb when the disconnect fully happens. I know we're going into a bit of a timeout here as the teams are trying to figure out quite what to do. We're seeing what this disconnect can mean for the team, but all things considered, I think Stafford, this is kind of a good moment for them. It gives them a little bit of time to discuss what's going on, almost an extended, a good way to use a timeout like this, or a forced timeout, a tech pause, will be to discuss going in, what can we do differently when Nier gets back, which I believe they will be, or already may be.
I was going to say, it looks, based on what I'm seeing, it looks like that we do have a confirmed reconnect, so we should be good to go into this next round. We do have 3 ultimates to 3 ultimates, so I don't know if any of these ultimates are going to be a deciding factor, but it is something that both teams need to be aware of as we look into these fights. A lot A lot of vision and a lot of information already out here early in this round. Looks like we're moving as a team, which we've seen a lot of coming out of Stafford. Strong taking out the spyware on the side.
Yeah. V3 here in favor of Don's Valorant. Unfortunately, gonna be losing Zedalock as well. At least you get the trade there onto Coke. Another one comes through onto Mini. The great flash from Beryl. It's Beryl's the talented player and the type of player we're not really talking about him because everything he's doing is so clean. Going through with the flashes, going through with the hot hands, using those eliminations, to running it back as aggressively as he can, really getting the value out of those ults, and even there finding a 3K, something that we've seen Beryl do, I think, 4 times now. Don's Valorant finding themselves up 8-3 as we enter the final round of the first half. Map number 2, if Don's Valorant wins this map, this series is over.
So Beryl was actually someone I highlighted last game. Like, he wasn't high as far as eliminations, but his assists were high, right? I think, again, as I said before, like, that's such an underrated stat. Like, assists are just as important because it means you are fulfilling your role.
Yeah, filling the role is the name of the game. It's something we talk about in a lot of these first-person shooters. Is there's a lot of things to do other than have the most kills in the lobby, and it seems like he's such a good player at filling that out. Zedalock able to find Panda on that same off angle we saw utilized earlier. Such a powerful position to be in. 5v4, but Stafford, they lose Zeta, all the same. Player down. Sislingham finds one of their own, and with 4 players left on the C site here, I think going for the spike plant is going to be the play. It's up to Stafford to play the defense now, to play the post plant. Beryl takes him out. Another one. Beryl rushing in. Resurrection up. Beryl will fall. The Sislingham's ult popped. Almost an ace in the pocket, but has really set the team up for good success. Bomb Buddy out, gets the intel. Mini, last player standing. There's one. Sislingham does go down. Close, but no cigar. Don's Valorant first half comes to a close. 9-3 on the board. Only 4 rounds shy of wrapping this series up 2-0.
All right, well, so now, however, we do see a swap on sides, right? So,
yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Based on the characters picks, like, I kind of understand why Don's had such a strong showing here, because I feel like based on the agents they picked, they have a very, very strong defensive setup. It's very, very, very hard to take some of these points on this map with the agents that they picked. So do we think there could be a heavy swing here moving into this side swap?
I think Stafford definitely has an opportunity to play a slightly stronger defense. I think Chamber lends himself well to the defensive play style, and Spyware hasn't really had as many opportunities on Chamber versus that Sova to pop off and be explosive. So this could be the half where Spyware really snaps to life. But the side of Don's Valorant, the issue is their composition, maybe Killjoy aside, but this really does still stand for her. This is a very attack-heavy composition. Like, this team can get really aggressive with their playstyle, as if they weren't already. They can rush into sight, they can look for elimination, and that's kind of what I suspect to do, likely favoring that C side, maybe into that B site as well. But Don's Valorant, I think the second half could lend itself for them even better than the first. Coke goes in, double blast pack, able to find Spyware down early, 20 HP, but you take those any day of the week. A 5-4 advantage here for Don's Valorant as the spike has already been planted.
Ooh, Chong picking up 2, Wix picking up 2, and that is a clean set of eliminations coming out from the side of Don's Valorant. Great starting round to lead off this half.
Yeah, I mean, just blink and you miss it, the round is over. We go from a 5v4 to a 3v none in the blink of an eye. That's going to be phenomenal for Dons as they enter double digits here already on Lotus. They're going to be looking for just 3 more rounds, and if they can mirror what we saw back in the first 4 rounds of the game, they can wrap this up in 3 rounds. So let's see if they can come out with that same level of aggression. We see the leaderboard really starting to lean in favor of Don's Valorant as well. 17 versus 15, 16 versus 8. Another double-digit player on Don's Valorant ready to go as well. Currently their game to lose. A huge opening here, rushing into likely the B site as I predicted, and I think it's going to be a huge moment for them as nobody's home.
A really quick take of the site, so now we're looking. We see the door breakdown, so we know grenades out, shots are fired.
The headhunter from Spyware, not able to find it. Near puts down Wits, though. We see the headshot coming to fruition. Then Spyware's headhunter that wins the 1v1. Barrel finds another one, gives their life for the cause. Panda swings wide into it. Spyware able to find it. It's up to Chong to win the day, but they just can't do it. In Stafford High School, putting their 4th round win on the board, shaking things up, winning the round that statistically they're not expected to, and poking a huge hole in the plan of Don's Valorant.
That was incredible, like, patience coming out of Spyware, like, sitting there waiting, knowing he has kind of this nice angle there, and honestly, one of the better pistols, right? Because that was his utility.
Yeah, that headhunter really lending itself nicely. It's not going to be particularly expensive in the economic department. We see Stafford and Don's Valorant, they're not going to be able to go for full buys here. I like what Don's is doing. They're hero rifling, which means one player on the team has that rifle. They're going to try to get an elimination. They can then pick up the weapons on the other side. Stafford, though, going a little bit louder, going a little bit more expensive. I believe they had 3 rifles on the board, and it works okay at least. They get the 1-1 trade. Witch with that Vandal, though, trying to be a savage here, able to find that elimination. It's going to be a huge play changer, pace changer, excuse me, for Don's Valorant as they keep us tied up 4-4.
So you mentioned hero rifling. Can you explain just a little bit about like what that means?
Yeah, so basically hero rifling is when the team intentionally has one person buy a rifle, and the rest will buy sheriffs or something smaller, maybe specters. It's to keep the economy not shattered, but to still give likely the best mechanical player on your team a chance at winning the round. So right now, this Vandal on the side of Don's Valorant, it did its best, but does fall too little, too short. Stafford High School, 2nd round win in a row, and they've cut the lead down by 2 rounds as well. They've made it now only 10-5 if they can keep this momentum. If they can find 4 rounds in a row of their own, they could close us into 3, 10-7. Don's Valorant, though, they've got the full economy back online. Maybe cutting a couple edges, if we're being honest. 80% economy. And if Don's loses this one, I think it's safe to say momentum has fully, completely, and totally shifted.
Yeah, props to Stafford, like, it's still keeping, you know, a mental game here, keeping their wits about them as they look into these rounds, knowing that they have to claw back, but not letting that pressure get to them. Dizzling taking out 2 very quickly at the start of the round. Don's already in a 3v5 situation.
Turrets destroyed.
Sizzlingham, just such a power player for Stafford, was struggling a little bit more here at the beginning of Lotus, but has found themselves comfortably moving in to a position of play, looking for those eliminations early. Mini does take Panda out of the equation, sinking us to a 5v2. Barrel with the Gaia Vandal, my favorite Vandal skin in the entire game. Trying to make some magic happen with it. Sizzlingham, that's got to be 3 HP at most.
It is definitely a sliver. 1 stray shot away.
Could be 5. Let's see if they find it, though. They get a little bit of noise. Mini, though, swings them both down. A triple kill on the board. A flawless round win for Stafford. So I think there's no argument here anymore, Coach. I think momentum has switched here in the second half, and Stafford High School are coming to life.
100% agree here. Momentum has shifted, and so now it becomes up to Don. What are you going to do about it? Like, do you give up an econ round? Like, you play a little bit slower? Like, what do you guys need to do to mentally shift to take back this lead?
Well, you play an econ round really whether you like to or not. You don't have the economy right now to go for a full buy. If you continue to force kind of full-ist buys, buying the most expensive gun you can, your economy's never going to recover. So really, I mean, a pat on the back to these kids for recognizing that they need to slow down, they need to force this economy, and they need to just play a little bit slower here. In 1 round, they can go on to maybe win 2 or 3. Even so, they've got the numbers advantage for the first time in 3 rounds. They're able to get the spike plan down as the push through just isn't able to happen. They've picked up a couple of weapons from Stafford. So a round that started really poorly for Dons in terms of economy is landing really well in their favor. Near finds 1, the global ultimate from the side of Stafford comes through, and I think that wins them the round. Near jumps in with the triple kill, 1 player left standing. The Haunt gonna be able to find it for the Prowler, and now it is Near's 4K that cleans the round up. Exactly as I predicted, Stafford winning 4 rounds in a row. They've closed that gap within 3, 10-7.
So no, this has been the biggest gap that we've seen, and still Stafford climbing back out is really a testament to the fortitude of that team. We see a lot of teams, and I've seen teams where once something bad happens, it's hard to come back to. It's something that we have to teach, like that. It's not over until the final shot, right?
Sure,
and so
sure.
it's a great highlight to this team, and just kind of showing like why they have gotten where they are.
These teams, that's something that maybe giving that reminder is never a bad idea of how far these kids have come, how much they've worked to get this far, the work they've put in, the practice, the communication, keeping a level head, even in intense moments like this. Zedalock able to take Coke out of the equation so early. The running back here from Barrel going in, getting that intel on site. You want to try and get at least one elimination, and they might find you on the respawn. Spyware turns too quickly, gets taken down for it, and Don's Valorant, they lose the numbers advantage they had. Panda on the tie-up. 2v2. Spike not planted. Chong going for the plant. Near and Panda, I think they can smell one another. They know somebody's just around the corner. You saw the rifle, but got distracted.
Last player standing.
1v1, Near v Chong.
Slow down.
Util out. Flash goes up. Fakes the defuse. And has the read. Knows Chong is in the back. Goes for the smoke. Fakes defuse again. The spray comes through. You've given your location away. And still, Chong finds it. My goodness. The 3-player elimination. Don's Valorant 11-7. Coming to life a little late, but better late than never.
Rest is over.
Yoshi Chong, it's funny his name being Yoshi, clearly not named after the green dinosaur, but clearly showing like he is putting on a real good masterclass of this agent and just his skill set. So big shout out to just the patience there that he had in that last round.
Patience, I think especially for Don's Valorant, has really been the name of the game. This is a team that comes in, their preferred play style is to go in, okay, click heads, let's win. But we see Stafford putting up such an aggressive fight, playing such a strong defense, holding the proper angles, that Don's has found it really difficult to play, quote, their game. They've had to adapt on the fly. They've had to make some pretty egregious changes that I think really could have shaken a team in their boots, but instead, Don's has slowed down. Their communication, even though we can't hear it, you can tell in the gameplay, has gotten so much stronger. They know exactly who's where. The showstopper out. Near goes down. Mini is going to trade out Wits with that ultimate up. Don's Valorant back into the 5. This is a really big moment for Don's Valorant. They're going to use all their ultimates, but if they win this round, they're one away from winning the series and coming out of this as champions.
Yeah, the pressure is really on right now. Can they take the win? They've got numbers advantage. What can they do with it is the question that we'll be able to see the answer for. And Barrel taking down 2, and that is the answer they needed. There it is, now 12-7. This is game round, right?
Match point.
Yeah, this is it. This is match point. This is series point. This is tournament point. So things are looking really powerful here for Don's Valorant. They've come in large and in charge. Stafford answered back. I think regardless of how this series ends, all 10 players get to be proud. And I know somebody just rolled their eyes and said, oh, really, Stafford? No, I mean it. I really do mean it. These players have kicked butt. This is such a difficult game to play. To come into this grand stage and perform at this caliber, it is breathtaking. I am stunned by the performance we've seen. And I think Stafford, I feel it in my bones, coach. They've got one more in them.
Oh, 100%. And you're correct. Like, we've seen them come back. Oh, Zeta getting 1. Hold up. We gotta push onto the site. Very aggressive action here. Zeta getting 2. Grizzly Hand picking up 1. This could be it. This could be the round. Zeta on the up. Looking for another. Sizzling Ham. Don't need it. Chinese taking up the last one. You know, it's almost... Did we say cast or curse here? It's like we called it into existence.
Cast or blessing, depending on which team you're rooting for. That's true. I called it. I knew Stafford was going to be playing that round well. I saw Zeta lock in with that operator. I saw the angle hold, and I knew they were getting at least one. The door wasn't kicked open. It was blown off its hinges for Stafford High School to walk in to find that value and win that round. They've got to close out. Now, unfortunately, coach, we've entered the territory. Stafford has to win 4 rounds to force overtime, where they then have to go on to win 2 more to win. So it's still a 6-round differential, technically speaking. They have to win, hypothetically, 6 in a row, but I feel it. I think Stafford can do this. If you're a big Stafford fan, we'd love to see some love for them in chat as well. They need it. They deserve it. They've been playing so well. And if you're rooting for Don's Valorant, you're 1 round away from greatness. This team is so close. And with a loud play from Barrel early, not able to find anything. It's sizzling him on the double. Barrel's ultimate down and out. Zedalock with another elimination. And just when you think the game is over, Mini closes the door. Stafford High School, 9 points on the board.
Zeta again on that operator is really, like, we talked about this, I thought. Like, we were expecting to see actually this exact gameplay of these, like, long angles with, like, something like an op or a Marshall, like, on, like, Zeta, someone like Zeta.
I see myself in Zeta's gameplay. That's why I was so confident these snipers were coming. This is exactly how I love to play the game on maps like this. And, I mean, look how well it works when this player gets to lock in the way Zeta is.
We do see Zeta have ults. We save that, though, right? In case something... I mean, can we?
I mean, you've got the op. I think popping Bladestorm if the team rushes you is not a bad idea. That op, of course, is ideally long distance. You want to have something in the pocket you can kind of pull out and collapse on an opponent with, like Bladestorm lends itself really nicely to do. We see Mini on that elimination already with a triple! My goodness, Mini comes through 3 on the board. That's going to be a huge opener here. Can the remaining 2 players of Don's VALORANT answer back? I just don't know. I think Mini might have this one. An ace on the board! Gives their life for the cause, but mark it off your VALORANT bingo sheet, gang. That is Mini coming in with the 5K in Stafford, now entering double digits.
From the front.
Congratulations, Benjamin Minhee, getting the ace there. All 5 kills. What an incredible highlight. That's gotta go into a highlight reel somewhere.
Absolutely. What a showing from this team. Stafford in particular, Mini and Zeta, 2 players that were maybe a little bit more quiet on that first map, really getting their flowers here on map number 2 and making it close enough that even if you lose at this point, golly, you gotta feel good about it.
Still on match point here, so it's still literally anyone's game. One misplay, it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both teams taking it real nice and slow. And compared to the last, I feel like the last couple rounds we've seen Dons be very, very aggressive, and now they've slowed down again, which, to their credit, has worked out for them a lot.
The Nightmare goes out early on. They're trying to go for that slow play style, get the information they need, and honestly, you're very right, Coach. Oh! My goodness! Zeta with the double takes him down and out, says, I got mine. Listen, I did my job. Able to find the double kill early. Barrel finding 2 more. Is this the beginning of the end for Stafford High School? 3v2, a winnable round if I've ever seen one. Barrel goes in, has it, finds it. The res comes up, rush it. You have to chase it. Flash goes in. Action comes through. Oh, and it's Sizzling that finds it instead. Another one. Sizzling him comes to life. It's Kofi. Sizzling him 1 HP in a dream. The lockdown is out. It gets destroyed in the final moment. And it's a timer game now. Wide swings. Finds it! And Don's VALORANT a walk away victorious. 13-10, 2-0, and a beautiful close up there. Don's VALORANT, what a game. And Stafford High School fighting tooth and nail to the bitter end. My goodness, you couldn't ask for a better series.
Oh, absolutely. And quick shout out to Stafford. I think they played phenomenally well. They came back from like a 5-game deficit at one point. Really showed a mental fortitude. That was probably the closest VALORANT series I've personally ever had as far as casting and being able to watch. I think both teams did incredibly well. It could have been literally anyone's game by the end of it.
Yeah. No, genuinely, fully, totally, and completely, it was through and through a phenomenal series. And Stafford, I don't think I could say enough good things about that team. My goodness, the reactivity, the adaptation, the gameplay change, and the communication shift in the style that we can just see in the gameplay alone. Their communication was so strong. We watched it change. We watched it change the gameplay, change the game entirely. And if you are Stafford, this is a tough moment. This is the hard spot to be in. Second place is never where somebody wants to be. But the good news is you brought it that close. This was a series that was genuinely so powerful. It was a series that you get to go back and VOD review. And I think there's a lot to learn from this. This team came through. They played well. And Don's VALORANT, such a deserved victory. It got close. It got scary. There was a little bit of a fumble in the middle, but they said, listen, lock in, win. And they were able to do just that. It was such a good performance from Don's, and I cannot tip my hat to these players enough. What a great series.
Yeah, both teams should definitely keep their heads up after this series. I think both teams really just left it all on the field, as they say, gave everything they could. There is no doubt in my mind that either team did not give 110% here.
No, seriously. And I think that Cheesy, again, Cheesy Sepulence incoming, after school special Sepulence incoming warning. I think that is like the most important part, right? Going into this, giving 110%. Even losing map 1 is tough. You want to play a little bit slower. But these players, they came in, they gave it 200% on map number 2 here. Lotus was so powerful. It was so impressive. In Stafford High School, the compositional changes they made went a really long way. I was hesitant to swap off the Omen at first, but Sizzling him shut me up pretty early on with some great plays. And I think Don's Valorant, the changes they made, the Killjoy, I was like, I don't know. But again, I got proven wrong. These players came in, they gave it 110%, and I hope genuinely that everybody can walk away happy, because giving it your all is what this is all about. And I think all 10 players get to say, without a doubt, they came in and they did that today.
Yeah, huge shout out, as you were saying, to both Sizzlingham and as well as Zeta. Like, they were fighting tooth and nail. There were some impressive plays, but can we talk about some of these Jet ults? Like, we saw, what, a total of like 3 or 4 eliminations across the round. I think that's really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Bladestorm and Ultimate, that's not necessarily as good as it used to be. You know, it used to recharge on that right click as well. So we used to see people right click spam with it a lot more, but it got rid of that. And even then, these Jet players, they just feel good playing Jet still. They want to use that Ultimate, and it still lends itself really nicely in scenarios like we saw Stafford especially bring to the table today.
Well, and then you also have the options of the smokes with Jet, so like I think Jet still brings just a lot to the table in general. And then, you know, we see Spyware with here's another headshot. Like, those are so practiced. You can just tell, like, he's ready for these lineups every time.
That's somebody who has been grinding in custom lobbies for a long time, so it is really just an impressive showing, and I think that's the important part too, right, is recognizing the likely thousands of hours of work these players have been putting in to play the game at this caliber, and what I would call easily a collegiate level. These players are coming in, they're overperforming, they're kicking butt, they're taking names, and Don's Valorant was able to do just that today. We see even in these replays, so many of these star-studded moments it's a 3v2 or a 2v2 or a 1v2. It's like every single round went so far. Every single player fought until that bullet was in brain and they weren't able to play that round anymore. It was just the dedication and the commitment from these players that carried us through 2 maps all the way into, what was that? We ended on the 23rd round of Lotus after going to round 21 or 22 on Haven. Like, we went all the way every time.
Yeah, it was incredible. And so here we have your national champions. Don's Valorant are your Valorant PlayVS Cup winners. Congratulations to them and the Spanish Fork High School. Huge shout out to both the players and the coach of that school. They really showed that they have earned their title.
Yeah, absolutely. Just such a beautiful performance from Don's Valorant. And going into this, you know, looking at this, Coach, seeing kind of how this improved, even being this winning team, how important is it to recognize the importance of the win, but the importance of all that work that's still left to be done?
It's hugely important. I think something that's very undervalued with, especially esports as a whole, is the amount of time and commitment. We're not just sitting around playing. These kids are not just sitting around playing a video game. Like, they are legitimately practicing and putting time, effort, sweat, tears into these games. And like, this kind of payoff makes it all so worth it for them. And it's something that people really should, you know, value and understand, because it's no different than your traditional sports. These kids are sweating and tearing up for the same reasons that you would see a Heisman Trophy winner doing the same thing. Like, it's the same feeling. It's a mutual feeling, and I think we can all appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think that's what I love about this as well, right? Is like, esports is that thing that you get to be like, it's genuinely for everybody. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter where you're from, it doesn't matter how good you are. Playing traditional sports or kind of like your background of playing something else that's competitive. There's this beautiful open Venn diagram of like, there's something about this that everybody can find interesting. And that's what I think is so great about it. It's just really a good opportunity for these players to come in, to show something off they love, and also to get rewarded for putting in that time at a younger age. You know, back when you and I were gaming as children, we didn't have that same, that this didn't exist, and I'm so stoked that it does exist, that I get to be a part of it in any kind of way like this, because this is so amazing for the growth and the recognition of the importance of spaces like esports. So I'm always so grateful to be a part of things like this. I think it's so great.
Yeah, that's exactly why I became a super coach and why I've been pushing PlayVS and working with them and doing all of these things for esports is because I remember being these kids and not having that space and not being able to showcase that I have talents too. It's just not in the same space as everyone else. And I think building that space and those kinds of things is so important for some of these kids that would not have these opportunities otherwise. They wouldn't be PlayVS national champions otherwise without programs like these, and I think it's really important to highlight.
I mean, I talk about it all the time. Esports paid for me to go to college, right? That's not something that could have happened 10, 12 years ago. Like, it's a huge opportunity, and I'm so grateful that these opportunities continue to grow, continue to trickle for these players, and become so much more, accessible than they used to be. This is something that used to be a rarity, but instead, it's becoming a commonality, and I could talk about it forever, but I digress. Before we go ahead and wrap things up here for Valorant, folks, though, I do want to just take a moment to give a big shout-out to Respawn as the official gaming chair of PlayVS. We are very excited as they are, as I mentioned, the official gaming chair of PlayVS, and you could actually use a promo code PlayVSTeam, so that's PlayVSTEAM, to snag 10% off Respawn chairs at respawnproducts.com. So we are very excited. A big shout out and a big thank you to Respawn as well. We're so grateful to have you guys along this journey with us. But folks, unfortunately, the Valorant journey does end right about here. So we are going to go ahead and throw things back to our very talented hosts, Lemon, Kiwi, and Stacks, as they're going to walk you guys through what we're expecting next and what game's coming up. We'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much for watching.
Well. We have our first national champions of the show today. Spanish Fork out of Utah. They get their redemption run after, they went through it last year in the PlayVS Cup finals and then came back and won two very, very close maps to sweep the national championship. Lemon, what a entertaining series it was, even with the comeback effort right at the end. Squashed just short.
I thought this was for sure going to map 3. That comeback on Lotus there had me going. I'm not gonna lie, but Valorant is all about them fake comebacks. But 13-11, 13-10, and that's our first final of the day. It really does not get closer. I had to get ice. Like, that's how long that match took. I had to get ice for my milk, just to keep me energized
I had some
through
popcorn going. We got some milk going.
Cheers. I know. Cheers. Is it weird, chat, to have ice with milk? I don't know. I live in the desert, okay? So I gotta keep myself refreshed. I gotta keep myself energized. And it looks like we have an interview with a very special player joining us from the Spanish Fork High School. So let's bring them in production. I am super excited to hear from Beryl, the captain, the team captain of Spanish Fork High School, who sported on the Duelist. So Beryl, if you can hear us, congratulations on your victory, man. You're a champion. I mean, all the work has culminated to this moment. What does this mean to you and the team?
I mean, honestly, like, after losing last year, we were bummed. So glad we got a second chance because we were all juniors last year. And so we knew we still had another year left because we were all juniors. So we were excited. We made it all the way. We were very pumped. Had a little nick and cranny. Our Smokes player, Wits, he actually had to rebook a flight because he is leaving to Orlando literally right now. So he had an unrefundable ticket, so we had to buy a second ticket to go on vacation. So his entire family's in Florida right now supporting from Florida, and he had to buy a later flight to go there. So I'm glad he was able to make that commitment to us, and love that guy. So
well, he made a great contribution too, especially on the first map. You know, we had a feeling watching you guys last year, so I'm like, okay, sure, they got swept, but they're a bunch of juniors. There's a very good chance y'all going to be back. Can you take us back to the start of the year and just the mindset going in, having come so close just a few months prior to, like, what are you thinking going into this year on your kind of redemption tour?
I mean, honestly, we were honestly kind of hyped, right? Because we knew we still had the season, and then literally first week of the fall season, we played a team, they streamed it, and after the game, we go back and watch the stream, and after they lost, they were talking, and they're like, this is the expected team to win nationals, and so it's like, well, all these teams are expecting us to win nationals, so there's actually more pressure on us this year than there was last year. So it definitely made it slightly more stressful knowing that we were the expected team to go all the way. I'm glad that we could do it. So it was definitely a lot more stressful than it was last year, but glad we could do it.
And this is a stressful series. I don't blame you, because 13-11, 13-10, like, you almost went into overtime. There's almost that comeback on Lotus. Who is the person that's keeping the team composed, or how are you guys handling the nerves from series to series?
I mean, honestly, it's kind of a group effort. I'm always saying we're good, we're chilling. Let's do this. Let's just stay composed. Let's win. This is our game. As long as we play by the fundamentals, we'll win. Just trying to make sure we don't get tilted, especially when teams are getting momentum. This game is very heavy based on motivation, momentum, and mentals. So as long as you have those three, I think you can go a lot further. We lost like map ones for the other 2 games we played in the cup. To get both of those to map 3. Glad we didn't have to do that today. And honestly, it's just because before the game started, I told our team it starts 15 minutes before the first match because of the mental aspect. So we lost the map once on those 2 games, and then this one we were definitely a lot more prepared before the game started, and we finally were able to win a map 1 in the PlayVS Cup. So
as a coach myself, I love hearing that it's like what happens during the game doesn't matter as much. It's the preparation and everything leading in. Beryl, we're going to give you the floor here. You are a national champion. The redemption tour is complete. You go out on top. Any shout outs, anything you want to say out to the world here as a Valorant national champion?
I mean, honestly, shout out to PlayVS, right? This wouldn't be possible without them. Great platform. I've mentioned it to a lot of schools nearby that don't have a Valorant team because we've, of course, talked about it. They've seen us, what we can do. Love PlayVS. Love all the sponsors that make the scholarships possible. And then also shout out my mom and dad, right? My biggest fans. I got my aunts, uncles. Love them all. Love every single person that's watching. Love my teammates. Wouldn't be possible without them. We started playing teammates 2 years ago. And honestly, they're my brothers now, right? I love those guys like they're actual family, and so I'm glad that we were able to go that far with all of them. So,
man, and you went the furthest. You're a champion, baby. And man, you were top fragging in both of those maps. So
yeah,
I can't
good.
wait. I just know your future is going to be so bright in Challengers or VCT, whatever it is. Keep going, man, and keep going with all your brothers. This is such a heartwarming interview. Thank you so much for your time. And I'll let you go celebrate and happy vacation to Wits.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. And guys, that was a Beryl, team captain from Spanish Fork High School, joining us for that post-finals interview. And Stags,
nice guy.
Nice guy. And media trade already. Like,
yeah, that's great too. Just to hear that redemption story too, of like, you know, this is the team that was here last year, and you know, didn't go anywhere near according to plan. I think they might have taken 6 rounds total in the finals last year, and to come back and, you know, to have faced all that adversity all the way through the bracket, to finally to pull it off at the end here, not needing to go to a third map at all, you know, just squashing the comeback effort on both maps to win some very high tension matches. Just a great overall story for Spanish Fork, and that's why we do what we do here. You know, this is one of those stories that, you know, when we're going into the Valorant finals next year, we're going to remember this team and their journey, their 2-year-long journey to reach this point.
yeah, and shout out to Beryl's family and all the families joining us. We have an exciting day at PlayVS, and you know what? The games get sweaty. But of course, Duo Digital keeps us all comfortable. They gave me and Stack some jerseys so we could pretend to be players, although, like Stack said, we're kind of on the Stormtrooper side of things. And of course, dairy, I've been doing more because of dairy. I've been drinking milk. I added ice, and Stacks, I mean, we're going to be staying awake throughout the show because of milk.
Absolutely. You know, it's been... they've actually we're going to be going through a lot of it today because you know, we've still got Street Fighter coming up, we still got Marvel Rivals coming up. I mean, this thing gonna get rebuilt a few times.
It is, absolutely. And we have Street Fighter around the corner. I'm super excited for that. Me and Leg Day are going to be casting Marvel Rivals eventually. So I'm going to just throw it to a quick break so that we can get everything organized. And we will see you guys on the other side to talk more about fun video games here at the PlayVS Cup.
Welcome back to the 2026 PlayVS Cup. Stacks alongside Lemon Kiwi, and yes, we're up to 2 here.
Boy, I got a match. Yes, we have 2020 vision, but it's like 20 glasses on our head. But you know, big shout out to
Really
Zenny, who is
2026 vision.
Oh, what about 2027 vision? I feel like Zenny would maybe allow me to see the future with all the glasses that I have. And, you know, prescriptions, anti-reflective stuff, all of the features of Zenny. And you guys could scan this QR code on your screen because they have a very special and exclusive giveaway. Enter for your chance to win one of 10 prizes that include a Zenny gift bag. And, of course, these are very affordable glasses, so I would go over to Zenny.com and see what pair fits you, because hey, it's not even just glasses or prescription glasses, there's also sunglasses, as Stacks coins it, the Zunnies.
The Zunnies, yeah, that when you open them up, they got the little bunnies on the inside. It says Zunnies. I think it's just a brilliant brand name. And also I love the tagline, trendy not spendy, which
I
is
love a good
absolutely
rhyme.
true to form. Yeah, absolutely loved the Zenny glasses. And we're also presented by Respawn, providing the chairs for the champions. The champions are all getting PlayVS Cup Championship embroidered chairs. You can get a chair for yourself as well from our friends at Respawn. 10% off with the promo code PlayVSTeam. I gotta say, like, yes, hashtag ad and all that. They sent one along for the show. I have absolutely loved it. First of all, I needed a new gaming chair, and I'm kind of regretting not having just bought a Respawn chair to start with, because then I probably wouldn't have needed one at this point. Because, this has been very durable, very comfy. Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
And you can get yours as well.
Yes, and you guys should look at our current chairs right now, because me and Stacks have very different ones. I would say I really like mine because it has a mesh, so if you guys have sweaty backs, I'd be sitting on my chair all day, guys, especially gaming and especially casting. So I really appreciate a mesh chair that is very breathable. It also has a nice leather for my butt, and you have a different one, which is kind of like that racer style. I really like yours.
Yeah, I've always loved the racer style chairs. I love the armrests. You know, I had like I'll be honest, and I can't even remember the brand name, but I had a really cheap one that the armrests actually like fell off because they're like these kind of plastic things. These obviously you can't see them, but they're more leathery and a lot more comfy, a little rounded at the front. Love it.
Of course, and before we get into any of the more action, somebody is going to be winning a Respawn chair embroidered by PlayVS, and we have to get into the next award for the PlayVS Awards. It's Team of the Year, Stacks! I'm so excited.
It's us, right? We're the Team of the Year.
Yeah, we're the duo. How many people does it make a team? I don't know.
Well, it depends on the team. In all seriousness, the PlayVS Team of the Year award honors the amateur esports team that set the standard for excellence this season, whether through competitive success, teamwork, dedication, leadership, or community impact. These teams recognized here today demonstrated what it means to not just compete, but also grow together. And our nominees are from Valley View High School in Arkansas, the Bashan Blue Shells. From Bethpage Senior High School in New York, the BHS Eagles, the Rising Program. Olathe West Esports out of Olathe West in Arkansas, or rather, Arkansas, Kansas. And Heritage Thinkers from Heritage High School in Virginia. And our last nominee is Lancaster High School, LNHS, out of Lancaster in California.
And your winner is... Okay, drum roll, guys. Everyone join with us. Drum roll. Your winner of Team of the Year goes to BHS Eagles from Bethpage Senior High School in New York. Man, back-to-back New York winners, Stacks. This team is outstanding.
They are, and this is making an immediate impact. This is their first year competing in PlayVS. They shattered expectations, qualified for the playoffs, reached the top 5 in their league, and produced one of the season's highest scoring players. But their success goes beyond the results, as it always does with a team of this caliber. through weekly practices, a commitment to teamwork, and a culture built on sportsmanship and having fun, the VHS Eagles have created a program that continues to inspire others. Their impact has been so significant that school leaders from other districts have visited Bethpage High School to learn from their success and explore starting esports programs of their own. With exceptional progress, passion, and determination, the VHS Eagles have proven that their future is bright. Congratulations to the Bethpage Eagles, the 2026 PlayVS Team of the Year. And that really resonates with me, the part where other schools are coming to them saying like, hey, you're the standard. How do we do that? That was the goal that we set up here in Maine, that like, you know, in 2020 when the MPA started offering esports, we're like, all right, we're going to do this, but we're going to do it right. We want other teams to look at us and go, all right, this is how you do it. This is how you set the standard and create something that's more than just, you know, the video game club. And I feel like we've done that, and all the teams that we see nominated for Team of the Year over the past few years exemplify that as well.
Absolutely. And I love that sense of community. Schools are helping out other schools. We're all here today to celebrate the best high schools from around the nation. We got family members watching. We're going to be on the Capcom Fighters channel for Street Fighter coming up. And speaking of which, let's talk about that bracket, because it's time to get into the finals of our next game. Street Fighter 6 is going to feature Sure High School against Kenner Discovery Health.
Yeah, only about 1,900 miles between our PlayVS Cup national finalists. And you've got two teams that have been, they have had a journey to get here. You got the Spring 2026 regional champion in Kenner Discovery Health out of Louisiana, and the Spring 2026 Pacific region champions from Shure out in Montebello, California. Interesting thing about this Shure team, I mean, first of all, the seeds for this matchup are bonkers, because this bracket was pure chaos. You got the number 3 seed from Kenner taking on number 8 seeded Shure, but also you've got a player on the Shure side, I believe it's a JP main, that doesn't actually own the game. And there's nothing that is more high school esports than the captain of the team does not actually own the game. All of his practice comes in the lab, comes from, you know, the team practices. I can't tell you how many players I've had come in and want to play something, and they're like, yeah, I don't actually own the game, but like, I'll play it. And I'm like, sure, why not? And more often than not, you know, if they have that drive, they actually pick it up very quickly, and that's clearly what has happened here with Shure. They have a Terry main. I believe both teams have a Terry main that has not dropped a game in the PlayVS Cup bracket. So one of them says that Terry is low tier and needs buffs. I can tell you, having played every game that Terry appears in, no, he does not. But that's fine. That's fine. Here as we look at Shure SF6 Green and KDHSA SF6. Lemon, let me get your thoughts here. Looking at the numbers, who sticks out to you as a favorite?
I mean, geez, Kenner Discovery Health, 8-0 in the regular season. They haven't dropped a game. Can they discover some losses? I know they're discovered about health over there. I was trying to discover, is it California versus LA? And I'm glad that you said it was Louisiana. Because so I need to go to one of them New York schools, or maybe to one of these, because this is going to be an intense matchup. So let's go over our predictions. Let's put our zennies where our mouth are. I would say I'm going to go with the undefeated team, Stacks. I'm going to steal that from you. I think Kenner Discovery is going to win this. What do you think?
All right. Well, I think it's absolutely fascinating that you've got a captain on the Shure side, doesn't own the game, and is still playing at the level he's at. I guess Shure here. I think California knows how to party, and they're going to party celebrating a Street Fighter 6 national championship.
Yes. They're not just Sure, they're great. And InZone Sony is bringing us all the best gear. Of course, our players wouldn't be as amazing as they were if they didn't have the gear to translate that skill into the game. And you guys can go and get a discount on one of our sponsors, InZone Sony, using Play26 at electronics.sony.com. And we have a special question for you in the chat. We're going to pop a poll because we're curious. What do you prefer for gaming gear? Wired, wireless, depends on the gear, or does it matter? I'm not gonna lie, Stacks, I'm gonna expose myself here. I still use wired mice because I don't remember to charge anything. What about you?
Well, considering that I charged this Sony InZone mouse when I got it, and that was a couple days ago, and have not plugged it in at all since, and it's still at about like 90% battery. Wireless is the way to go for me. It's just all the freedom I get. You know, the cord always gets in the way when I'm trying to move a mouse around, and you know, bangs off like other stuff I've got on my very cluttered desk. So you know, for me, I got to go with wireless.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go with sending over to our casters for our Street Fighter 6 Grand Final. This is gonna be a banger, folks. We have on the call Saint Cola and Septulence. So, boys, take it away.
Hola!
Septulence, but I'm joined this time by Saint Cola as we are jumping into Street Fighter 2026 here at PlayVS, and I am over the moon, unbelievably excited to watch these schools, Kenner Discovery Health Sciences Academy versus Sure High School. But before we get into all that, before we get into the teams and logistics, Saint Cola, so good to have you here, man. How are you feeling today?
And a big thing for PlayVS. It's so different than the usual. Usually when you go to a tournament as a Street Fighter player, it's a 1v1 and get it done and it's out and it's over, right? But a team based, a different sort of style that we've seen over at Street Fighter League, probably at your local events too as well when they want to have a little bit of extra fun. And out here, it's the main focus. That means you have to really show out for your team and the people behind you. And if you lose, you'll be salty together. We'll see who's salty this time. Two Titanic teams who have been playing a lot. You saw the stats. They've been grinding it out. And the character list is actually very surprising too. Talk to me about Sure.
This is a team that, in that 8th seed, you maybe don't expect them to make it this far, but they're coming in with two very high-tier characters and then a slightly lower but still pretty good character. So we are expecting to see a JP, a Terry, and a DJ. Now, it's also important to note that these aren't set in stone. This is just what we're expecting. These kids to come out and play whatever they want. But if we are seeing those three characters, those three fighters, I mean, Saint Cola, what a roster to have to try and fight through.
That's a difficult, nasty roster. You got a Terry who is, and for many people's minds, in like top 5 in terms of like the tier list. JP, who I've talked to pros who play JP, and they're like, yeah, my character's top tier out here. There's the best character in the game for many. And then DJ, who is like a sleeper pick, but is still very strong. We still DJ win at CECC. That's something that me witnessed firsthand. Yes. And also over at Frosty, that's blue. So seeing a DJ that is mained, that's gonna be a dangerous composition. But that's on paper. Everything can happen in fighting games. That's just one factor, one X factor that could be modified. On the other side of things, Kenner Discovery has Ken, Terry, and Marisa. Now, the reverse is those characters aren't as strong as what we see on the other side of things. However, how many times do you play against Marisa and have a good gameplay?
Exactly.
Like, there's the surprise factor, right?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Every time I'm playing against Marisa in ranked, it's like you're fighting a brick house every time. Yeah. She comes in with that powerhouse. She has that ability, and if she's able to close that gap on you quickly, I think players, myself included, can sometimes fail to respond in time. She can really come in, she can really find that opening and just run with it, like several characters in this game can. But if we're seeing something like running that Marisa into JP, Marisa's going to be much more familiar with the JP matchup than maybe the other way around. So maybe that lends itself nicely here for Kenner Discovery. I love the slightly less conventional characters, and it feels weird to call Marisa that, but she's the best example we have, I think. But I think that's really going to be exciting to see that swap up, to see that gameplay change. And these players going head to head, I mean, they have had some crazy seasons. We've got a player on the side of Sure High School that doesn't even own Street Fighter 6. He only plays at school, and he's a high master player. So like, I'm over the moon. I'm so stoked to see what's going to be happening here.
Oh, we're in action right now. Terry on the screen, and Marisa, the muscle master, pulling up. That's the first character they are playing. They want that surprise factor right off the rip. People, this is the finals for PlayVS Cup. Let's get it.
This is it. Marisa already making a huge opening here. It looks like we're going to be seeing it. Maddox behind Marisa on the side of KDH-SA, and then this Terry coming in. Terry, such a good character at playing that mid to close range, but you do not want to be playing mid to close range against Marisa. She doesn't even let him get up already. 75% of that health bar gone.
Chipping away, goes for the DI, easy
That's
kill.
it.
If you're Jose, I mean, yeah, this is, oh, okay, we cleaned it up. It's okay. We found the follow-up. We still got the kill. If you're Jose, you didn't whisper that level 1. There's no reason to waste that resource. Save it for the next round. Another jumping, clearing the fireball, taking towards the corner, and hot pursuit.
Wow, just that brutal play. Getting out of the corner here is going to be difficult, but that grab opens up the door for Terry a little bit. Going to be using that rush in. Level 2 could be online, but level 3 from Marisa, if she needs it. That bread and butter combo just working. I think the 4th time in a row. The counter comes through. A quick jab short. Oh, this could be huge. Could Terry find his way out of this? Marisa just, what, 2 hits away?
We spin at the bottom. I have to spin level 3 to make that happen with the throw. Oh, no, level 3 though. Could have spit. You better seal the deal. Spin punish. Nothing big right after though.
Oh no, no charge online here. This could be a huge one with just spamming that far away. Could be a great opening. You've got the level 3 online, but I don't know if you need to use it. Marisa has to get close to do anything. The rush is going to come through the jump up and over the jab. Into the corner is going to be into that stun. That has to be the round. Come on now. Able to find it. Sure, esports not going down quickly.
Saves the bar at the bottom for this final round. The best part is, the neutral jump, they were definitely trying to call it the wake up supers, and very cognitive of the bar at the bottom that the opponent was going to expand. OD Gladys to get the distance, back to full screen of fireball, interrupt any sort of dash up or drive rush.
Already, we see Sure trying to play a little bit slower. Terry trying to bring it in. Jose trying to slow down the pace of play, but if you rush to Marisa, she's going to punish you for it. Kind of like what we're seeing now. A great parry does come through, opens the door and keeps it alive. Look at how close these health bars continue to be, Cola.
Yeah, one more touch right now. We have level 3 at the bottom. Even like level 2
are we going to use it?
More powerful than level 3. It could happen. At this point, level 1 can get it done. The anti-air is there, ready.
Oh, that's it.
And the jump to seal it. Perfectly done. I like the execution. Understanding that Gladius is one of those tools that at that range you're going to want to neutral jump a lot. Use your longer range normals to connect against. Well done.
That was a really, really good showing early on. Now, that was only going to be one of the best of 3 that these two are going to play. So we give them the moment to go back. If maybe somebody wants to make a fighter swap, they can. But I know that, especially in Street Fighter, that's rarer than we see in other fighting games. People tend to really lock in on one character and try to play them through and through. So I wonder if we're going to be seeing Jose maybe swap onto something else. I mean, Maddox looking that good on the Marisa, though. I doubt we're going to be seeing anything else. That looks like somebody who is playing Marisa frequently.
Yeah, that's definitely a Marisa fan through and through. And I think that's also one of those things where, like, it's better to spend time with a character that you are best at. Like, it's not about like, picking the most top-tier character. It's about picking what's best for you. Like, what's the most top-tier character for you to pick? And I feel like if you're a Marisa player, you're probably not playing much else. Like, that's your character by the die. We've seen, like, Lazy Boredom, for example, or Great Fireball do mad work over at online and offline tournaments. They don't play much else. They know what they have in terms of, like, efficiency for the character, and they work around that. Or getting right back into it. The anti-air is already online. I love seeing the fact that they have the CPs on lock.
Nice. The punish counter out from Marisa is going to be a big opener. To slow things down, they both jump up and over, and it's going to be Sure hitting the ground a little bit earlier. Maddox able to get some damage in, but look at this health bar just being chipped away. One hit after the other. The Terry combo into the corner. Nowhere to run. Far away into rush drive. I don't know if you get to react. I think this round is over.
100%. That BD Fireball being able to set up for such good success. I mean, it's so difficult to wake up against Terry because he has that option of by the plus range. You have to hold what comes next afterwards. If you get hit, that's just even more, especially in this season. So, the optimization there, I like the ideation with this character, already getting with a jab. Drops a combo though. Careful with your drive gauge. You're in the orange. Don't want to be in the gray.
Being in the gray, it's a dangerous place to be, especially when you're playing somebody like Terry. You want to be a little more explosive. You want to have those options to get out of an equation early, especially as we're seeing this evolution come through from Jose, waiting for Marisa to do something, waiting for Maddox to engage, blocking or parrying, and then going for the reopening. But look at the damage you have to take to have a playstyle like that. St. Cola, when you're pinned in the corner like this on the Terry, what's your way out of this? Is it that?
One is drive reversal, but you're in the burnout, so you have to be very careful. They can apply quite a bit of pressure. Her burnout pressure isn't that good, but at this point, it's a one-touch open command grab, and you're done. If your health is in the yellow, 9 times out of 10, you die to a command grab, and I like that kill shot. They save the bar at the bottom, and a level 3 on final round is really good. Early expenditure, I think we'll go for the corner carry. Oh, we're going for the early expenditure. Huge lead right now after that toe tap. Kiss the fist.
I kiss it first, and then you get a turn, and then I believe you get one more for the moment. It's going to be a huge opening. This Marisa able to find some damage early on. think, I mean, this is such a tough hole to dig yourself out of, but at least you've got a level 3 of your own to respond with.
Look at the matchup now. Go for these lows. That blows up a lot of what Marisa wants to do. Wants to go for like Gladius, lows, like crouching light.
Nice,
Communicate are so smart. And at that range, able to hit. That's plus right there. Again, string up the plus rates every so often. The Gladius able to connect, get some distance, but still a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to be done on both sides. I think if you're on the side of Marisa, you know that if you lose this best of 3 is already over. You want a little bit more time to shine. You want an opportunity to get a bit more aggressive. You want to try to force this to a game 3, but going against this CA Terry is a tough spot to be in. He's in burnout. I'd like to see a little bit of rush down just like that. Able to find it, and Marisa puts it 1-1 on the series here. We're going to game 3 for our first matchup.
Small switch up was honestly the Superman punch over the fireballs. We've seen a lot of fireballs.
Yes.
Marisa at bay. Maddox is like, well, how to get through that? Well, I have an anti-fireball tool. Let me be in the appropriate range to be able to react or throw it out. Even if you're just not even reacting, you're getting closer and closer over the zone that's been so effective previously. Eliminate that, help eliminate the character. I like that early finisher too with the level 3. Getting a big lead, help get that kill earlier on. So I think if you're Jose at this point, keep your bar up, as easy as that sounds.
Yes.
Try to be more in the orange or even closer to the green if need be. If you feel yourself, you're getting in the orange, you're getting more and more closer to burnout. Back up those fireballs further out than what we saw right there. Obviously, further out, please. But at that point, put yourself back in the green so you can drive rush jab, so you can get that rush down style that you were mentioning.
Yeah, and I think it's something as well that just looking at the sense of, you know, when we get our back to the wall a little bit, we see people do a lot of things, which is spam projectile, go for that counter over and over, or begin kind of grab spamming. And I wonder if we're seeing Jose feeling a little bit pinned in the corner, trying to put those projectiles out, trying to make that space, using that charge meter a little recklessly doesn't feel like the right word, but just a little more seamlessly trying to create that space. And then Marisa, as you mentioned, capitalized on it fast, figured out that pattern early on, was able to get that damage through. And now as we jump into our final matchup, we're going to have to see if Jose can adapt fast enough or if Marisa can walk away with this.
Punish on the fireball, reversal MVP, spins the ball to get aggressive, drive rush throw, dashes on in with a low. Once again, we talked about these lows, but a lot of what she wants to do for Marisa, she dies lows and throws, and guess what? Lows are coming through continuously. There's the throw, it's all adding up.
That damage tip into the corner here, going to be forced into burnout, a lethal position to be in now. He's got the faraway up and over, you jump it, but of course the read is expecting that jump. The triple jab does come through, but unfortunately no follow-up yet. I think Marisa's probably just going to get chipped away here. Not much to do, pinned into the corner, and Terry now on match point.
This is a big win. You want to get a big points only for your team. If they get a 3-0, it's done and over with, so this will be a very strong start right now. There's a low. He's thinking that he's recognized what the matchup is like and how to blow up the character continuously. I think at that point for the Marisa player, perfect parry low. Attempt to go for that. Super might be the move here to cut away the throw. Give me some distance.
I think that's a really good play using that super, just getting that door open. You've taken the lead in health advantage here as well, as close as it could be. The burnout through, and now both players in a brief burnout. One of these that gets that bar up in charge. The counter hit in. The level 3 online for sure esports. If they choose to use it, they could maybe flip this around, but something tells me that we're going to be seeing this go all the way. No, it does come through!
Reaction. I love that. Almost back with a bar. Rising thing. This is a huge lead right now for Jose. In the bag right now. The DI!
Nice!
Went for the fireball, but wasn't able to confirm right after with the Magna Bunker. That is so unfortunate. Still finds it firm. And Jose takes it for his team. The first game, ooh, in the hands of California.
As close could be. We got down to health bars tied below the yellow, but it does end in favor there. That was going to be a tough one, but Jose on the side of Shore High School puts them up 1-0 in the series so far. Now, if Jose's teammates can both do that, we're set, done, ready to go. But if we go beyond that, we will go into game 4. We will go into game 5. And I think Jose set a really large precedent. But to come in and play Marisa like that, to go toe-to-toe against somebody who is significantly higher in rank than you and go all the way to game 3, final hit, final blow, it goes to show just how hard Kenner is fighting today.
You know, I think that also goes into like the team-based style of all this. Like, you can improve much faster. Yeah, your rank may be diamond, but like, you have people behind you make you stronger, faster, and like, even during these moments, like, hey, just do these simple things to be better. Fighting games are not like a solo effort. need to be able to be built by your village. That's why you go to your locals, you go to regional events. That's why you talk to people after you play, not toxically, please don't do that. But definitely reach out and be like, hey man, can we run some sets? Can we like discuss what happened? Because I don't know what's going on. Otherwise, you're just sitting there salty, staring at the wall, going for a walk, all upset. Don't do that. Reach out to your people around you and use the community. And that's what's been happening out here. You can definitely tell there was some matchup knowledge like, hey, go for these lows. That's what Jose was doing continuously to open up the Manisa. Not the most optimal combos, but that didn't really matter. You had the ability to really put that character on the back foot.
Yeah, I think you bring up a lot of really good points there. It's like going into a matchup, especially when you're not playing in like a ranked or competitive setting, even when you are messaging these people, asking these people, you know, looking into that, what do you think I could be doing better? How do you think I could be improving? Because you can improve as a player, but we all only know so much without everybody else, right? Like fighting games in particular, it's so easy to come through, to find that community. There's like full Discord specifically for just one character in this game. Like there's people labbing and teching every single day. And that's honestly probably one of my favorite things about fighting games in particular is the people that get real obsessed with one character and they invent some tech you've never heard of, and then it becomes the coolest, most mainstream thing in the world. I think it is so great. But going in, I think both those players, they come out, they set aloud a very palpable precedent for their teammates, and it's going to be sure high school up 1-0 going into this series. So Kenner, they've got to send in either a Ken player, which personally I would love to see as one myself, or a Terry player, who we did just see. So it's like, I think there is a little bit of versatility, but on the other side, you're looking at JP and DJ, two very aggressive, very dominant powerhouses. I think playing Ken into either of those, not the best scenario to be in.
Yeah, it's better than it was in like season 1 for Ken, if he pulls up. But it's still, I think, slightly favored for JP. So in my personal opinion, you pull up the DJ, who's already a great pick. That character's super strong. You know, again, people discount him too much. The biggest problem with DJ, excuse me, is that if he goes into burnout, he can't really fight back. His supers are slow, so he doesn't really have a rebuttal option. But as a character, his normals, his neutral, his drive rush is the fastest in the game. He's really good. He just takes a little bit more to use in terms of meter management. I say send him up.
Hey!
They were listening. They were like, you know what? Let's put up the DJ. Let's get on the dance floor.
Yeah, we've got Jaden on the Terry versus DJ, played by Christo here from the side of Shore High School. Let's get on the dance floor and let's make some magic happen here. The Terry rush comes in early, and Shore Esports finding themselves on a back foot.
Oh, modern Terry. I don't know what he loses in full. But not that crushing meter kick. That's going to be a big tool right there. Oh, that's going to be whip push. As soon as I say that, we see the side switch. Well, this DJ knows the opties. We're out the corner. We have them up in the corner. Another sway in play.
That pressure in the corner is exactly where DJ wants to have you. Nobody puts baby in a corner, well, except for DJ. The grab up and over, though, is going to open the door here for KD Esports just a little bit later. I think that the HP differential here is going to be beneficial for DJ to get into this. Sure Gaming looking for an opportunity to strike, and Christo, some magic moves on the floor. First into burnout, though. This is exactly what you talked about, Cola. A bad spot to be in on DJ.
Yeah, and even at that point, swing level 2, getting a side switch and get a kill. It's a lot to expend. If you're DJ, you want to like have the second or third round with level 3 in your mind. You want that to be able to be your damage output moment right there. A few drops on both sides. We'll see if they can get the nerves out. Obviously, this is the final, so how you play during ranks will be different how you play out here. That's why fighting games are so great. That human element, drive rush, stand fierce, element. Plus, you played a button? Oh, I like that. Prove to me that you were plus. All right, prove to me that the math is real.
The level 3 available on both sides here. And something I love is the patience to use these supers, right? These players are really coming in low and slow, waiting to use them only in a break in case of emergency scenario. Forced into the burnout here. Terry going to go for the low rush, just spamming that jab, not letting DJ get into the space. That meter already half up and over the block through the charge is going to be finding a lot of slow play. And Terry, you're doing a great job blocking damage, but we got to have you do something.
Yeah, he's got the bar back. Now he can fight back. And with that modern, you have the easier access to reactions. We'll try to parry on the knee drop, gets a jab starter. It's heavily scaled. For the back, though, I like that. Save it for a bigger moment. Try to go for the DI. With the turn. There it is.
It's going to be burnout once again for Terry. This could be a big moment. The burnout has fallen. Both players going a little bit more patient. You know he's going to play hard defense. The level 3 comes through. And that's got to be it here. Wow, the Rising Fist just cleans up.
This, modern or not, does not matter to me. What matters is that you saw the green, you said, I'll become the stop sign. I'm put a red. Well done. Well done. Jaden. Honestly, I didn't know Jaden even played modern Terry. Once I look at the list again, I was like, okay, another Terry player, that's cool. But had that bar in their pocket, ready to react at a moment's notice, takes the first game but I do see some signs of being able to take it from Cristo's side of things. You know, a few drops we saw in the very first round that could have led to some damage. Just going to the cancel off a crouching medium punch, DRC right after it for the victory. That could have been that. If you can clean that up, this match gonna get even closer.
Yeah, so I don't know if we'll have the time to discuss this or if the players are going to jump right into the next matchup, but let me ask you, though, because we talk so much about DJ being that aggressive force, being that driving force, no pun intended, but really forcing the tempo in his play style. So you talk about, you know, we're seeing signs of winning. When he's forced to play, to dance to someone else's tune, how do you get out of that as DJ? What was he looking for there that we didn't see him quite find to flip that fight in his favor?
I think, honestly, it's like the conversions that he gets off any sort of errant hit, right? I know that sounds crazy, back to the aggressive play, but you need to maximize what you're doing with your bar, even more so with DJ. If you're in burnout, it's a bad time with the character. He can't fight back. That just snowballs things into defense, bad for you overall. So I think if you're this player, right, or this DJ player, the best way is to mix up the aggression and the footsies. We've seen someone like Blue play the footsies, run the fireballs a little bit, apply the plus frames, pull back a little bit, put them on their toes, and then go in when they're in that burnout or close burnout scenario. Like, this is great. Double dash up. Oh, he actually waits a little bit. But even that moment, take your space, get on in there. You have a plus frame stand medium. Use those frames.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a phenomenal point, honestly. Going for those frames, looking for that opportunity, going for a little bit of mix-up as well. I think predictability is something that can lose people a lot of games like this, and I think DJ trying to play it a little bit different. We see Cristo trying to get out of this corner, but once again, Terry's just got him pinned down in there. If Terry wins this will be game 2 going in favor of Kenner, which will put us 1-1 on the series and force at least a game 4. So I'm almost hoping that I hope to get as much Street Fighter as we can today.
Yeah, sorry. I want to see more, so if he dies, he dies. It just has to be like that. Oh, see, no commitment right there. Even in something like that. Crouching in the punch, fireball, baits out the ODDP for free.
Good
Smart
punish.
stuff. We're going for a drive gauge killing. No, we're going to actually just go for the double DP. There's a reversal, no more bar. So your game to win is DJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Jaden here really comfortable being in that burnout. We see how they play just like this when they are, but that chip damage will come through. A great showing from Cristo, who's at least going to force a matchup, a final round here, round 3, into this second matchup of the two of them. Could we go all the way to the third? Going to be a great mix-up early, forcing that level 3 bar here. Both players waiting to use that power, but it's interesting to watch Cristo get so aggressive and then really intentionally backpedal immediately after. Great grab.
That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Nice shimmy. Drops the combo, though. Should have been into like a machine gun upper. Might be a downer right now. And with that +1/+1 continuously gets a throw. Dash up, drive rush. No ODDP. There is a way to DP that in between the string, if I'm not mistaken. A little DPOS right there. It's getting tossed up in the corner. The throw loops are happening. No, wasn't able to answer. You saw the counter a little bit late on the draw, and that should be that. I'm gonna call it right now. Jaden with the Terry, the modern Terry, the Majin Terry, take it.
That is going to be a quick, clean, cool, calm, and collected matchup from Jaden on. Again, once again, important to note the modern Terry, a really fascinating play. So I think matchup 2 going in favor of the side of Kenner Discovery Health Sciences Academy forces a matchup 4. We said we wanted a close series, and by golly, Cola, we've gotten one.
We're getting one. It's still a close game right there. I feel like if you're looking back at that in your Cristo, it's just clean up the anti-airs a little bit, especially in like these critical scenarios. But that's why these tournaments are made for like champions. You have to be locked in those moments right there, right? You have to have your back heavy anti-air, your charge up DP. You have to have your confirms at the ready, your combos at the ready. But that just makes this even more exciting because you get to see the scramble scenarios and who comes out on top after these scrambles. As you mentioned, though, we do get more games because of this, and I do like that. So I wonder who they're going to send up after. But before that even happens, I'm getting a little bit too far into the weeds. That means we're going to be having our JP brother and Jonathan coming through. Yes. I like how their name is Jonathan. JP just fits like they were made for it. And then of course Dylan on the Ken, who is if you're playing Ken at this point, you've been playing him for a long time, you're not quitting Ken.
Yes. Ken is, I honestly couldn't agree more. You started with Ken, you're probably finishing with Ken, and there's not a lot of versatility in the middle there. I think he's such a fun character, and I know that I personally struggle with the Ken JP matchup because I mean, there's a pretty obvious reason, range. Ken, he doesn't have to be close quarters, he doesn't have to be in your face the whole time, but I feel like at most you're playing mid-range as your longest length. JP can just use that down special into mid-range approach, and then you're dancing across the aerial of the screen for 3.5 minutes. You can go get a drink and come back. So I think it is going to be a little difficult for Dylan here on the Ken to find that opening, but the good news is if you get in that JP's face, you can slam that window on his fingers. You can really turn that fight around in the blink of an eye. So it's going to come down to Ken and his ability, as I mentioned in that last matchup, to control momentum here.
Yeah. Like how you said, slam that window on his finger. It sounded like a Tom and Jerry cartoon right there with the screen.
Yeah.
Honestly, you did that perfectly. Hold on now. Sorry for some casting. But honestly, like you're right about like if Ken could get in, he can get his win. He can play that mid range with like heavy kick, drive rush, jab. So it's gonna be about keeping up your drive gauge, which is like the name of the game in this entire game, but also against JP. If you're in orange or in burnout, you're gonna have a bad time. But if you can drive rush, if you have the momentum to do so and catch a ghost before it comes out, you can find the timing against the projectiles. You can stay in, kick your feet up, relax, eat their food from their fridge, things like that, and not pay any rent at all. And I think if you're playing Ken, at least one interaction, one of the benefits of playing the character still, is that every interaction can lead towards a corner with the quickness. In terms of win condition, at least starting it, he has some of the easiest to do so. Putting in the corner is like one crouching medium kick and a DRC after that, one target combo into enhanced Tatsu towards the corner, and then he can really cook from there and apply that corner pressure. Now the damage potential, not that good for him, but he does have access to that corner carry with the quickness. If you're JP on the reverse, you want to keep him out at a distance. 6 feet or even more.
I think distance is going to be the name of the game here. That JP looking for that opportunity to kind of, keep his drip clean, keep himself a little bit available, keep that Ken at a distance as best as he can. And quickly, before we jump into this next matchup, guys, speaking of drip, I do have a question for all of you, a poll, if you will. We're trying to get a little bit of information, and we're curious from you guys. Does your team currently have official jerseys? It's something we've been talking a lot about with Duo Digital Prints, so you can always start designing your custom jerseys today. And of course, we're wondering if you guys have those full team kits. Maybe you got those full team kits a couple of years ago and they're looking like they need a refresh. If you guys don't have them yet, but you're planning to get some, we'd love to hear about it. Or if it's just a clean, not yet, we're still curious where you guys are sitting on those. Since Duo Digital wants to know, we want to know here as well. So please let us know while we're waiting for this next Street Fighter matchup to start.
Always get the jerseys, people. You gotta have to be professional, be official. To walk around esports tournaments and things like that, or just tournaments in general, and have that good look. Oh, you're sponsored. Oh, you're one of those. Pardon me.
It goes a long way, and it makes you feel good. And it makes you feel good as well. Like when you're going into a matchup and you've got a jersey on, like you're like, I have to rep. I have to come in. I have to do well. When I did collegiate, like exclusively, I was a chronic jersey collector. I think I have like 17 college esports jerseys for colleges I did not go to. So it's very funny.
Like the Affinity Stones are just like
yes. I was. You get to know the teams well. One day I'm going to post a picture of me wearing all of them at the same time. I think that would be very funny. But yeah, please let us know. Let us know if you guys have jerseys. Of course, if you guys want to send us jerseys, listen, we're open to that too. So we're all ears. But please. I mean, going into this matchup, I do want to talk a little bit more. Being this is the one I really get to know. Right? Is that Ken matchup going into this and playing against that JP? We've talked about it ad nauseum a bit, but I do want to highlight, if you guys are watching, maybe you don't know Ken and JP as well. The name of the game is going to be, are they 6 feet apart? If yes, JP probably win. If no, Ken probably win. And I'm curious how likely that flowchart is going to be in terms of accuracy. Is one of them going to switch up? Is somebody going to be using that neutral special, just the JP spin that clears 9 feet around him in every direction? Like, there's a lot of opportunities to close that gap or to reopen it if you are JP. So I'm hoping we're going to see a little bit of what's what I'm looking for? Just spontaneity, I guess? Really breaking out the beyond the classics.
Oh, modern again. I like to see a little bit of modern play out here. You do lose some things here and there once again, but I like that we still have the heavy kick. That's still a tool you can use in that mid-range. And they seem like they're pretty good at least in dealing with projectiles, but the departures could be like the bigger problem, like as an overall against JP.
Nice.
Right back at him.
He's got it online here. That's going to be the opening JP is looking for. Pinned into the corner. I'm expecting the down special in just a moment here, but unfortunately the parry does come out. Beautiful. It's going to be that up special charge coming through as well. Knocks that JP into the ground. Closes the HP gap as well. That's a huge opening for Ken.
Fireball. We're back in full screen again. Departure. Name of the game. Lock them out. Put the projectiles on. Looking.
Nice. Good TP.
Looking for the Dragon Lash. Wasn't able to get it though. We're trying to apply some plus frames or some sort of opening if it's like the medium or the light one. Especially if it's like a throw bait.
Oh, this could be the beginning of the end here. The rush is going to come through the parry. Not going to be able to find it. The counter hit opens the door, and JP will be able to find Jonathan winning that first round here. Let's see if we're able to close it out or if Dylan can take us to round 3.
And that level 2, careful now. Could be a bad activation at any point. Goes a little forward. So the Jinrai drive rush. Off the throw.
Oh, nice.
A little bit close to get that throw on. Look at the low forward and Jinrai again. Amnesia. Side switch.
Beautiful. The opening comes through. Ken gets grabbed into the corner. Gonna have to drive rush in early on. Has that level 3 online on the side of JP. Oh no, there it is. Now on the side of Ken as well. It's a great one to close this amount of HP. It would be a deal breaker for sure, but of course finding the window without getting parried is the hard part. So is he gonna have the chance to do it? Gonna be thrown into the back. The knight comes through. The drive rush in. There it is. Just use it. Clean it up. Oh, gonna go through and try to do it dry instead. Now in burnout, this could be lethal.
It's a throw. Dangerous up. If he reacts level 3, this could be real bad because the departure set up right after that. Oh, but then
nice.
Again, the Jin right. That low forward is the name again. Catching them walking around, walking back, standing up. Doesn't matter what it is. That low forward is there to stuff and stop them.
Yeah, I'm sweating on this one for sure. This is a close matchup. That rising uppercut is going to create a huge opening here. The perfect parry comes through. No follow-up off the back of it, unfortunately. And now the level 3 still up on both sides. If Ken can get a little bit closer, they can take Jonathan down with a level 3, maybe getting rid of, we'll say, a third more of that health bar. Oh, what a combo.
Yeah, for the corner, stand fierce, departure, sets up for the mix. Teleports right in front, try to tap that parry. Gets tossed to set. Low forward, again, you gotta block low. Protect your shoes.
Just use it. There's no point in holding it. Just use it. Oh my goodness, I'm so nervous. Okay, we're going to have this damage coming in on both sides. Projectile spam as Ken tries to slowly but surely make his way through. JP can't back up forever. The combo is there. The opening is available. I'm expecting a drive rush past Hadouken here, but no, it's going to be the Hadouken into drive rush into the corner. Oh, the kick up and over. The blocking is just repetitive. It keeps you out of the fight. That might do it. The command grab out, and there it is. Down special in. JP will be able to find that first win, but Cola, that had to be the closest one we've seen so far. My goodness.
Bruh, command grab is so devious at any level. I saw it over at Combo Breaker, seeing JP's at high level do it. Any level, if you think someone's gonna go for a parry attempt, it's a perfect time to throw that out. Yes, sauce them up a little bit with the fireballs, make them think about trying to tap the parry against that. Nope, bam, command grab, got him. And one of the better things too as well, in that scenario, when they put them in burnout, there was bar at the bottom to work with. We haven't even seen level 2.
Yeah.
Could have gone for a chip out opportunity with like level 3 if need be. For the JP, they're doing a really good job of like being in access to those win conditions. So we are starting to see the low forwards still be a problem. That's still an issue.
Yeah.
But they're not leading to too much. It's just leading to corner carry. Because Ken can't really dump out damage like that compared to his brethren Ryu or Sagat. You don't got it like that.
Nobody got it like Sagat these days, bro. Let me tell you. That's a different beast entirely, I fear. Jumping in to matchup number 2 here, we see Jonathan going up 1-0 here. Gonna only need to win one more, and then that would put a little bit of pressure on the line here. I believe that would put Sure up 2-1 on the series and take us into that game 4, which is, as we know, just around the corner.
True. Full screen, the departure. Doesn't get the anti-air, but backed up and able to get a lucky little side switch because he lurched forward before the heavy kick. See, that's what we're really seeing in terms of like any sort of conversion. Low forward into the Jinrai heavy ender hasn't been very effective in terms of dealing with the damage. We do have a lead. Let's see if we can keep that lead. But it's been long distance once again.
That long distance pressure just goes such a long way. You can get the opportunity to do damage early. You can walk up, go for that grab, pin to the corner, and already, to be honest, I don't know Ken's way out of this. He goes for the drive rush. He's going to be able to find a lot of damage early. That spin combo is going to be able to find it, but still, you've got half as much as HP as your opponent is able to read. We're seeing a little bit of repetitiveness from the JP starting to spam that up claw from the ground when Ken is the distance away. We're seeing the rotation away into more of that parry, that block to try and prevent that extra chip damage from coming through. Not able to win in that first round, but let's see if he can win round 2 again.
See what you use to the bar. Maybe more OD fireball. Might be a winning scenario. Yeah,
that's honestly a good shout.
Screen shake. Yeah, I like that Jinrai that we've seen a little bit more, or the Dragon Lash, the plus race with the snipe. It may not even matter.
Level 3 online for both players again. If JP wants to just wrap this up, now's the time to do it. You've got him stunned, but goes, there it is, for the double hit. And level 2 going to be making an appearance, though. A lot of damage, nowhere to run, dancing through the air, now forced into overdrive. The mix-up is critical, almost a 0 to death combo, my goodness. Level 1 charge still online, you're still in burnout. I think there's nowhere to run. That's got to be it. A clean up from Jonathan there, for sure.
Yo, the
for sure.
No, Jonathan, you are studying Street Fighter very well. Hopefully you keep it up with the other studies too, because that was sick. The frame kill teleport mix, that was dope as heck. I don't know what y'all are doing over in the esports community and what you're teaching them, but you're teaching them the right thing, as Jonathan claimed a very crispy W with that level 2. That was sick. That was super sick. Oh my God. Wow, please, I'm gonna block you and CFN because I'm gonna have to fight your JP. That was dope. Oh my God, I'm geeking out.
I'll keep my distance. If that modern Ken can... if that modern Ken can't do it, this modern Ken cannot do it. So I am gonna go ahead and also step out of the line of fire. But I think that, I mean, what an amazing performance there from Jonathan. I think arguably the most dominant performance just in that second round alone. Coming in, finding that great combo into that level 2 bonus, doing a lot of damage early on, getting the door open and then slamming it closed in the blink of an eye. And I'm thinking, so as we go into rounds 4 and 5, right? Because this is all the best of 5 series. We're currently looking at Sure High School up 2-1. So everybody can only play a maximum of twice. So whatever player you send in here for game 4, if game 5 happens, they cannot repeat. So you're in an interesting spot if you are looking at the side of KDHSA. Do you send in your Terry? Do you send in Jaden because he won? Jaden wins, we go to game 5, but then the only person who's won can't play anymore. So it's kind of like you're really between a rock and a hard place. I think KDHSA, their best bet might just be picking a name out of a hat.
Yeah, see, this is so difficult. I almost would say put up Maddox again and then run it. And I think, honestly, on the other side of things, Cristo might be able to go up. I think possibly having that DJ up and warming up the anti-airs a little bit more, confirming a little bit more. Yeah. That was really the only issue I really had with the DJ. The game plan was there with the sway, perfectly done with the distance. We saw them being able to get the punish counters against certain moves. They were hunting for certain things. They dropped a few combos. And if that's the case, a little bit of warm-up outside leading up to this match, send out Cristo. I think you send out Cristo. I think on the other side of things, put up Maddox, put the Marisa for the surprise pick, and then you have your strongest players. Honestly, put up Jaden, for the last match possibly. Oh, this is hard though. This is difficult. The matchup
it's difficult.
On the other side, bro, is too strong. It's so good.
It's playing chess, and we can't see half the board, right? It's like we only know what's coming, what could be coming next. I'm trying to look, and there's like a magical shadow in front of me. But I think I agree. I think sending in Cristo on DJ, I think he needed a little bit of time to warm up, but I think he found it. I think he did warm up at the end of that series. I think he's probably feeling hot. He wants to come into the game. And then I think I like your shout. I think Maddox on Marisa coming in, that surprise pick, I feel like it could be a good opening. I think they're not expecting you to send Marisa in as your like final horse in the race. I think that's going to be a good shout from both sides, but it really, I mean, like I said, we could pull names out of a hat. It could be anybody's game in this scenario.
Yeah, even like final horse, it could be one of those where like, okay, this is the chance that we get one more game up, fight again, and we send our best of the best in terms of character, or what we think is the best. It's one of those things where you also have to ask them who feels the best right now, like who is the best player out of all of us, like who wants to go up. There's an aspect of like you're trusting your competitors, your teammates. Like, yo, are you good? Can you go up? Can you play? Are you going to be available to take this all the way through? Like, we're gonna have to see. And honestly, I just want to see it all the way through. Like, I just want to not let this go at all. I want to keep it running. I know y'all want to keep it running too as well. So I want to keep seeing some more matches as we get closer and closer towards the finale. Man, this is crazy though. Having that JPC in the sauce, I'm so scared for anybody that has to play that character and that person.
Yeah, I think Jonathan is the player to watch right now, and I'm wondering if they're just gonna have Jonathan double dip in. He's hot, he won, he's warmed up, like he's feeling good, and I think going in, we have to remember that Marisa May had lost it. We saw Maddox lose that first matchup, but by what could only be described as a sliver of HP. All the way into match 3, 1 HP, final hit, final blow. It's like Maddox was dogging. There was a great opening there on that Marisa. I think sending it in, hopefully if they're still feeling that warm, Marisa playing into JP, I think, again, to the matchup discussion, is less common than running that Ken. Maybe you can hit some mix-ups on who is currently the king of mix-ups, Jonathan.
Also, as a little bit of a side note, I see some people in the chat rooting for their boys. Appreciate all that love. Make sure y'all shout out where y'all locals are at. Let people know where y'all are from, what schools you're from, where you're practicing from too as well. I love to see where people are from and where they're playing and how these new champions are rising. We saw the new champion almost make it through. He got second over a Combo Breaker, which was one of the most amazing top 8s I've seen in a long time. Young Hina was 15 years old, bro. That was, oh my God, he's 15? What do you mean he's 15?
15-year-old Sagat player.
Like, what the
heck? Amazing. Top 8 was so phenomenal. Like, to know that these kids coming in at this classic level, being this same age, playing this same caliber, bringing this level of like ambition and competition to the table. But I love the shout. If you're playing a game like this and you're not going to locals, find them, because that's where you're going to improve. That's really where you're going to lock in and become great at this game. And as we jump into what could be the final round, we were pretty darn close on these predictions. It is Jonathan on one side, and it's going to be Jaden on the other. So both teams sending in their powerhouse.
Oh right off the rip. We'll see what happens after this if it leads to it. But right now, the DI right back.
Oh!
I mean, it doesn't even matter. We're still going to pick up. Still gets the side switch. That's fine. He's in the corner. He's ashy. And we're poking and prodding. And we're DIing. We're getting the wall spot.
Oh, no! Oh, the stun is lethal. Overburn into stun, into corner trap, into at least 8-hit combo. Coming through the grab. This could be over before it even begins here. Jonathan warmed up. And these combos, they are not missing here, Cola. That is a perfect, count it, perfect KO to start things off for Jonathan in Sure High School in matchup number 4.
Wow. Swap the rib, taking away all that drive gauge for a heavy kick off the backboard. In the corners where JP's going to access most of his damage. And again, you saw the departures being continuously set up. Just snaps the wrist right there. Maybe crouching to punch would have been a better, but I don't know if the modern Terry got it like that. Up in there, back throw. He thought maybe a DP was coming through, so he delayed, but now he's up in the corner. What's the defense like?
Stuck into the corner again, the KO, blink and you miss it. Jonathan able to win that one in fruition, taking, I think, 1/10 of his HP bar total. That perfect KO in the start and then just a little bit of damage there on the end. It's such a strong opening, but Cola, I gotta ask, you're playing Terry into a JP, arguably best character in the game. He's warmed up. What is your way out of this, man? This is such a tough spot to be in.
During that little break pause, I was trying to find out, like, did Jonathan lose to anybody? Like, I was like trying to look up, like, did this cat lose to anybody? Honestly, at this point, as an overall matchup thing, you have Burn Knuckle, which is really good against like the fireballs if you space it out. The fireballs are also kind of annoying for JP to deal with, so you have to have some good zoning too as well. And driver's jab, driver's medium are really just, I'm talking about like grazing tools to fight JP. I don't think Terry JP is that bad. Like, I've talked to Terry players, they don't think it's that bad. They can fight the character, but the dominance in terms of what's happening in terms of sapping away the drive gauge has been way too prominent. The reactions to what we are seeing from our modern friend, it's just too much. And Roundstar OD feeling confident, letting that departure rip. You have to stop that. You can't let it go for free.
And look at the patience change from Jaden here as well. Really trying to play a little bit slower, a little more defensively, letting Jonathan overextend in a moment like that. Now, unfortunately, overextension, double-sided coin, you get the forward grab through, able to find that damage early in. Your back's about to be to the wall. I think that's the last place you want to be. A great rush into center field here is going to open the door and now force Jonathan into a corner. Can we see the damage add up we need from Jaden to answer this out?
And patiently gets the anti-air, the departure. Oh, nice DP. Was meterless too as well. We're talking about saving that bar. He does so. Drive reversal gets the meaty fireball. The departure setup again. Watch your 6. You gotta watch yourself. The DI is completely off the backboard. Once again, the departure. One more mix.
Nice. Good opening there. The parry is going to come through. The block is going to find some great damage. Their HP bars nearly tied. Jonathan, the littlest bit in that down low, but it looks like they are going to be losing a little bit more. One hit from death here. Getting in on JP is difficult, but he finds it. And it is going to be Jaden winning the first round here in matchup number 2. A great opening.
There's that burn knuckle. That's what I'm talking about. Easy way in. Perfectly spaced. It's not going to be punishable. OD fireball, ban for ban. Walking up, trying to get that crouching meter kick, trying to confirm into something devious on a counter. Drive reversal puts him back to where he wants him to be. See the switch up for the departure. Closer range, still gets the pick up the departure out and about again.
Yeah, being in burnout here is going to be tough, but we know what Jaden does in a moment like this. He's just going to play hard defense in that corner. The great up kick is going to be able to find Jonathan as that teleportation does come through. Oh, very good mix up there. Going to send that level 1 into the fire there.
Some distance, I like that. Get the bar back.
Off the back. Yeah, got to get that bar in, but now you got to follow up on it. There's the rush. Yeah,
drive reversal, smart stuff against that. We haven't seen many people deal with it in this entire tournament, and we've seen the first time a drive reversal against that combo. Now the drive gauge.
Oh no!
Too much. God, command grab, chipping away. The anti-air's there.
The anti-is there. We're back into burnout here. This is going to be a tough scenario to be in, but you've got a little bit of damage on the board here. Stay floaty, stay ambitious, stay mixing up, and make it a little bit harder for Jonathan to find that damage. He's got the CA in the pocket. I'm sure he's going to want to hold it into this next round. But if you can just get out even a level 2, I think you seal the deal here. What? Drive rush into the corner, the CA online, bounce off the wall, and he finds it. Jaden going to be able to win the game number 2 and take us to game 3 of matchup number 4.
The DI works out. Listen, I thought unks like me could not DI back, but I guess it's everybody, especially in the most heated moments when you're trying to close out for your team. I think, honestly, Jonathan's thing is like he's great when he has them lower in the drive gauge department. They can't really do as much as they'd like to, but when it comes for offense, the offense isn't fully there in terms of like initiating. So honestly, drive rush crushing, media kick needs to be more there, I think. Drive rush, stand fierce, crushing, medium punch, buttons, get more buttons. It's not about battering with the command grabs and the projectiles all the time. Getting there with the buttons. JP has some fantastic buttons. Crouching medium punch is one of the best in terms of stuffing drive rush, but also starting things off. And stand fierce is really good too as well. Stand medium punch is a really good poke to kind of tease and like poke people and push them at an area where they need to be. And also if the departure is out, I'd say go in there. Get in there, get active.
Yeah. Absolutely. Get in there, get active. I think it's as simple as that at the end of the day. Now we go into the training room for the fighting matchup between the two. It's going to be a lot of pressure out early from JP once again. He wants to keep that Terry at a distance, but Terry says, oh, don't mind me. I'm going to drive right up here in your face. Get some damage out early. The blocking does come through, but you've lost a quarter. Oh, and more now of your health bar. The pressure from Jaden, just where was this earlier? Doing a great job dismantling the playstyle of Jonathan.
Wow, drive rush, DI works out, catches a button, catches him reacting. Takes that throw though. Jonathan in a bad sort of way. The toss, punish gonna toss would kill. Reversal 4 frame. The departure is out mid-range now, so he can scoot on out and the pickup.
Trying to keep that distance, just keeping it slow. I love Jaden's new play style, just letting Jonathan make those overextensions, make those mistakes, but now you've gotten a little slow, you're forced into burnout, and the spam is not going to stop, my friend. You've got to try to find that opening. I assume that, yep, the slam goes through. Look at this block, the throw escape as well. Jaden has the download, he just needs to hit submit. Oh, that might be it. Gonna be caught in the back corner there. Can you go for the parry all the way through? The teleport in, the drive rush gonna be blocked again, and Jonathan sinks it away. My goodness, you thought Jaden had that.
Just that last drive reversal, unfortunately not working out. There's the back throw, departure is out, mid-range once again. So needs to walk him down. Love this. Perfect parallel, that even better. But
nice.
The drive rush right after. I think he tried to do the drive rush arrest right there. Just didn't work out in his favor. Reversal buttons. 4 frame probably would have worked out as a better punish. Could have converted off that crouching medium punch. But there's still so much bar at the bottom to work with for our Terry frame.
A lot of bar to work with. You're back against the wall. You know if you lose this one, the series is over. The grab comes through. It opens the door for Jonathan to get hyper-aggressive on the JP. A rush in the pocket does some damage, and Jonathan going to be forced back. Jaden looking for that opportunity to strike. The punish counter comes through into another super, but no! Taken out by the down special. Yeah, oh, this could be the beginning of the end here, Cola.
Look at the bar at the bottom. Got level 2. Have to find an activation point. That's why he's trying to backdash and trying to let it rip. Honestly, I just let it rip at this point and go in, but Soko's getting the bar back. Get careful. The DI, the drive rush, OD fireball as well. The trade. Oh, you're holding this reversal jab. The level 3 just
no!
Have the bar. Oh my God, 7 doesn't have the bar just yet. Level 3 is there. 1 confirm off like a Pierce and OD fireball will be the job well done.
Uh-oh. Oh, the parry is going to be able to come through. 1 fireball could do it. A command grab even. We've seen Jonathan go for those late in the game like this. Oh, this could be it. A sliver of health, desperate to stay alive. The dream of the team on his back right now. Drive rush in, but a punch to the gut is all it takes, and a gut punch that is as well. Jonathan seals the deal, and I believe wins the series for Sure High School.
Well done to Jonathan. That JP was absolutely excellent. We talked about how we need to see some adjustments in terms of him engaging. He engaged a little bit more than he was prior. I feel like there's a little bit more of like, I should just drive rush up or I should walk up. You saw the switch up of the departures. It wasn't just like the long range departure. It was like, what if I did the mid range one and the close range one? It's almost like he was just adding up more and more and more to his toolkit alongside using level 2. I know that sounds very grazing and very easy to do, but you see him in burnout, pop level 2 or just pop level 2 to enforce a mix or force them into be at minimum a bad scenario. We've seen this with some of these like top level players. Level 2 doesn't always have to be popped for like a surefire mix scenario. It's like, I'm put the pressure on you. That's what happened on the scenarios. The drive reversal, baited it out, and punished it. It was very smart stuff from Jonathan. Well done to Sure for pulling up and being so strong all the way through. And honestly, the match that they lost were so close. So very, very close.
I mean, every time, every matchup we saw, nobody got stomped today. Like, it was match 3 we went to, I think, twice, but even the ones we didn't, they were going down to final blow. But it was Sure Street Fighter 6 Green that was able to come out as the PlayVS 2026 Street Fighter 6 National Champions. I mean, what a congratulations, guys. Jonathan in the back, especially playing 5 matchups in a row and only losing 1 of them. It was a beautiful way to close out. A powerhouse player coming through to seal the deal. And honestly, looking at the other side, looking at KDHSA, what a good team as well. I think they have a lot of great history ahead of them.
The fact that some of these players, well, at least one of them, is playing at their school and they're this strong. Imagine when they get the game. Like when they actually have it in their hands at home. And I hope that after this, someone gives them a little bit of fun to do so. But well done to all these players out here. Everybody, even the ones not in this top spot that are playing this game at this level. It's great to see a lot of interest in esports. I guess I'm going to say younger players in this classic scene. We've seen what happens with Blas. We've seen Hinao. Y'all watching, or some of your younger brothers or sisters, could be up there too as well. You see the training in terms of like that team-based tournament style can lead you. We saw reactive to DIs. We saw matchup knowledge. We saw insane mix from the JP player. That's Jonathan. I got to give big ups to him. That mix is, I did not even know you could even think about that at this level, at this sort of range. But that's the reason why they're on a champion team.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier today in some other games as well, and I think Street Fighter is such a good example of this. It's like, the more the game exists, the better the newer players become. The skill ceiling is always growing in this game that's been out, I believe, just celebrating our 3-year anniversary of Street Fighter 6, but these players come through, they're continuing to change the game, they're continuing to create matchups, and it's not in situations we expect to see. Like this Jonathan on JP played so consistently that all of a sudden brought a mix-up to the table that nobody was expecting to see, was able to win, and then continued to carry that energy through into the team. I mean, it is just breathtaking to see the efforts of these students paying off as effectively as they did today.
Big efforts to the production team for putting that on the screen. I know it's going to be part of the highlight reel, but I had to see it one more time, and I love that, again, there was so much effort and study in how they're playing their characters. You could see it in terms of how they're reacting to things, again, the matchup knowledge, even the fact that they had great ideation against the player-to-player aspect too as well. I think being on a team and having an esports team behind you helps you evolve. You are a product of your scene, you're a product of your village too as well. So if you're trying to be built up in terms of fighting games, use the people around you, study well, and you're going to be excelling more than a person just getting ready for ranked and getting smoked every single time and not knowing why and the hows and the whats and how to improve. And so again, find your locals, find your regional events, find events to go to, go play, go practice, find people that are of like mind that want to improve just like you, especially if you have this at your school. Use these resources. PlayVS has a lot to help you find that too as well. There's other ones out there. Search, and I'm telling you, it's going to be well worth it.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, if you guys have been wanting to play a fighting game and you've been hesitant about trying to figure out which one or what to get into because you're afraid it's going to be difficult. I have been playing fighting games since I was maybe 12 years old. I am 26 now, and this, let me tell you, this is the game. If you want to get into it, this is the game. There's the modern controls, there's the classic controls. This game has an unbelievably lively fan base. It is full of people that love the game, that are committed to the game, and that constantly want to help the game get better by helping each other get better. If you want to learn, if you want to play, if you want to participate in community, I genuinely cannot stress enough, this is the game to do it.
100%. Join up right now. Never been a better time. There's plenty of places to play in terms of ease of access to as well. Consoles, PC, whatever you want to play on. Controllers, you can play on accordion if you want to. Who cares? But that's going to do it for us. We've had a really fun time out here commentating some Street Fighter 6. If y'all love this, and I know you did, make sure you let PlayVS know that you want this to continue. Hopefully get more of these in the future. Hopefully get more on some streams too as well. I know some people are like, yo, I want to see more. Well, then let them know kindly, nicely, and give them support, and give the support to the scenes out here, the esports teams that are bringing these players up to this high level.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we are going to go ahead and wrap Street Fighter up here. Unfortunately, I'm devastated we're already done, but it has been such a pleasure to be here with all of you guys because this couldn't exist without all of you, the players, the spectators, the parents, the schools, everybody making this possible. So thank you all so much for watching. Please continue supporting esports. St. Cola, thank you for joining me. It has been a pleasure as always. We love each and every single one of you guys. Please check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other and enjoy the rest of the day ahead of you. We're going to throw you guys back to Lemon, Kiwi, and Stacks. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. What a series. The boys from Shure pull it off. That makes me 2-0 on predictions, so I just keep racking up.
Oh, I know your wins are stacking.
Yeah. We're just more and more, but boy, the wins stack it up for what better advertisement for joining a high school esports program than the captain of the team doesn't own the game, still high master, and puts the team on match point and wins it. You don't need to own the game to be good. You just have to play Akuma and JP, and then you're good. So
and
congrats to Shure.
Yeah, and have an amazing coach who is joining us from Sure High School in our post-match interview. Everyone say hello
Sounds
to
good.
Coach Davis, fan from Sure High School. Congratulations. We'll get them in here in a second. Here he is now. Hello, Coach Davis. I mean, congratulations, man. What a series. Your team, your school is now a champion in the PlayVS Cup. Bring me through the emotions. What was it like watching and after all the work that went in?
It's very exciting. Like, I've seen these players come from like basically not owning the game and never touching the game to becoming to getting where they are now. It used to be at a point where like I could basically talk to other teachers and have conferences while I'm playing against them, to now where I have to actually lock in. So it's raised my blood pressure a little bit when we play, but overall it's been very exciting.
I mean, talk to us about your captain. You talk about not owning the game. Apparently, he still does it. Are you at least gonna now he's getting all this scholarship money. You gonna tell him to at least buy the game now, or what a valuable weapon that is to have somebody that good to be able to run back to back, put you on match point, and then bring it home.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get on him and tell him to get the game, because I can't imagine how good he's gonna be once he actually can grind away at like 2-3 a.m. Non-unk hours.
Unk hours. I mean, talk to me about the team dynamic of how you've been able to sort everybody, of who's playing what matchup, or just how everybody on the team gets along, because you are kind of in these 1v1s, but together you represent a school. So what are the relationships like there?
We often get together to play during lunch, nutrition. After school, we have required practice times, and I think that really helps the team. I am a particular nerd for this game, so I actually give them a good amount of homework where like they would have to analyze frame data. They would have to show me combos that they've learned. There's a lot of work that goes into getting them here. In terms of the team dynamic itself, they're a very good group of students where they actually they came from being total strangers to becoming like really good friends, depending upon each other. They send silly memes to each other all the time, and unfortunately sometimes I'm privy to them too. I do look away sometimes, but I think that helps them, and that I think with that camaraderie came a lot of trust, so they're able to talk to each other, challenge each other, and listen to each other's advice.
Your captain, I feel, is the most fascinating part of this team, Coach. Congratulations. You get a guy that plays like literally the whole roster, it feels like, all throughout all of your seasons, and now you get to call yourselves the Street Fighter 6 National Champions. We're going to give you the floor, Coach, and to give any shout-outs you want, anything you want to say to the world as the Street Fighter 6 National Champions.
Yeah, for sure. I think... I definitely want to give a lot of shout outs and thank you to a lot of the staff that we have here, because they've been very supportive. Most notably, I think our administration team has been very supportive. So that's Mr. McKiernan, Mr. Verduzco, Ms. Clark, Ms. Hernandez. All four of them have been very supportive in what we do. They allow us the time to do what we do. There are plenty of other staff members who are very helpful too. A very close work confidant of mine, Ms. Movsisian, she's very good at helping us out. And honestly, this program wouldn't exist without her to begin with. There's our IT tech who worked here for a long time. His name's Angel Serta. Without him, once again, this program wouldn't get to where it is. And Mr. Valencia, he's a very close friend of mine. And at the same time, he's kind of brought us to where we are. Obviously, the basic stuff like my friends and my family who doesn't mind me watching Street Fighter videos late into the night and analyzing frame data. A lot of my friends who have given up their personal time to actually go over matches with my students, so that's really good. Some of them, Luca, Jake, Julius, Steven, Kyle, and then, if possible, just shout out some of my favorite content creators who have helped a lot of my students as well. One of them is named Brian F. Really good videos, really insightful videos. Chris F. Bringing out great, no relation, bringing out great things from Japan and helping us learn a lot about the game. Broski, his objectively correct opinions are also extremely helpful as well. And of course, Singe reviewing things, doing great content to help us learn the game as well. All of those, honestly, none of this would be possible without any of the people I named.
That's amazing. Holy, you had a whole list. Like, I can't even remember 3 names. I barely remember Sax's, so amazing, amazing interview. Thank you so much, Coach Davis, and congratulations again to Sure High School. You are Street Fighter 6 champions, and I'm gonna let you go celebrate. Thank you so much for the interview.
All right, thank you very much. All right, bye-bye.
Awesome. Guys, that was Coach Davis fan from Sure High School, who, well, Stacks, him and all of the support behind the scenes, including IT, made all the magic happen.
Yeah, they sure did. And I love it. No, that pun was not intentional, I promise. But they, it does take a village, man. It takes full community support to make something like this happen. And, to see all the work that goes into a national championship program like that. And I especially like the shout outs to like the content creators, like the pros in these scenes. I think especially with the FGC, I think that they play a huge part in competitions like this because the players are watching them. The players are learning from them. And oftentimes, you're seeing some of them offer their own time for like coaching sessions for some of these players and teams. I know that's been the case with us for a couple of our teams. So, shout out to all of them making the magic happen. It is, we are all together here in this community.
Yeah.
It also takes a little bit of Milk to make this happen as well.
Of course.
Shout out to Milk to helping make our show possible here today. Things have been very intense, and moments like this are where focus really matters. You don't want jitters. You don't want to have that kind of post letdown crash. Milk brings nutrients like B12, vitamin D, and protein to help support focus and sustained energy. Stay locked in, stay sharp, and keep the momentum going. Drink milk.
Do it now. Do what Stack says, because he's a super coach.
Exactly. Like
but
I'm doing right now.
I love that we learn from content creators, and brain health, brain power matters. So keep your brain energized with, of course, all the essential nutrients that milk provides. And I got to get my milk from the fridge, y'all. And we also have more games around the corner. Up next, Marvel Rivals, our last grand final of the day before we close out and we go into day 2 of PlayVS Cup. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you after the break.
If you're desperate for attendance, you're desperate to get kids to school, you're desperate to get kids excited about school, you're even desperate to help teachers get excited about school, Gaming Concepts is something that can immediately make an impact on your school, immediately make an impact on your chronically absentee students and your attendance. So one of the requests that we've gotten from a lot of educators is they're not ready for full implementation of a course. There's so many things that go into full implementation. Do you have a teacher with the right certification? Do you have the money to invest? Do you have a slot in your schedule to put a course? And so we had people ask, is there a class? Is there a course? Is there something that we can add now to get students excited about school again, to get that engagement, to get that attendance that we find that esports is so successful with? And so we developed a game casting course. I'm really excited because the teachers are taking it way further than I ever thought that they would take it. What they love about it is it's about 24 one-hour lessons. And so you can do it in a month, you can do it over a semester, you can do it as a capstone course. There's just so many ways that you can implement it, and it's really dipping your toe into competitive gaming and esports, but without making the full commitment. You can approach it with your administrator as, hey, I'm just gonna sprinkle this in my class a little bit, or you can tell them, if you're in a school that has chronic absenteeism, hey, I need to get these kids to school, so I'm going to do this game casting course to get some excitement, and we're gonna focus around language arts skills and speaking skills. So there's a lot of ways that you can use it. And the other really cool thing about the game casting course, there is a competition at the end. Students build a portfolio throughout the lessons, and then they submit the portfolio to PlayVS, and they enter for an opportunity to be a shoutcaster at our finals. So like the PlayVS Cup or the Winter Finals, that's that authentic engagement. You know, broadcasting classes, especially your journalism classes, especially, a lot of them have really taken a hit over the years because it's not exciting anymore, but you have those shoutcasting classes that can also get CTE funding. That really gets schools excited, gets administrators excited, gets your technology people excited. When I talk about esports and what esports or competitive gaming looks like in school, it's super easy to talk about shoutcasting and streaming because we can talk about speech. Everybody hates to give speeches, but if you put a microphone and a video camera in front of them and call it streaming, then you won't have enough seats in your class because there will be so many people that sign up for that.
Click the button below to request a course preview. It takes 30 seconds to fill out the form, and if you're ready, you can schedule a call to learn how to get gaming concepts for your students.
Your body knows, a sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Victory is within reach. Feel it, right? Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Today we're supporting esports athletes here at the Michigan State Gaming Championship and promoting our Game On initiative, which is a partnership with the NHL, the NHLPA, and PlayVS.
This is our championship that happens at the end of each season, and specifically today we have the Detroit Red Wings in attendance as well. And we're so excited to bring them in and allow kids to see how esports relates to traditional sports and the opportunities to build teamwork and collaboration with others.
We're here today to give some other alternatives for the kids in between games. They have an option to do a little soft toss, which putting the pucks in the nets, sticks in hands, letting these kids play a little bit of hockey. We got some great Red Wings prizes for them. We also have 2 NHL gaming stations set up where the kids can play Chell and play as the Detroit Red Wings.
it's awesome to have the Detroit Red Wings out here supporting these kids.
I think there's a ton of overlap between traditional sports like hockey and esports. You know, we're talking about teamwork. We're talking about competitive sports, right? Whether it's digital or traditional, live and in person, there's still excitement. It relies on sportsmanship, communication.
In traditional sports, you learn grit, you learn teamwork, you learn how to really work outside of yourself. And the best part is esports takes those same concepts and applies it through video games.
A lot of people have come out and it's a really fun experience. Competing for the state title is very nerve-wracking, but also very exciting.
This has honestly been one of the most meaningful things I've ever done.
Really just cool to see the passion that's out there for esports and to see that the work that these kids have put in all year kind of come to fruition here, where they can get to compete and just have a space where they can just enjoy gaming in a safe space.
The rewind. Welcome back to the 2026 PlayVS Cup Finals. Actually, I can't like sit up like perfectly straight anymore. You start to lose the zunnies up here. But Stacks alongside Lemon Kiwi as we have crowned 2 new national champions in Valorant and Street Fighter 6. Congratulations to Spanish Fork out of Utah winning the Valorant championship, and to Shure out of California, your Street Fighter 6 champions. And now, Lemon, we're about to switch gears to our final game of the day.
Yeah, and you guys want to take advantage of the Zenny giveaway happening right now. Scan the QR code on your screen if you want to have one of the many Zunnies or Zenny glasses that Stacks has on his head. He has such a good display board, so much real estate up there, so much knowledge, and you guys could be maybe having the same vision as him if you go over to zenny.com and scan the QR code on your screen if you want an exclusive gift, if you want to enter the exclusive gift bag giveaway. So thank you so much, Zenny, for supporting the stream. And I'm also wearing my Zennies, but my sunglasses or my glasses were starting to fall off, but yeah, this has been great, Stacks.
Yeah, and shout out to Respawn as well. Get 10% off your very own Respawn chair. They are so comfy. I absolutely love these. Use the promo code PlayVSTeam to pick up your Respawn chair. They are the official chair of the PlayVS Cup. And again, we've been raving about these all day. We both have different varieties of it. I'm more a fan of just the racing chair in general, and just get to lean back and enjoy, and it's just super comfy. I love it.
Yes, whether you like kind of the traditional racing chair or if you want something that's breathable, I have one that has an adjustable headrest, very nice, reclines all the way as I went away from my microphone, and a mesh bag. If you have a sweaty bag, I really recommend this one. But like Stack said, you guys could go over to Respawn, and all of our award winners for our PlayVS Awards will also be receiving an embroidered chair provided by Respawn. And speaking of those award Stacks, we have another one to do. Segue.
We do indeed. Our third and final of the individual awards to announce here today, the Community Trailblazer Award. which recognizes individuals who create meaningful opportunities and leave a lasting impact on their communities. Through his dedication to students and his commitment to growing esports in Nebraska and beyond, I'm so happy to announce that Chris Brenning exemplifies what it means to be a community trailblazer. And when discussing this year's Trailblazer Award, Coach Brenning's name quickly rose to the top of the list. What makes Chris very special is his ability to think beyond the boundaries of a traditional esports program. He's consistently looked for ways to create new opportunities for students, not just within Scottsbluff High School, but throughout the broader esports community. Through his leadership, the annual Scottsbluff Esports Tournament has grown into a premier regional event, attracting schools from across Nebraska and neighboring states. But Chris's impact extends far beyond the competition itself. He's worked tirelessly to enhance the student experience through high-quality production, community partnerships, collegiate connections, and innovative programming that helps students see a future for themselves and esports and, word we've been using a lot, beyond. Chris is the type of educator who doesn't just have a vision, he puts in the work to make that vision a reality. His passion, creativity, and commitment have helped build opportunities for countless students while inspiring other coaches and programs to think bigger about what esports can achieve. So congratulations, Coach Brenning, and thank you for everything you do for your students, your school, and the greater esports community.
Oh, I just love all these awards and giving special appreciation to the people behind the scenes that have been really uplifting these players and creating that sense of community. And none better than Chris, our community trailblazer. For the Play Versus Awards, we're going to be giving more Play Versus Awards, but how about this one? A Grand Finals Championship coming up. We have Marvel Rivals around the corner. Let's take a look at that bracket if you guys forgot what's happening. We have none other than Lee Moore High School from California and Florida Virtual School, you know, from Florida. And this is the big clash. You don't say. Which, hey, they're appearing in yet another esport grand final. These two schools, man, they're going at it.
Yeah, Florida Virtual School, again, they are kind of, I think, the standard bearer for kind of the peak level of competition here in the Play Versus Cup. You're going to see more of them tomorrow as well, but they came in as the number 2 seed on the Marvel Rivals side. They held serve. The number 1 seed did not so much. The Science Academy of South Texas ran into Lee Moore High School, the number 13 seed, who is trying to pull off another upset. Having already taken out number 1, they'll try to take down number 2 as well. 5 out of the 6 starters are seniors on this Lee Moore team. Meanwhile, with the Florida Virtual School, you've got some overlap with the VALORANT team that made the semifinals in that bracket where we had the finals earlier today. So you get double champions on one side and Florida Virtual School, double champions on the other side, winning state and regional championships both here in Marvel Rivals. Lemon, any thoughts jump out at you here as you look at these two squads?
Well, you got an octopus versus a tiger. Now, if we're going to do predictions on who's coming out of this animal matchup, I'm going to go with the tigers. They got I don't know, actually. Octopus versus tiger? I want to say tiger because it's got claws, but octopus feel like it would strangle the tiger. So I'm going to go tiger, but how do you feel about that matchup?
One thing I've learned watching the Play Versus Cup play out, and especially like just kind of following the brackets this year, is if you have a chance to pick Florida, especially FVS, versus the rest of the field, you got a non-zero shot here at having the Fury run the table. And doing it in Florida, they won the Central region in the fall, they won the state championship in the spring. I'm taking Florida Virtual School here. I think that the FLVS Fury are going to come out on top here with Marvel Rivals, and again, I have the vision.
Yeah, you do have the vision, and you just keep stacking. That's why they call them stacks, okay? And our teams, well, they don't need new logos, but chat, a Sony InZone poll coming at you. Do you need more gear? We have to ask you a question. Make sure you're paying attention. Homework time. Poll in the chat. Answer now. What usually makes you upgrade your gear? Is it that it breaks? Is it that, okay, the performance isn't as good anymore? Is that there's new features, there's new tech and stuff out? Or is it that there's a good sale and you want to pick something up? So let us know what makes you upgrade your gear. And that poll is brought to you by Sony InZone. You could use, of course, the code PLAY26 to get 10% off your gear at electronics.sony.com. And I would say the last option sounds pretty good to me, Stacks, because if I have a discount code, that's going to make me buy something new.
Yeah, exactly. You're always competing. I mean, businesses, they're smart. They know what they're doing. They know what they're competing against. You know, I'm very stubborn. If something breaks, I'm still going to, like, I'll try and get what little use I can out of it. But anytime I can bundle things together, pick multiple things up at once, because usually, like a mouse and a keyboard, you know, they might have some features that work between the two.
Well, it looks like our match is almost ready to go. Thank you so much to who is that guy? Well, I'm gonna be talking to another guy here very soon because our Marvel Rivals Grand Final is ready to go. So I'm gonna send it over to our casters. It's me and Leg Day. We're back. We're so back. Wow.
You're still here.
Stacks, you grew hair and you have less glasses. What happened? Anyway,
It's true.
we have a,
I've
we have
just
a
got
final.
the one pair. It's all I need. Like, what one pair is there needs is more than enough for me. They got transition lenses so I can use them inside and outside, you know?
Yo, W ad like day. And I think we have two W teams here of Lemoore High School versus the Florida Virtual School. This is going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, it's a bit of a vengeance matchup as well. If I remember correctly, we casted these two teams at Upgrade Arena earlier this year, where Lemoore won, I believe, in a close series against Florida Virtual School. So I think that considering that we've already seen some very difficult games for Lemoore in terms of like going up against that #1 seed in the Science Academy, they're coming in with a pretty hot hand here. But Fury Royal, they haven't struggled quite as much, with 3 of their previous 4 games being 3-0s and 1 being a 3-2 against the Yankee rivals.
Yeah, and there's some seriously high-ranked people in this lobby. Again, guys, this is high school esports, like 14 to 18 years old range. It's insane. Silly Chicken, for example, from I think this is Lemoore High School, or sorry, the Florida. The Fury Royal match. Silly Chicken is Celestial. Plushy Slushy from the other team is High Celestial. Guys, I can't even get Celestial consistently, and there's like 14-year-olds doing it. Like I think we need to retire because these kids are insane.
Well, that's why we're here talking about it instead of playing in the games, you know.
That's why
we got to make room for this new generation, and the generation is rising up with amazing talent as well as like really being rewarded for the effort they're putting into the esports programs that are at their schools. Like, there's so much to gain from playing in these structured team environments, especially when it comes to like doing your best with your talents under pressure. And that's something we all want from our players as they start to grow up and evolve into new roles. Like, being able to knuckle down under pressure, understand how to practice something effectively, to use your time to improve a skill is so important. And it's something that all of these players have been doing to reach these heights where in a lot of their like ranked games, they're not playing against other high school students, you know. They're playing against the tryhards, the sweats, the pros, and still holding their own.
It's pretty crazy, and it was cool to talk to some of these super coaches. And I like the word super because they really do feel like superheroes, because they not only have to teach one game, they have to teach all the games that the school is participating in. Like my buddy Stacks, I thought he only knew Rocket League, and all of a sudden he's coaching all these other games. And it's so important to kind of use the resources that are out there, whether it's content creators, what you're able to learn from ranked, and what you're able to learn from other teams. Everybody seems to really like Spider-Man here.
I mean, couple of lords on Spider-Man as well. If you see these different, more dynamic icons, that means one of the players has high proficiency on that hero, has played a ton of games on it, and has really learned the ins and outs. And now we're getting into a ban and protect system. This is where both of our teams will be able to choose heroes to take out of the game, and then guarantee ones in this protect slot that will be kept in.
Yeah, pretty. The meta has evolved so much. We're going to be on the live patch here. And, I mean, Penny is rising through the ranks. I mean, Devil Dino, we see all the time in Ignite. That's usually like a must protect or a must ban. But now that the Gambit has been protected, this pairs really well with the team up of Rogue. And Rogue, being a Vanguard or a tank, is really only playable with that Gambit. So this is going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, a lot of our characters here do have special abilities that are only accessible when two particular characters are on the field. So as Lemon was alluding to, Rogue is a lot more powerful when Gambit is present because she gets her Heartbreaker, her C, an additional team up, even more damage, as well as the ability to heal allies that are around her.
Okay, no Star-Lord, and being on Krakoa, there's a lot of open air, and Star-Lord is a duelist or a DPS that can fly through the air, and now he got recently buffed in the recent patch where he has, what, like 10 more bullets or something insane? So he has become a must pick when it comes to damage.
Yeah, huge amount of output, really can harass those backliners, and this is going to make sure that all the backliners between Lemore and Fury are a touch safer unless we see a more aggressive dive come out of something like a Black Cat and a Venom in tandem. We've got a couple of different styles which are prevalent at the moment. Devil Dinosaur being the last ban. Devil Dinosaur is a real nightmare in the Vanguard versus Vanguard matchups, and this counter ban from Lemore's like, okay, we see you wanting to play something a little bit faster with the Venom by banning out the Devil Dinosaur, so we're going to get rid of a Black Cat so that those dives might be a little bit less well-manned.
Yeah, I mean, these bans are looking like my ranked games, and I'm a very happy person when I see no Daredevil, no Star-Lord, no Groot. These are a lot of quality of life bans, which I would like. The thing that sticks out to me is the Captain America ban, because that's usually a targeted thing. There's only a special subsection of humans on this earth that play Captain America, and it's very much a specialty and not something all the Vanguards know how to play.
Yeah, definitely a very specialist skill set. And this comes back to what we were saying about like how all of our high school kids, they got to practice very particularly, especially in this game, with how they want to improve themselves when it comes to like learning specific characters and how they interact with their teammates when it comes to their timings and teamwork that's necessary to get the full value out of their kits.
All right, taking a look at the comps, we have a 2-2-2 with the Bucky and the Phoenix from Fury, and Lemore opting for the Punisher Phoenix combo. So the Bucky, Winter Soldier, he has a hook that pulls people in. It's very good for neutral fights, aka fights that happen without ultimates, while as Punisher, it's going to be fun to watch because he just shoots a lot and he can grapple places. But Blaze is setting up a Doctor Strange portal. This may just interrupt things if he decided to place it in front of the enemy team, but rather create a nice shortcut for Fury Royal to get towards the point. It doesn't unlock for another 10 seconds though, so there is going to have to be an exchange of damage happening right now. And Blaze is playing a tank, so he needs to be front and center when it comes to taking space.
Yeah, Blaze opening up the space for the remainder of the team, but Rockland's already fallen down here to Banana Point. You can see all of the focus fire onto Blaze. What a perfect take from Lemore right there. They identified those who were slightly out of position and really focused their fire in quickly.
Wow, and a team wipe that quickly. That is very good patience coming out of Lemore, especially when you've just had a positional advantage from the Fury Royal side. But that consistent damage from the Punisher is going to be nice. He could also get into a turret form. That's that E button that you see at the bottom, which, yes, turns him into a turret and can really unleash things. But you are going to be in a stationary position and a little bit vulnerable. So I like that Plushie Slushy is being as one of the higher ranked players in this lobby. It's going to be as dynamic as they can around this fight.
Yeah, really forcing players to look in different angles, and the distraction can be invaluable. J-Mac is going to be able to get out using all of that rogue mobility. As Slushy lays down a smoke grenade to cover the escape of multiple of his friends. Dude, Guybro's gone a little bit too far though. Rocklander manages to strike back, and now Fury have their means to go in onto the point. Zas delivering the healing. You can see that there's multiple players grouped together. Zas's output is absolutely off the charts, and as quickly as Lemore took the first point, Fury strike back.
Really good retake. Hey, sometimes this is, if you lose the first fight, you can sometimes get snowballed, but now we're gonna have our first wave of ultimates. A very special ability, those percentage points on the top is what you're gonna look forward to. And at 90%, you're gonna get this at the start of the fight, most likely. Plushy, slushy, judge, jury, executioner. You like guns? He's gonna get a bigger gun. And it's gonna be shooting even faster, and it's gonna be even deadlier. But wait, the ultimates are not coming out just in time. Fury have a first pick.
Yeah, Silly Chicken. Open that one up there with the Barnet Cook having to hide away behind the killer because they know Plushy's coming out. Here come the two big guns and the backup as well from the Gambit. Despite the invisible boundary being drawn up already, one player taken down through the invisible boundary. What accuracy from Slushies. Cares little for the Vanguard ultimates for players who might cause you to care. What an eye of Agamotto Lemore. They thought they had the advantage, but what a counter-strike from Fury.
What a 4K from this Gambit, the ace of the Fury Royal sleeve and retaliation. I thought this was panic, but it was success to clap back against Lemore. A fantastic job, good decision, good communication from the Fury Royal side, and that means they take the lead. That also was expensive. They used a lot of ultimates for that. They're gonna have the Kraken Impact, the ultimate from the Winter Soldier, and this is gonna be a good execution ultimate, but wait, Lemore have way more up their sleeve.
Yeah, Victor been able to copy over that Gambit ultimate. Now they're going to use the Raging Royal Flush, and the opening is real. Zambi's getting aggressive in their own right, and Fury just have to fall apart under the pressure that Victor brought there. Great choice of ultimate.
Great choice of the pathing from Lemore coming up through that portal, which caught Fury Royal a little bit off guard. And to take a proactive fight, that takes a lot of confidence. To start a fight on your own terms, like that copy. The Gambit ultimate, our Raging Royal Flush, one of the most powerful ones in the game. And Loki, he likes to clone. He likes to dupe things. He can steal ultimates from the other team. So Victor Soul really helped Lemore win that fight, and we'll see if they can take back the lead.
Mirror passing here. There's a couple of Loki doppelgangers available. You never reckon Impact could get those easy resets. Heads over towards the first, but Curse, we're going to lose a single doppelganger. And now look towards the back line already, where the damage has been done. J-Mac made such a deep incision into the midst of the enemy team. A punishment's going to be there, but already is got a big tax. What a grab off the back of the Violet Cook. But when you bring in the Punisher that close, he draws out the shotgun and is a real threat that needs to be contended with. And Allberger found that out the hard way. Now Lemore have the overtime in their favor. Fury nowhere to be seen when it comes to contestation, and this should be the point claim. It's going to be a last-minute touch from both of the strategists, though, from Fury.
Oh, that didn't buy enough time for the portal. So the first round on Cradle of Krakoa goes to Lemore High School. Man, that was so close. They started with the first capture. They took proactive fights off of their Loki ultimates, and man, Fury had also some clapbacks of their own. When you had Slushy unleashed with the Punisher ultimate, Fury threw so many ults to shut down one person. Talk about a threat from Lemore High School to get just that much dedicated just to him. Really good job. And that means that if you can have a better economy when it comes to your ultimates, well, you're gonna have more in store for the upcoming fights. Speaking of that, our first fight, the ultimates carry over, by the way, from round to round, so Slushy will be able to be that spark plug for Lemore High School to kick off growth.
Yeah, long-term economic planning really is a skill that you have to develop here to work it out on domination. Last time Slushy used this final judgment with the Punisher. It was combined with Zambi's Raging Royal Flush from the Gambit. So Slushy may decide to hold the trigger here for 13% so Zambi can back them up.
I need to get into a good position. You have a lot of brawl from the side of Lemore, but that Emma Frost can provide a very important shield to give some coverage to some more vulnerable members. And Fury Royal, they're putting the pressure on.
Good investigation from Zambi though. Over to the safety to Guybro's a little bit too far out though. And Allberger can manage to bake them and break them. It seems like Fury aren't going to be able to grab the point first here with Victor Ursel heading down. Only a single healing reform of the Gambit. Surely that's going to be the case. Dare not re-engage, given the casualties that have already been sustained.
Well, I like my burgers well done. Unfortunate, but hey, Allberger is doing a very good job on that side. And you want to use that Heartbreaker ultimate to start fight, because start fights because it drains the ultimate charge from the enemy team, making it so that they can't immediately respawn until they, well, respond to the rogue. And speaking of which, it's the Moon Knight ultimate starting off.
And the Conchus grab the first. Can the Phoenix ultimate be taken down? Great aim here from Slushy, and even more to be found. Could the players be grabbed by the Sonic Seduction? Emma's certainly trying to make it happen. A quick grab physically onto the Doctor Strange, and Slushy's there with the KO thereafter. And as Gambit has to fade away from the line of sight of the Punisher, it leaves the Rogue unattended, who has to fight the Hordes themselves. A last-second recontest from Magellan, but that is going to be Lemore in control.
And unfortunately for that heartbreak, my heart is breaking not being able to see that ultimate so early. It's really hard for Rogue, a close-range brawler, to get close to people with shotguns and a lot of ranged damage, which is what Lemore is running. And they're really depending on this Emma shield to make it so that Lemore is not taking as much damage. So really good ult economy from the Lemore side of things. And now there's that heartbreaker.
Oh, Wahlberger grabbed already. A lot of damage coming their way, but the invisible boundary might be able to make something happen here. Victorcel's full on down after having copied over the other Gambit. And so the Raging Royal Flush will be cancelled. Fury play within their safe zone. And they managed to just, chew down there. Targets just got absolutely decimated.
A good investment from the Fury Royal side, and that means they get back the lead, and we're already halfway to maybe forcing a round 3. The invisible boundary, the Gambit Raging Royal Flush, the Heartbreaker. I love that initiative out of all Burger. And now that you have Lemore coming through a choke point, this is where the Moon Knight ult from Silly Chicken could really rain down on this parade, and there's not a lot of strategist ultimates from Lemore's side to heal them back up unless Zambi can help them out.
And the Conchu ready to go, quick on to try and drag in the Punisher, but here comes the counter strike. J-Mac going to use the Heartbreaker here. Certainly going to be risky, but seems to be rewarded for such audacity. Banana Boy's coming on the other side. What great coordination from the side of Lemore as the Psylocke strikes true, and the Shinobi manages to find their only prey. Fury taken off the point. Lemore now in control.
Wow, Psylocke is one of the hardest heroes to master when it comes to Marvel Rivals, and Banana Boy swaps, immediately gets a 3K, and kind of single-handedly helps Lemore win that fight. So shout out to them being so young and mastering such a difficult character. And Fury, you're going to have a difficult fight because they don't have any ultimates, and that's mainly where your win condition is going to be around. You have the charm here of Dude Guy from Lemore and a big gun, of course, from Slushy, and we know how strong Lemore's damage can be at range.
Scourge grenade to escape the Onks, now looking for a target. For now, Magneto is going to be absorbing a lot of that fire. That's what the Vanguards do. Make space for the rest of the team to try and make something happen. But Silly Chicken can't do anything off the back of that. What a catch coming through from Dude Guy, bro, who still has the Sonic Seduction in the back pocket as well if they feel the need to use it. For now, strong in the face of pressure, but extra damage from the Ensong Inferno buffed up by the Gambit could be enough to claim Slushy. And even more than that, mostly seems like LOS has been respected here. It's a fighting defense from Lemore, but Fury have flipped the point back in their favor.
And it's 83% and growing. Lemore has to swap to the Doctor Strange to portal to the point on time because just going by foot is not going to be quick enough. 90% and growing. Lemore will get there just in time, and it's all eyes on Banana Boy if he can win this fight again. Slushy's got a judgment.
Wahlberger already started with their own Heartbreaker here. Slushy not being given any targets, but a quick peek through the other side of a portal. They've just charged up the Meteor Rem. Blaze, who held above, waiting to bring down the hammer on all those who would dare to emerge into the zone of fury. Up comes the invisible boundary, and if it slows onto Slushy, just make it too complicated to turn this one around. Fury seem to have struck true in their turnarounds here, but you need to keep your eye on the Psylocke. Big clutch potential as you move from target to target, but the healing's good from Zap, taking down everyone in the path of the Vanguard. So Venom shows up alone in a 1 versus 5. There's not much that they can do but stall, and Fury make it 1-1.
Wow, Carousel taken by Fury at the last second. Fury Royal, the most important thing when Lemore was portaling in is that they immediately took out the Loki, one of the 2 strategists that Lemore High School has. That means your healing is cut in half, and it's all up to one person, which Zambi popped the Raging Royal Flush, but Gambit can't do anything, can't do everything. I mean, he could do a lot. I didn't mean that, but he can throw 3 cards at once, okay? And there's 6 people on the team, so you do the math. Not enough healing from the Lemore Lemore side without Victor, and Zaz, I mean, made the whole difference, tilting the scale of the resources back in Fury Royal's way when it mattered the most. And now we settle things on Grove to know who will take our map 1 of this best of 5 final.
Okay, big eyes here on Zas, Blazu, and Allburger to try and shut down J-Mac's ultimate. It's going to be a considerable tool at the beginning of the next fight with the Eye of Agamotto, but it can be pushed away by Zas, blocked by Blazu, or interrupted by Allburger by trying to absorb all the powers from Doctor Strange.
In this Doctor Strange portal, that cooldown carries through from round to round, so you want to be economical and kind of choosy with when you decide to portal. Speaking of that, Blazu is going to set up Fury Royal immediately on the point, just like they did at the very first time, so we'll see if that positional advantage will help.
Fast movement here from Lemore already. J-Mac moving towards the back. Eye of Agamotto unleashes onto Magelin. Can the peel be there? Oh, J-Mac's just doing everything. Unbelievable stuff.
Can we get a W Mac in the chat? What was that? Oh my god, the Eye of Agamotto. I mean, that eye has probably got some zennies on it because that was an incredible ultimate. Nice. So Lemore are gonna win, you know, Zenny diff, I guess. And Fury Royal are gonna make some changes of their own, really needing some additional pokes. So Silly Chicken will go now to the Punisher and see if he can win that mirror matchup against Plushy Slushy.
All right, Dude Guy. Close to the Sonic Seduction, but wants to build up this energy before they let loose of it to make sure there's this constant threat of damage coming out from the Emma Frost. Diamond Form still in the back pocket, and overextension from either of these Vanguards could be instantly punished by either shielding off the heels or grabbing them in, but J-Mac's not got the support behind him. What great target focus, and now the emergency button has to be sent out by Dude Guy. Bro wants to try and grab someone's mind with a seduction, but it seems that all of Fury have managed to scatter away from the controlling beams. A disengagement on the cards, only 150 HP remains. The healing suddenly going to be there towards the back. Slushy needs to try and rebuff a Vanguard's advance, for Rogue needs to be shut down, but for now it's Blazu who's grabbing all of the incoming aggression. Silly Chicken out-aims when it comes to the Punisher, and that's going to be Fury grabbing point.
Okay, I was really hyped about J-Mac, but I'm going to turn the tables here. Blazu just really managed the shields well on this Doctor Strange on the other side. Not only did he survive the final judgment of a Punisher, which no Vanguard can tell that tale, but he blocked the entirety of the Psionic Seduction from Dude Guy. You blocked 2 ultimates with a Vanguard with just 1 shield. Talk about economy and talk about flipping the script. Now, Fury Royal, they still have to catch up in the score, but look how many ultimates they have. 4 of them. Eye of Agamotto now. The ball is in Blazu's court to see if he can catch Lemore. And mainly we have to look and see if this Emma can get a grab on the Doctor Strange. That will cancel the ultimate, and that is the Emma's job.
All right, Gambit ready to go. Raging Royal Flush. You can see Banana Boy approaching from the back. Extra damage coming through. The Eye of Agamotto opened, but the stuns aren't quite there. Lemore have not lost enough here to really be punished for their aggression. An exchange of rogue grabs, yes, but it's just a little bit of patty cake here as Lemore are back in control.
Yeah, Lemore, I love that aggression. They got the immediate pounce. If you have 2 decisions when a Punisher ults, you run or you fight. Any hesitation will cost you, and Lemore, they just have so much confidence about them having the high ground. They have really good pathing, and Fury Royal, they used a lot of ultimates and didn't win the fight. We'll see how they overcome this, because it's 70%. This is basically final fight territory for map number 1, and we're looking towards a low-key copy from Victor Soul to see if he can get that Raging Royal Flush from the Gambit on the other side.
Zas is going to have a decision-making tested here. The only real ultimate on their side, the Invisible Boundary, could be super important here for allowing Fury to survive on the map. Krakoa could be taken in this one here, and now J-Mac has managed to strike first, has taken away Zas's ultimate with the Heartbreaker, and Victursal is ready to come on in. Has used her own Raging Royal Flush. Excellent strategist play towards the back. Oh, J-Mac! W-Mac yet again. Every frame played perfectly. The Zennies are working.
Oh my god, Plushy Slushy too. I'm really liking the Phoenix headshots, and when all the Vanguards make the space for you, you get to sit back and play your little aim trainer and play more Marvel Rivals, because Lemore High School just took map number 1 of Krakoa in this best of 5 final, and wow, what an absolute battle, a clash, a showdown between these 2 teams. Going that far, I think we got a series on our hands like that.
Oh, we definitely do. We know from Upgrade Arena that these 2 teams are incredibly close, and We're also going to see our ban phase evolve throughout this as well. Maybe there's a world where you try and ban away with Doctor Strange to try and keep that one from J-Mac, who also excelled on the Rogue. 14 final hits, Plushy Slushy as well, getting so much utility out of both the Phoenix and the Punisher. A lot of those final judgments being very well reinforced off the back of the Loki. I wouldn't mind seeing Loki getting banned out either, as it seems like one of our teams is far more likely to play the Loki than the other. So for the side of Fury, maybe that would be a very good asymmetric ban where it doesn't really constrain your hero pool as much as it might affect Lemur.
Really did make a difference to have not one Raging Royal Flush, but 2 Raging Royal Flush. I may live in Vegas, but I know something about those cards I think are really good on a table. So they're definitely really good at Marvel Rivals. So that has to be a consideration, because Marvel Rivals is such already a complicated game, and that pick and ban system with the heroes decides what composition you do play. So you could be playing really good at one composition. As soon as they ban out your best heroes, the most flexible players are going to be the most valuable players on a team. And we really saw that from Lemur High School, and how really the decisions behind the coaching staff of protecting what they did to make sure that they had the Loki when the Gambit was available, so you could have 2 of the best ultimates in the game. Really genius.
It's great stuff. When you think about how the Marvel Rivals skill set is like transferable as a game, like ban and pick is just problem solving with a data set you've got like 60% of, right? Because you know what's meta, you know what your players are good at, but you might not be as sure what your opponents are good at. So you've got some problem solving off the back of speculation, likely data, and the data that you know you have available. So that's a lot for coaches and leaders in game to try and work off the back of, and definitely something that's a very, very relevant skill to develop for all of our players.
Yeah. And now you gotta think, okay, what are gonna be the duelist bans coming up? Because we got rid of the Star-Lord, we got rid of the Daredevil, and the Black Cat. And after what I saw from Plushy Slushy, I want to get rid of the Phoenix. After what I saw from Silly Chicken, I want to get rid of the Punisher. So it kind of depends on what matchup you feel most comfortable in. It's like a choose your poison or choose your evil when it comes to Rivals, because all the characters are very good to play.
Yeah, like there are a lot of very strong combinations, and they can become even more powerful when they have their team-ups behind them. Like, we've seen a little bit of Emma come out, but Emma can get even better when Luna Snow's on the field, and Luna Snow might be a premier pick if we see something like Loki get banned. She's in a great position at the moment. The pro meta definitely is showing a lot of Luna Snow in the ban phase. Let's go look at some replays from our match just gone. And the beautiful lobby as well. Looks like we might have the Museum of Contemplation coming up, which would be an interesting pivot, very front to back focused in terms of those convoy maps, and it might allow for a little bit more wiggle room in the Vanguard play.
Of course, we could have a mirror matchup between the Phoenixes, the Phoenix side. Yeah, there's a plural there. I didn't go to high school, apparently. Grocklander versus Plushy Slushy on the Phoenix mirror. That was fantastic. I mean, Plushy Slushy. It's hard to pick an MVP from Lemur High School because there is a lot of high-ranked players on that team, but looking out for that Phoenix mirror. But then Banana Boy is kind of that wild card for me because, they were wild on the field. The Psylocke play, insane. 11 final hits. Having an assassin in your back pocket is always going to be a boon, because when strategists never die, when they are just keeping their teams up, when fight lasts forever, you want to throw an assassin into the mix to kind of change up where your pressures are being put.
Yeah, when you change up where that pressure is, you can make the strategists feel more pressure to heal each other when you have that kind of patty caking in the back line, like, oh, Psylocke's on me, help, and you get your Gambit to turn around. That's when you can really win out that Vanguard duel as well. Like, there are these second order consequences to all of the decisions you make when it comes to how you're trying to play your game, and that makes game planning and reactivity very important when it comes to your skill sets here as a player. And like you said, you bring that Psylocke, put it on the back line. What do you lose out on? A little bit more frontline damage, so your Vanguards have to focus on the Vanguard versus Vanguard a little bit more, because you don't have someone like a Moon Knight or a Punisher who's able to put that damage there, but you get the boon of not quite so much healing being sent their way.
And we're going to be sending it to our picks and bans when it comes to the heroes, that first ban from both sides. And the most popular one we see is Gambit or Devil Dino. So there we go. We are taking that off the table. And that's going to affect people like J-Mac and Allburger, who definitely were throwing hands when it came to the Rogue. And Rogue, not as playable without that Gambit team up. They're a married couple after all, and they got to respect that partnership. So
yeah, without the hubby, Rogue can be a touch weaker, and this is going to allow for Allburger to flex their hero pool a touch more. Lemore, for now, they've been sticking to this first ban on Captain America, and that might betray a little bit of trepidation or fear amongst the Lemore players about like the capacity for a dive. Maybe there's a world where Allburger would go over to something like a Venom and play a pseudo cap where there's that constant backline pressure you were talking about that gets achieved with a Psylocke.
And, well, this Devil Dino gets protected from Lemore, and this was something that Fury Royal tried to ban at the very end. And what pairs so well with the Dino is a woman named Emma Frost. Or there's actually a few options. Captain America, which did get banned, would be the other option, but there's a few different identities, but Emma Frost being the best. And Dubro was the best and the only Emma in that lobby, getting 9 final hits and 15,000 damage. So that will probably be the pairing for Lemore, but we will see once we get into the game.
All right, next ban here for Lemore after Groot gets taken off the map. This is a great map for Groot with these fairly narrow corridors. The walls, both Ironwood and Thornlash, can be incredibly effective at partitioning an enemy team and trying to cut off the resource givers from the resource receivers. Once again, it really does feel like Lemore are afraid of that dive, banning out the Black Cat, but this is what the ban phase is for, is that if there's something you don't particularly want to play against, you can try and nerf/neuter it by taking out many of the synergies when it comes to that kind of playstyle.
Yeah, which, speaking of Banana Boy, he's already such an amazing Psylocke player, so this feels like a hashtag not yet Black Cat ban, you know? Like, give him a month, and I'm sure, like, that's gonna be on lock. And Black Cat is the most broken hero right now, and the Rocket Raccoon, speaking of which, got some heavy buffs in the most recent patch, and with his damage, and also his ultimate, which is a damage amplifier for the whole team. This is such a huge win condition that Fury Royal are gonna depend on.
Okay, then the Phoenix ban makes sense when you want to play that Rocket as Phoenix's Endsong Inferno ultimate. If it makes impact, it instantly destroys all deployables on the field, which includes Rocket's Res Beacon, the Battle Recall Beacon, and Rocket's ultimate, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier that you brought up earlier, is a whole team damage boost, and so getting rid of that is a huge priority.
And that's going to change what our ranged duelist matchup will be, because Star-Lord is now on the table. That was something that was banned previously. Moon Knight was something that was brought out on one of the rounds of Krakoa, so I'm already loving the adaptations that everyone has, especially Groot being off the table. That's just a ranked ban for me. As a Groot main, I never get to play the guy, and since you mentioned that this is such a front-to-back map, Groot is very strong in that capacity. So Dude Guy, I was surprised, because he was the Emma player previously, so he's going to be the one that brings out the Devil Dino. And W-Mac, aka J-Mac, is going to be back on the Doctor Strange, which was, I mean, amazing how he was able to jump in and pop, I think, like 4 or 5 people with the Eye of Agamotto. So a lot of nice strengths, and also the triple strategist from Lemore on defense.
Fury, if there's one thing to say about their comp here, it's that they got a lot of guns. Star-Lord, Punisher, and a Vanguard Deadpool means there's going to be a lot of crit damage heading the way of Dude Guy, bro. Given that the Devil Dinosaur has such a large crit box that you're going to have to be very careful with where you position, and this is going to require a lot of care from Lemore strategists.
And Devil Dino, the newest hero dropping in Marvel Rivals, puts on a bleed status condition when doing this Kamehameha beam. And when they have that bleed condition, there's an ability that allows the Devil Dino to take hold of them with his mouth and kidnap them. Oh, there was an attempt there. And to try and bring them into the enemy team. So that is a neutral fight win condition that Allburger and Dude Guy will be aiming for. And there's a whole lot of roaring and not a lot of fighting. That's where the guns do all the talking.
Yeah, and the real pressure onto these shields is going to start mounting very quickly as BlazSue does have access to the Banhammer. Just going to punish them whenever they miss a shot, but good shutdown here off the back of the grab from the Devil Dinosaur. Make sure that BlazSue cannot overcommit to try and make sure something happens off the back of their own Banhammer. That's going to be on a 60-second cooldown now. And this could be an opening for Fury to try and make something happen. Grocklander looking for an enemy, but the Lemore defense has been very strong in terms of not overplaying their angles.
Ooh, good positioning from J-Mac to jump out of there. Fury having a Punisher. He has a shotgun. He is the biggest deterrent to a dinosaur. You wouldn't believe it. But Grocklander has to be careful just how close he wants to get to that dinosaur, because he does have a big yellow bubble that protects him from a lot of damage. Speaking of damage, oh my.
Critical massive ultimates. Magellan already having lost out on the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, though. That was burned down by Plushy Slushy using the Rage of Ultron. Huge damage output, and look how tightly packed his team is as well. This means that there's so much healing that can be gained off the back of a drone. Out comes the Grocklander ultimate, and already has found a single victim. Looking for another. Up comes the shield once again. Having to play this physical cover so important. And there's Zambi with the counter-strike. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier punishes Grocklander for being out of position. Don't think J-Mac got too much off the back of the Eye of Agamotto. It was shut down perfectly, likely by the shield of a Devil Dinosaur, and now Dude Guy Bro thinks that he can try and turn this one around here and now. The Devil Dinosaur Rampage needs to disengage though, as the damage taken is too much, and we look towards Banana Boy with the Glatrox to make something happen. Additional damage to be levied on top of it off the back of a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. It's an aggressive position, but there's not really going to be too many who are caught.
Oh my god, this Devil Dinosaur almost got kidnapped, and Dude Guy Bro does survive, playing the corner very well. This is going to be the safety of the defense. Speaking of which, 90 seconds remain for Fury Royals attack, and they need to lock in off this Banhammer.
Wahlberger towards the back, leapt on in, starting to take down those regeneration domains, but for now staying safe and sound. Silly Chicken tracks through the air as J-Mac's flight crashes down unceremoniously to the ground. Banana Boy the next to go. Silly Chicken sublime when it comes to the target choices and making sure that everyone who was chased out from Lemore cannot recontest. Fury grabbed first.
And I like that we're starting to get more aggressive here for Fury Royal, because Leomore, they play this push and this pull, this tug of war so well. They know when to disengage, and Fury Royal are going to have to up the risks. And this is where Silly Chicken's already getting into position to kind of pressure these choke points. And I like that there's teamwork. There's going to be prioritization of pushing the payload, and your big win condition for this attack is off of the Rocket Raccoon ultimate, that big damage boost. And it's very important on how you place this, because it can be taken down by Lemore with enough damage.
Yeah, eyes here on Magellan. Figure out where they want to put the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. If they're just going to put it directly on top of their Vanguard, this makes it so easy to get aggressive if you are Blaze2. And you know what? Blaze2 takes all of that damage and sends it down range. What a perfect push forward from all of Fury, seeing that Lemore were in an undisengageable position.
Not too bad, too. Fury Royal got 2 kills out of that, but Lemore, the disengage is strong. They'll be able to force another fight before this second capture point does go through, but I worry about this final judgment for Grocklander. As soon as Lemore High School come out of cover, this could really rain down upon them, but with one Vanguard missing, how are Lemore going to recontest?
Oh, it's going to be real difficult. Out comes the Emma Frost to try and turn this one around. What a monster piercer from Banana Boy. This has opened it all up. Now Plushy Slushy could try and make something happen inside of the invisible boundary. Yeah, there's going to be plenty of healing, but the damage is just pouring out readily from Plushy Slushy. However, the punishment for the misses from the Banhammer has to be used. Victorso tries to turn it around using their own invisible boundary. The Glatrox drags multiple players inside of a boundary that Lemore erected in front of Fury, and that's such a clutch from Banana Boy.
And the teamwork to place that invisible boundary, which, by the way, critical time from Victor, because Dude Guy Bro and the Double Dino was about to go extinct again. And then Banana Boy hits him with the Glatrox, which pulls people into that slow. So I really like the combos. We don't kind of see that kind of level of play in Ignite. So very much a fan of how Lemore stabilized when it looked like they were not going to be able to come back from that.
Devil Dino Rampage used first by Allburger. Tries to open the way here for Silly Chicken 28, who's going to have to avoid the potential seductive beams of J-Mac, who falls low in their own right. They are going to be zoned away from their strategist. Dude Guy Bro desperately needs some healing, but Victorso and Zambi are on top of it. And now you've got to figure out how to move forward. Past this choke point is difficult without resources, and right now you're lacking so many. You've got to look towards Magellan, who's going to have the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier soon.
And this is going to be the big win con, but wait, Zambi is able to use theirs first, so the damage boost is in favor of Lemore. Fury need to find cover until they can fight back, and the defense is already up by 1 kill.
Silly Chicken down, but it's going to be rezzed back up by that Battle Recall Beacon. Invasion's opened up a little bit more space on the back of a Cosmic Yarn. Still, the LOS might not be perfect as you move into Lemore's territory. Plushy Slushy overextended. J-Mac gets rezzed up. You could see a team up here between the Punisher and the Devil Dino, but who needs it when Grocklander is just rolling forward with adjudication, managing to save their teammate as well. Victorso was in a very rough position. Zas got saved by Grocklander. Great covering fire.
Oh man, Grocklander has really been in the spotlight for me when it comes to this Punisher. He knows when to step up and swap to that shotgun, and it does insane amounts of damage to Vanguards. And Lemore didn't change their spawn, so they're going to be farmed for so much ult charge. This could be what sets Fury Royal on a track to fully capture out this map, which is so difficult to do for most teams. They don't have a lot of time though. It's like 90 seconds, but you have so many good ultimates to start it off. If it's the Final Judgment from Grocklander, it's going to be the Galactic Legend from Silly Chicken pretty much right after that. So J-Mac swaps to the Magneto though. His ultimate allows to absorb all of the damage coming in, which namely when there's a lot of bullets, J-Mac is going to try and counter the Punisher with that. Think of it as rock, paper, scissors, and J-Mac is the scissors.
This puts Grocklander on a timer here. Wants to make sure they outpace J-Mac, and indeed they will do. Instantly inside of the invisible boundary as well. You don't know where all the fire is coming from. Drawing up a metallic curtain's not going to be enough. A chase down onto a strategist. The healing needs to be delivered. A constant pocket onto Grocklander to make sure that they can survive through their vulnerability of the ultimate. Zenby has to make a decision. Do you bring down the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier? They smartly decide no. They'll give this fight over to Fury and fight towards the end of third.
Yeah, the final fight to rule the wall, and this Devil Dino's about to get staggered, and there is a respawn timer, so Lemore need to communicate and make sure they group up together. You're going to have that Meteor M, and it's probably going to be used to counter the Galactic Legend here of Silly Chicken, and once that Meteor gets all built up, there's going to be one lucky victim on the side of Fury Royal. Lemore have one last chance at this.
Alright, so much already used by Fury. 3 ultimates at once. J-Mac can try shut them down! Farewell to Mageland! And that takes away so much utility. Looking towards the back, a perfect 1-2 from J-Mac. Absolute heroics here from Lemore as they dump the bank to stop Doctor Strange before the final hurdle. Yeah, Blaze who turns on up to keep this one going in overtime. Mageland can start to open the portal. Great heads-up swap from them as Grocklander takes on the duties of the strategist here, moving over to the Loki. Just in time, Pentagram Ferrala opens. This allows for overtime to continue being... This isn't the ideal payload during overtime. It's difficult to stay on top of it. Doctor Strange has a very, very unhappy hitbox. Fury just spill out onto the play area, and Lemore surround, ready to try and execute any who dare to present themselves. The last second's going to be Dude Guy, bro. Just up close and personal, doing so much damage with the Dino, chasing down all these players as Slushy gets flushied away for now, and Lemore might have gone too wide here. They haven't been able to consolidate their healing onto so many players. Banana Boy is going to be the next victim of all of this. Victor Ursel has to stay on board to keep this cart from moving, but Blaze, who's run so low on health, and Allberger just the same. The symbiotic resilience is nothing compared to the combined damage of Lemore's students, and Lemore hold on third.
Wow, both teams threw punches, and Lemore managed to stop Fury Royal from fully completing the map. So that will set the win condition, the finish line, if you will, of where Lemore's attack needs to go to win the map and potentially put us on series point. But if Fury Royal's defense withstands, then we go to map 3 and everything is all evened up. And what's important in that last fight is that Lemore High School, they have a respawn advantage. Their spawns are much closer than Fury Royals. So they get to, you know, no matter what kills are happening, Lemore get back to the fight that much quicker. And a very clutch portal happened from Fury Royal to even keep that fight going in the first place. But there was barely any space to operate. So, I mean, what an absolute brawl between both of those teams. And I just love that J-Mac understands his role. He has been such a flexible Vanguard, from the Rogue to the Doctor Strange to the Magneto, in response to a lot of the, well, gun havers of Fury Royal, and landing the perfect Meteor M onto a strategist of Mageland at the start of that fight really set Lemore on a good place. And we'll see what the defense is doing, and they're running basically the same thing, so Lemore's thinking about adapting to that.
Potentially a Pain Brothers combo here with Thing and Hog. I won't believe it until it rolls on out. Big, quick shout out to Mageland and Grocklander, being very on their toes when it comes to Mageland, swapping roles over to the Doctor Strange as the first one to fall to make sure that that portal was going to be cast and available. And Grocklander was like, okay, we need a second healer, second strategist. I'm gonna put my stats in the bag for now, and I just have to go Loki to give my team a better chance of winning.
Less chance of winning could also be behind Blaze, who is just hitting headshots like crazy. You hear that bell? That's a good thing. And that will get the first ultimate in the game, most likely. Deadpool being the fastest at that. And Blaze, who is just checking everyone from these off angles, but now Fury Royal are taking a little too much damage.
Yeah, Flushy already managed to get his one and can just disengage happily here. Allburger falls down and a pull onto Blaze, who, what a absolutely crazy push here from Lemur. Great target focus. Major the next to fall. Grocklander surely is going to be able to escape this one, as Banana Boy knows that it's better to push the cart.
And we need a portal ASAP from Allburger. They need to recontest because Lemur are going to get a huge time bank advantage if this doesn't happen. So Fury are going to get the jump, but they have no ultimates to really pull through. And speaking of pulling through, Allburger is 6 feet under.
Oh, there's that bleed debuff you were talking about. An exsanguinated Doctor Strange is going to have to come back later instead and attempt to try and chase down the wayward Rocket Raccoon over here. Magellan surely is going to be taking so much damage from J-Mac, who's so accurate when it comes to these iron volleys. Zas does their best to keep the healing going, but when you're being rounded upon by a Devil Dinosaur, what could an invisible woman do? Lemur won this so quickly. 5 minutes of a time back per second.
Wow, Lemur are having a speedrun. They're having a heck of a time. And look, they didn't even have to use ultimates for that, so they're about 80 to 90% on most of them. This is gonna be a brawl. And you have the Galactic Legend, one of the strongest ultimates in the game. It's Star-Lord that goes in the air and he shoots really, really fast. And this is gonna be a lot for Fury Royal to handle, especially when they don't have their strategist ultimates, something to heal them up. And Slushy's already trying to find an off angle. He denies the res too from Magellan. This is a crazy angle.
Oh, I don't think they know. Slushy has the moment, just waiting for the rest of Lemur to push in, and now here comes the pincer going in towards that back line. Good healing coming out, great cross, but eventually you just find your man, Grocklander, taken down, and this means the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is not going to be able to boost up the most important player. A quick TP out, using that Rocket Raccoon team-up that was so readily given over by Zanby, who makes sure the pressure stays up courtesy of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, trying to grab the Devil Dinosaur outside of the invisible boundary. Now Zas is going to be in this vulnerable position, and Banana Boy can try and find the opening. A dance of the cover fires to try and carve through this defense as you go in towards the back. Fury penned in towards the corner. Grocklander can't get any help over here as the dance of the butterflies just cuts through the opposition. Hard to handle. Zas has fallen too as you look back towards the car, and the last chance saloon, the little clutch touches coming out from Fury have very little chance of managing to make it happen because Lemur have already done so much. And Magneto Meteor End rises to the sky but doesn't find anything in terms of casualties, and it's all about the dance here from Blaze, who Grocklander wants to clutch, but Slushy says absolutely not, and Lemur are just dominating when it comes to objective play.
The Hail Mary Fury Royal touching at the last second, but this is really just delaying the inevitable. It's 1 meter away, and Lemur High School have been able to resurrect characters, all thanks to Zanby, who's just an ever so supportive strategist on the Lemur side. And hey, it's always important to try and take every second you can from a time bank, because 4.5 minutes is no joke. And Fury Royal, though, they thought that was winnable until the very end, and they used almost every single ultimate in the bank to make that happen. The most important thing, though, is that Magellan still has the damage amplifier for this next one, and Zanby doesn't have theirs yet, so that extra damage may tilt the scales for Fury Royal. But now it's about composure at this point. You're not just in for a sprint, you're in for a marathon, and Plushy's here on an off angle to show us just how much damage he can do, as Fury Royal will have to group up behind the shield of the Devil Dino.
Oh, many squishies underneath. It's great target focus here from Slushy. The focused fire was not quite enough as you saw the shield brought up continuously in front of them. That's all coming from Vic Tersel. Great fight planning. And now as you move towards the backside, Slushy's mechanics are absolutely sublime. Surely next up is going to be that Devil Dinosaur, but a TP out here, not wanting to use too much in the way of resources.
Wow, it's such a cute name for such a deadly hero in the game. Like, and the confidence to go on the flank like that. And I just love that the teamwork. Lemur full send it, and they're going for the win.
Say farewell to the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but Dude Guy Bro is down as well. Lemur have lost out on 2 players now, and we don't want to invest because this would be a little bit too much throwing good money after bad. For Fury, they just want to try and keep their composure here and stop the cart.
Gotta stay composed for 3 minutes, so you're gonna see many waves of ultimates. And now it's Silly Chicken's turn to show Plushy Slushy how this Star-Lord business is done. And there are so many little hiding spots around this section of the map. There's high grounds, there's low grounds, there's corridors, there's trees, there's a water park. There's so many places for Silly Chicken to have fun at, and you can see that he is being checked by Plushy Slushy. That 1v1 may determine who can go on the flank or not.
Yeah, controlling that flank is the primary task of the Star-Lord. Up comes the invisible boundary, but actually put it on top of Silly Chicken here. What can J-Mac achieve off the back of the Meteor M? Might have been a little bit too ambitious there. Doesn't get too much. Banana Boy coming close to the Dance of the Butterflies, but needs a bunch of healing to try and stay in the midst of this fight. Grocklander waiting for their moment, knowing that J-Mac no longer has access to that Meteor M. The final execution could be exactly what decides this fight. A quick grab between the prehistoric predators to try and isolate one or another into the midst of the opposing team. And this could be too far out for Allburger. Grabs the Devil Dino, tries to extricate himself from the situation, and indeed they'll manage to, as there's a little bit of a lull here for Fury.
There is this amazing resilience from the Fury side, but how will you withstand Banana Boy? And everyone's distributing the damage really well, but everyone's on their last leg. It's turning into a hemorrhage, and it's turning into a Leamore High School win. Can anyone from Fury Royal delay this? And it ends into Leamore's way. They will go now to Series Point after a win on Museum of Contemplation.
Oh, echoes of the upgrade arena where we did see Leamore win, but Fury, they did give them a real run for their money. Still here on the map pick of Fury, it seems like front to back is no problem for Leamore High School. This is a group of students who have a lot of versatility in their back pocket, can always bring out something worthwhile. And we saw that, hey, you know what? The Star-Lord not being banned anymore, not a problem for Plushy Slushy.
Yeah, man. Plushy Slushy, easily just one of the top duelists in the lobby. It's really hard to pick which ones, but the way that he was able to control the flanks and really come up with those ideas, it's really identifying the moments where you can get away with stuff like that, and knowing kind of how the map structure is to know which hallways you can go through without getting noticed. Because we talked about how front to back this map is, because it's kind of hard to go on flanks like that, but Plushy Slushy had such good game awareness to be able to pull that not once, not twice, but like 3 times throughout that map. But there was always a good response from Fury Royal, whether it was, hey, a Meteor M, or everyone getting behind a strategist ultimate, or hiding away, shooting back, using a rocket damage amplifier. I like that Fury Royal never really got scared in those moments. They always tried to react, even if the ultimates didn't end up winning it for them.
Yeah, those flanks are like a 2-part recipe as well, right? Like, it comes down to Slushy having a great awareness of when you can make those happen, when the enemy team is going to be looking the other way, but also the remainder of the team being able to follow a fight plan, really be able to demand attention and make the selfless play like, hey, 5 of you need to shoot at me because I'm going to start making a very aggressive play. And when 5 of you look at me, that's when Slushy can really get value off of putting that ultimate into the backline.
Man, it was so close for Fury Royal 2 to kind of even things up, and now it's match point, it's series point for Leamore High School. Can they pull off the perfect sweep in our grand final for Marvel Rivals? That's going to be tough. They had 4.5 minutes to push that last point, and Fury Royal basically brought it down to the last minute or maybe 2. So the defense was almost ironclad, but ultimates and how you use them, it's execution that matters. And Leamore High School, they really are putting on a masterclass.
It's looked so good so far. And Fury for Florida Virtual School, like, we know this team is incredibly talented. We've been able to cast them multiple times because we generally only cast finals, Lemon, you know. We cast big winners, and Florida Virtual School are always there being big winners. So we know that this team has so much talent and resilience, as well as composure under pressure, to not feel it too much when match point is in favor of Leamore. And I'm wondering if we can look towards some of the real like X factors, like Silly Chicken maybe on the Moon Knight, to get some easy value here and really stretch the resources of Leamore. I'm going to be looking also over at Magelin, who's been playing some good Rocket Raccoon so far. Feels like Rocket Raccoon really is in a strong spot with how quickly Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is built up. Maybe you can weave in some more damage for the Vanguard versus Vanguard. In pro play, we see a lot of that Rocket Raccoon primary fire being used to punish Devil Dinosaurs who overextend because his crit box is so big.
Yeah, and speaking of Rocket Raccoons, I was a huge fan of Zanby on the other side, who healed for 42,000. That is so way above average for just one little raccoon guy. Amazing job. Only died 3 times, which, again, being very elusive and having those 2 dashes, knowing how and when to resurrect people into fights. And you don't get to highlight the Rocket Raccoons because they just do their job and you're happy with them. But man, was Zanby ever critical to these wins. And also just the keeping everybody up as the fights went on and on and on, especially for that second capture point. So healing for 42,000 is incredible. Speaking of 40,000, Plushy Slushy ended up dropping 40,000 damage on his side of things on the Star-Lord. So Lemur are a very threatening team, and I'm very much understanding why they're in a grand final spot right now.
Yeah, it is really no surprise. Plushy Slushy, like 54% accuracy with the Star-Lord. Like that's a pretty aggressive aim bloom that happens over the course of your 50 bullet clip. So it really is like some great control coming through from Plushy Slushy to be able to play those. I think the Banana Boy also, like, it's difficult to play this kind of duo flanker style with a Star-Lord and a Psylocke, because you both want to try and play those off angles. It means that occasionally you're going to get 3v1. Like, it just happens when you're flanking, you know? Occasionally you just end up in that 3v1, but sometimes that's valuable when it comes to demanding attention, and Banana Boy's been doing a good job of not only grabbing attention, but also grabbing resources when it comes to using the Dance of the Butterflies as well. We saw that well managed, actually, in the penultimate fight. You pointed out that there was some great grouping coming up from the side of Florida Virtual School to group up in the face of a Dance of a Butterfly, so they didn't have to expend too much in the way of resources. But unfortunately, Lemur had already thought of that, and when they group up, that's when you get some excellent cleave through from things like your Devil Dinosaur being able to chomp down on multiple people at once.
Of course. And that focus fire is what made Lemur High School win that map in the end. And you know what helps with focus, guys? Drinking milk. Of course, I'm going to go get some milk right now. We are entering our halftime break. It is 2-0 down for Lemur High School. Get yourself some milk and go shop for some Zennies or some Sony in zones and support our sponsors because they're making all the magic happen here. It's halftime. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
We're at the Colorado High School Esports Championships asking gamers what their most important piece of gaming gear is.
For me personally, the most important gaming equipment is the controller.
My headphones. My monitor.
Little do they know,
Ooh.
it might just be these. Headsets and glasses have never really gotten along. So we brought Zenni Optiflex frames to gamers at the Colorado High School Championship to see if they could actually tell the difference.
How those feel? No, those feel great. They're really comfortable.
I like them.
Zenni's Optiflex frames are flexible, gamer-friendly glasses built for all-day comfort.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, yeah.
Even under headsets, headphones, or helmets. They even slip on and off under headsets very easily.
This is the way. The way.
Never underestimate what great glasses can mean when every detail counts.
Ooh, I like how they go all the way around to the back.
Gamers will optimize everything. Their settings, their sensitivity, even their chair setup. But glasses comfort? That usually gets ignored.
It's not like a flimsy hinge. Like over here, this, not a flimsy.
Check out the Optiflex line at Zenni.com and use code PLAYVS for a discount on your order. Thank you to Zenni for sponsoring this year's PlayVS Cup.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
PlayVS Cup back on your screens, and it's 2-0 to Lemur High right now, Lemon. Seems like we're in a commanding position for this series as we head into match point in their favor for Marvel Rivals.
And this, I feel like the series scoreline doesn't tell the whole story, guys. We went to round 3 of Krakoa, the absolute distance there. We went to the 3rd point and basically the final fight when it came to the defensive Fury Royal that eventually got broken through by Lemur's insane attacking side. So we go to map 3 where, yes, Lemur High School are in that series point, that winning point position, but Fury Royal have put up such a good fight so far, and they'll have our choice of maps. So technically Fury Royal can send us into their best map and hopefully try to flip this series around.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Fury Royal can really find the answers. It feels like we've commented so far from Lemur's ban phases, they seem a little bit scared about dive. They don't want to deal with too much pressure on their backline. They're banning Cap, they're banning Black Cap. And maybe if it's within the hero pools of the Fury players, we could see a pivot over towards something that's a little bit faster, more dive focused, really try and challenge out that backline, because at the moment, it really feels like Zambi and Victoso are kind of living large. They're living easy in the back line.
Living a little too long, like 7 deaths in total from Zambi and Victor combined versus the 17 deaths from the other strat line. It makes a whole difference how long these strategists live throughout. And Lemur High School, I mean, they capture that first point of Museum of Contemplation so fast. And tie banks make a huge difference when it comes to these payload maps. And speaking of which, we're heading to Hall of Jalia, which is the Fury Royal choice. This is convergence, which means you have to capture a point like a King of the Hill, and then you push a payload afterwards. So similar concept to Museum of Contemplation as we get into our pick bans.
Okay, interesting proactive changes in our ban line here. Lemur no longer first banning the Captain America. We'll see if Fury will respond by protecting the Captain America. Maybe that's a big part of all. And also, Lemur had Gambit make it through the first round without protecting it. There we go. We're going to see a Gambit ban now coming through from Fury. I like the change-up.
I'm liking the change-up too. I've clearly a strength of Fury Royal has been around this Captain America, and kind of surprising they banned the Devil Dino, because it's usually, it's like peanut butter and jelly in this meta of the Captain America and the Devil Dino. Not the duo you would expect, but the duo that we love. So I'm wondering what the Brawl combo is going to be. And now that Gambit is not available, it's not going to be with Rogue, so sometimes you could have a hybrid approach where you could have the Captain America dive and have a more stationary anchor Vanguard that holds the objective. So this is going to be a fun new look for Fury Royal.
Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing that come out at all, especially since Blaze, who's been very good on the Doctor Strange so far, can play that kind of stationary Vanguard role a bit more. Maybe a protect here onto something like a Star-Lord. I'd love to see a ban onto either what Zambi's hovering right now, the White Fox, which is excellent against like a melee diving character like a Captain America, or potentially maybe a ban on the Psylocke. They protected the White Fox. Oh, okay. Maybe they're going to try and play Luna White Fox here as a backline? And maybe dive in with the White Fox? Okay.
And important to note on the Groot side of things too, that's been a heavy Fury Royal ban, so you need to have a duelist that's going to be good at shredding down the Groot walls, which are going to isolate some people in these fights, and Phoenix is usually a good option for that, so don't worry though, both teams play a lot of Punisher, and based on Zas hovering on the Luna, it tells me that, yeah, they're going to go for the Luna White Fox team-up combo for their strat line, so it's going to be good for any divers when you have multiple layers of freezes, charms, and all types of CC to stop that.
Okay, so ban on Moon Knight here, very good, especially when you're going when you're going to be playing the Loki as Loki's doppelgangers, given that they don't move, provide essentially extra onks for the Moon Knight to bounce all of his crescent darts off of. But one thing that got missed out in the ban phase here is the Mantis, and now Lemur, they can play the full 3 stack of Vibrant Vitality. This means that Loki's rejuvenation domains, these like green runes that get put down on the ground from each of his doppelgangers, they will supply a damage boost, and Groot will get an additional wall to put on the field that sends out healing spores, which is incredibly powerful.
Oh, I love me some team up with Mantis and Groot. As a Groot main, you're going to have even more sources of healing, which may allow you to to play more utility strategists like the Atom, which is what Plushy Slushy is right now. That golden boy that you see can also team res. If you thought one res was cool for the Rocket Raccoon, Atom can bring back the whole squad. So this is going to be a powerful tool for the defense to just keep on trucking.
2, 1.
It's a great option to have. Are we going to see an early TP here? No, we're just going to run it down main here. I'm interested in how Allburger is going to path himself around here with the Captain America, given that Lemore was so nervous about it last time.
A series point for Lemore. I would be nervous if I'm on the Fury Royal side, but now that they have some of their strengths, whether it's the White Fox Luna combo, you have Allburger on his best hero, you have Grok on the Elsa, which is going to shred out through this triple tank, triple strat defense. This is going to be seemingly unkillable. This defense may lack in damage. The number one thing Fury Royal have to do is take care of the Penny Parker nest, which is that machine that is throwing out all the fun stuff. And there, it's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, the 3-3, very good against Captain America. He doesn't really have the face-to-face damage to carve through much in the way of Vanguard. Instead, you're going to really be relying on Grocklander for that one, because the Monster Piercer does percentage of health damage. So it doesn't care if you're a Vanguard or a Strategist, it will still carve through you. Allburger the first one to fall on down, and Grocklander next to meet them. Plushy Slushy, still an aimer, regardless of whether they're playing a Duelist or a Strategist. What a headshot.
Wow, and what a start from Lemore, already suppressing the first wave of attacks from Fury Royal. And don't worry, there's plenty of time left. And sometimes you like to take these poke phases so that you can build up towards ultimates, which is going to make fighting a lot easier. And Fury Royal now trying to mark some Captain America shenanigans here. That's Fury Royal, I mean, trying to attack. So I like the awareness of Lemore High School.
Good awareness thus far. Banana Boy set back up once again with the Spider Nest, and that makes approaching very, very difficult. Still, Mage Lynch going to be flowing out with the healing from the... Oh my goodness! From the skies, 3 stuns. Unbelievable stuff. Zambi's going to fall on down. Now it's all about Plushy Slushy. Can they get that last few percentage points that are needed to get the Karmic Revival on the table and remainder of their team back? Can they go for it? They don't really have the HP, and so it might be all about that self-rush. They could bring back a couple of additional Vanguards, but J-Mac not going to have time to portal back.
Magelin, amazing job being just in time with the Kumio form through the Strangling Prison from the Groot, because that could be something that would have swung the fight for Lemore High School. And Grocklander had something special on the menu, bringing out the Apex Predator as one of the best duelist ultimates in the game to just run over Lemore like a freight train. So Fury Royal, 4 minutes now to capture second, and this is where that payload starts to move. So you don't have to play around it, but you want to keep it in mind. It'll move on its own. Lemore have a lot up their sleeve, though.
Extra health, extra speed. Zambi brings them all forward. J-Mac moving in towards the back. Magelin and Grocklander have already been taken down, and the damage boost on the Dark Maelstrom. Dark Energy racks the bodies of Fury, and even inside of a Lunar Snow Fate of both worlds, the healing is not good enough. Still, Allburger believes this one to be winnable, and so drags everyone forward off the back of a Freedom Charge. Extra HP, extra ult charge. They want Victursal so bad, forcing out the Vibrant Vitality Regeneration rune and disengaging to the safety of their team. Out comes the Glatrox. Grocklander gets multiple players inside. Easy follow-up for Zambi. And now Banana Boy may well have opened this one up for Lemore to have a little bit of stability.
Yeah, it's tough with the triple strategist backline for Allburger to easily go in if he's not getting frozen, slept, or something. Fury Royal they need the extra damage. That's where the Punisher comes in, and he's got a judgment just for Lemore.
All right, difficult to try and survive this one. Preemptively popping the res. Plushy Slushy going to make sure that anyone who goes down is brought right back into it. And so J-Mac throws himself onto the card, sacrificing their KD for extra time on objective. It's a selfless play, and it works out for now as in comes the Strangling Prism. The Groot's going to get all done. Both the duelists have fallen, and next up is going to be Zas. There's nowhere for Magelin to go. No TPs available. No magic spell that Doctor Strange can do to forfeit this one. And Fury is sent packing.
Clearly, Fury Royal have done their homework, and that's seriously no pun intended, about the Lemore strengths, because now that the Groot has been allowed, a dude guy has been unleashed. Amazing final hits. Of course, it's W-Mac all day. Of course, the Maelstroms have been perfectly popped. It's something that needs time to generate in, and we're generating a portal as Fury Royal are going to take a different path to try to come up behind the defense.
Play to. Only stunning the group for now. Easy to try and survive this one, but multiple players caught inside of a Glatrox. Actually sends Zambi all the way out of the battle zone. And Groglander just going to settle for the zoning for now, knowing that the remainder of the team still have some tools to try and work with. The Kumiho Unleashed from Mageling could be everything with Victorzel going down. 2 stuns given over. Mageling needs to survive, but they can't. WMAC yet again. Every frame perfectly played. Blaze, who still tries to turn it around. Lemore gonna need to move on forward here off the back of the resurrections. Victorzel, who managed to copy over the Adam, does have their own comic rival to play with, but still Fury Royal have already brought the objective to the goal. And despite Lemore struggling, they're gonna have to play it on third.
And 3 minutes is a pretty respectable time here for Fury Royal. They want to maximize this distance. They're the ones that have to reverse sweep, and you can tell how much they want this. They're hungry for a win, and Leamore High School are doing everything to keep them at this corner. And they have a Strangling Prison to do it.
Oh, the Strangling Prison's perfect. 3 players caught inside. The follow-up is sublime. What a call from Dude Guybro. Saw exactly what they needed to handle and did it nicely.
Yeah, he's going to have to change his name to, like, Man, Bro, Dude. Like, I don't know. Like, he's just been that guy. And, you know, just rename him that guy. Because he's just been the final boss when it comes to this route. Every Strangling Prison has been impactful, and now he's trying to break up Fury Royal on the entry.
Man, fella brother. Perhaps.
Yeah.
Here comes the Freedom Charge. It's going to make sure that Silly Chicken has a lot of HP to... What is this position from JMac, by the way? Keeping this contested on top of the group. Well, actually, is not stopping the car. He's going to have to move on forward. Multiple stuns. Victorzel's going to be the main one. In towards the back. 2 stuns! JMac gets it done again! Unbelievable stuff! Just rescuing from the depths of the abyss. Lemore again and again. This guy is built different.
He is smurfing your peak right now. JMac solo killing both strategists. All the healing from Fury Royal just dissipating just when they thought they had momentum. What a clapback from Lemore. This defense is ironclad, and they have another Strangling Prison, a low-key copy. Fury Royal, though, they have an Apex Predator, and I see some prey right in front of Fury Royal.
Glatrox on the board. Where's Rocklander going to put it? Dude Guybro would love to try and stop this. It distracts another 3 squishies brought on in by the Strangling Prison. Great response here from Zas. Fate of both worlds is plenty of healing, and now JMac's going to be overwhelmed. Victorzel found in the back. Allberger showing off exactly why that Captain America was constantly copping the bands.
Okay, everyone from Lemore is going to be brought back thanks to that copy from Victor, and despite the Strangling Prison, Fury Royal had the key to break out, the key to punish, and now the key to success as the Apex Predator is trying to claim some initial kills. It does not connect. Good escapability. There's a flanking Banana Boy.
Flanking Banana Boy gets just the business hands of Allberger, unfortunately. And now you can run down the remainder. There's not a huge amount of power that's going to be put in the way of this Captain America to try and dissuade him. Attempt to get Zambi out. But there's just too much damage heading their way. And Lemore might have actually been flummoxed here by Grocklander as they move on forward. Up comes the portal. Debarking from it is going to be fairly difficult, but Allberger just spills out along them as well. A quick soul bond here gives Splashy Slush the additional momentum and survivability, and Zambi's touch late when it comes to the use of a soul resurgence. A stun given over. What can you handle here? Oh, 4 stuns from JMac yet again, but Silly Chicken CC immune with both the miniguns out. A gun in each hand, a smile on his face, and an optional win here for Fury. They managed to get it done in overtime, but Fury are back in the series.
This is almost an impossible map to fully push, and Fury Royal have done it. I mean, Blaze, who, the Doctor Strange, the Vanguard Supreme on the Fury Royal side, pushing those strategists to the edge as they were coming out of spawn, forcing that portal until that sets up someone like Silly Chicken to come out with the final judgment, like you said, CC immune through what could have been what tilted the scales back in Lemore's favor after that huge Eye of Agamotto from JMac. So Fury Royal, if there's something about them, it's resilience and the way that they're kind of down in this series, but they're not down on themselves and they're not down on hope. This is a clear win condition for Fury Royal. If they can have a better defense coming up on Lemore's attack, they're going to send us into a 4th map.
Yeah, Silly Chicken doesn't make that decision to go unstoppable. Use the ultimate right there. JMac gets 5 stuns and wins the fight. Sometimes it all comes down to one decision. There was some cheesy play coming out from the Penny, but it appears the clearance has been there and no one's going to fall victim to the mines. Maybe Blaze will pick these up once the game begins in order to give over some additional ult charge to the strategists.
Penny is coming back into the meta, but it didn't really work out for Leemore's defense. The triple strat, triple Vanguard we don't get to see every day as Banana Boy is still picking something out of spawn. Fury Royal on their defense, they're going to stick to what's normal, the 2-2-2. Leemore opting for just the 2 strategists and their own 2-2-2 setup. But Plushy Slushy had an MVP performance on Museum of Contemplation, dropping 40,000 damage, and now Banana Boy gets to show us how the Elsa is done, mirroring against Grocklander. So keep an eye on these Plushy Slushy flanks.
Oh, already Plushy Slushy. Constrained and contained by Grocklander. What a pull there onto Allberg. Needs a bunch of healing, and it's not going to be there in time. Great living bullet from Banana Boy to find the follow-up to that one. Plushy Slushy continuously needs this pocket, though, as the damage pouring out of Silly Chicken is put down. Banana Boy's having himself an absolutely brutal first point here. Just finding so many final hits. Is that J-Mac rolling around the back now, or is that Blaze who just returning? Doesn't matter in the end. It appears that Fury have been put into a box. The crunch is solid. The aim is good, and the tactics are sublime. There's a last-second contest coming through from Allberg, but up against this much firepower and sustainability, there's not much you can do as Captain America.
Yeah, and also a shout out to Zanby on the Invisible Woman, who pulled Allberger's Captain America escape so that he could be set up for Banana Boy. So I like that the strategists are serving up these kills hot and ready on a plate. Leemore, though, they're really heating up because that was a swift take of the point, which matters because this is going to supplement your time bank and give you more opportunities to fight. And you can tell that dude guy, bro, he wants to fight. He has a Strangling Prison coming up soon.
Oh, he wants to weave it past these shields. Very difficult to get it past for Doctor Strange. One of the biggest skill sets here for the group is how to deal with all of that incoming damage. You saw a very audacious drop-in coming through from Banana Boy. Falls incredibly low. J-Mac once again heads towards the back, but now it's going to be Blaze who trying to turn it around. Victursul gets stunned. Will there be a save here for them is the question. J-Mac's already taken out Silly Chicken, and Zambi sees that with Victursul stunned, you need to invest and invest hard. Out comes the invisible boundary to make sure that Leemore have all of the space that they need to work with here. Plushy Slushy from the back. Signature maneuver forces out the ultimate from the Lunar Snow, but Allberg was a little bit too far away, and it seems a flight too high as well here from Blaze, who could be punished. Plushy Slushy towards the back. Yet another attempt from J-Mac gets frozen out. The Judge, Jury, Executioner have all arrived, but so far back at Leemore, their positioning has been perfect to avoid most of the incoming damage.
No way, Zaz freezes not one but 2 Eye of Agamottos. Now this is why they kept the Luna and the White Fox for this map, and it's important to note the Invisible Woman gives such an important team up to J-Mac, and that may be why he's edging out Blazefu in the stats. Gives him so much extra pull, literally, as Leemore are just pulling these last remnants of Fury Royal's defense into the clutches of Banana Boy. This is a speed run leg day, and we have 5 minutes for the final point.
Banana Boy might just be that guy. Been missing out on the Elsa so far. It's been a great display of skill. And J-Mac, well, he might be worried about a freeze again. Has another Eye of Agamotto.
Oh god, you gotta be careful because this Zaz Luna has been on one. And whoa, gotta be careful of these Groot walls because you could be sectioned off for your team. Blaze, who's kind of angry, very far forward. Here comes the fight.
All right, in comes the Freedom Charge. Extra HP for everybody. Grabbed into one place. Oh, it's 4 stuns! Dude, Guybro and J-Mac. Oh, number 1 and number 2. And they absolutely dominate the Vanguard matchup. Mwah, bellissimo.
Hey, patience really pays off, J-Mac. You got it done in the end. And yeah, very freezable, but this time gets away with absolute murder. And this is the final fight to determine if Leemore will send us into extra innings or not, and how much time they'll have for those extra innings. So Fury Royal, this is the last hurrah.
Grocklander down. Blaze, who so much pressure on their shoulders right now, but they need to try and bring up the shield to defend the remainder of their team. But Plushy Slushy's already done so much. The strategist Van Brawl has nowhere to go. And we're almost to the finish now.
This is gonna get capped here very soon. One last touch, and this is gonna be called out. Allburger's on his way to delay, but there's only a few extra seconds. Take it off. Fury Royal just dumping their corpses on the payload, and they can't reach it in time. So we go into another round of attacks, and this is determined by the time banks. Fury Royal only have a minute. They will be attacking first, while Lemore have 4.5 minutes. So Fury Royal have to go the distance, and they have to be perfect.
Lemore are just looking like different beasts right now. 6 players, 5 of them seniors. They told us this was more of a last hurrah for this team, as so many of them are going to be graduating. 4 of the 6 starters, by the way, pursuing engineering. Like, you can see, like, the bulging brains of the STEM graduates here being able to set up all of the plans. I mean, hey, if Dude Guy Bro wants to build me a bridge, I'm down.
I'm trusting it, yeah.
I trust that bridge.
These walls have been sturdy, and he's arming up these strangling prisons so fast, and it's one of the best ults because you group up anyone within it, and if you don't have a shield or some kind of deterrent to CC, you're really cooked, especially when J-Mac is obviously communicating when he has a fully charged up Maelstrom, and it just bursts through anybody. The Doctor Strange can burst through Strategist ultimate, so if you have a good Doctor Strange, you can turn fights through waves of ultimates from the other side. But Fury Royal are now cementing what could be their final composition in this grand final. We got some Emma, we got some Gru, we got some 222.
$6,000 in scholarships on the line. And for the seniors, they are feeling the pressure more than ever to secure their futures off the back of their gameplay. Fury now face Oblivion with 40 seconds remaining.
I like that Allburger gets off the Captain America, just knowing that you'll have a stronger ult fight if you have the Strangling Prison. It is going to take time to build up, and now there's only 30 seconds. Fury Royal can't afford to lose anybody on this approach.
Okay, trying to isolate the group. Good kick in, but you can see the response coming through already from Victor. So excellent use of regeneration domains. And this allows Lemore to have even more health as we head into what must be the final fight. Zest already down. J-Mac's got it down in the back yet again. Slushy continuously just demands respect with all of the gameplay, and J-Mac has no mercy in their heart. They desire those scholarships. They desire those trophies. And they desire victory above all else. Lemore hold. And now Fury have to play for a draw.
And that is not a good position to be with. And that will also affect Fury Royal's choice in what defense they decide to run. If you can't give up a single percentage or a single tick, if you will, of the point, that could affect how you're going to approach this next coming fight, which is minimizing risk and playing safe. You want to just always play safe. Lemore, though, they took the first capture point of their first attack in the blink of an eye. Lightning fast, amazing execution. Lemore are looking like they're going for the win here, and they have 4.5 minutes, so they have so many opportunities to get this done.
Can't afford to slip up going up against these penny mines. Do Guy Bro has prepared the lineup. This will land on the mission area, and so it will mean that Fury have to be very cautious when they roll out onto that.
Yeah, and each section of the point is in thirds, so 1 tick is all it takes for Lemore to win out from here. And Lemore, they're cementing their final composition. The trophy for the PlayVS Marvel Rivals Championship is within sight, and we're gonna have an what is Blaze cooking up here? Ooh,
are they gonna try and counter Portal? Oh, okay, we're gonna try counter Portal.
Oh, he's so smart. Can he do it though?
It's advanced stuff. Oh, got new Guy Bro. And now can you roll out into a portal? It's going to be difficult to debark. Very risky, but seems like the movement is solid. Now though for Fury, they've got themselves a 5v6. What can they do with it? Magelin's doppelganger's falling low, and they've lost control of the high ground as well, Lemon.
And they're pulling this 5v6 as Dude Guy Bro just came out of spawn, and he's taking so much damage. Lemore do not have safe space to stand on.
Oh, Allburger is absolutely just rammed into the wall. And now Guy Bro's just going to take all of the space after winning the group 1 versus 1. A soul bomb to drag forward for Doctor Strange, and it is going to spread out the damage, democratize it, yes, but Blaze needs to go away. They've almost got the first take. Lemore, they're on the edge of a championship, and they push over the edge and push over the precipice, leaping to the sky in victory. Lemore High School 3-0, your Play versus champions.
Incredible execution to pull off the perfect sweep like that is insane. Feels like all of our finals today have gone the distance. And J-Mac, W-Mac in the chat, guys. 42 limbs. This team, it wasn't just one star, it was a galaxy of people as we take a look at the set. 22 final hits. How is a Doctor Strange getting the most final hits? He was the Maelstrom genius on that team.
Absolutely crazy. Like, bro saw 14,601 futures and saw the one where they could hyper carry. What a performance from J-Mac, and would be a credit to any collegiate program, that is for sure. Congratulations to Lemore High School for their 5 of 6 senior starters. What a graduation accolade.
Yeah, I mean, Lemore High School, we're very familiar with what their program has been able to do throughout the years of the PlayVS Cup and throughout the different esports. We've had so many amazing schools come up, and I'm going to be so excited to talk to them in an interview coming up. But we also just want to show you guys our faces here very soon so that we can just show you the love and also show our sponsors some love. We have Respawn, we have Milk, we have Sony InZone, and you're looking good in your Zennies too.
Thank you. They certainly look a lot better than the sunglasses I had previously for going outside. Now that I've moved to California, sunglasses are a must. And of course, my Zennies have some transition lenses in them, which means that when I go out the door to go around and walk and play some games while I'm walking, these turn from Zennies into Zunnies.
Yeah, I love that they're sunglasses too. I also have them in my car, so that's my bad. But hey, you guys could trust Stacks, okay, and all the real estate that he has on his head to show you all the different types of Zunnies and Zennies, and you guys can go and use the discount code !Zenny in the chat, !Milk, WMac in the chat, W Lemore High School, and yeah, we have also a precision play of the game brought to you by Sony InZone, which will be prepping, and it's hard to pick which play is our favorite leg day, but our production drummed up something special. So here is your precision play brought to you by Sony InZone from the Lemore High School, none other than Plushy Slushy.
I mean, what else could you ask for when it comes to precision better than 100% accuracy? And that's exactly what the Galactic Legend gives you when you have the timing and mystique of Plushy Slushy. Look at this clip as well. Actually disgusting. Follow up with the Blaster Barrage. Plushy Slushy definitely showing what can help you achieve.
He was precise. He was the MVP of that game. Amazing stuff. My dog is barking about Mr. Slim Plushy Slushy. He loves that one. He's trying to get in on some Sony InZones too, which you guys at home could also do so using the discount code. I think it was Play26. We got amazing discounts, so you guys want to grab it over these next 2 days of Play Versus as we're getting our interview set up here very soon. And oh yeah, I might be responsible for that. And we also have a poll that at least you guys can answer while we fill time. Leg day. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Who decides what you wear? Who decides your team's jerseys? Is it your coach? Is it your team captain? Is it your school or admin? Or is it a group decision? If you were to be in a school leg day, which one would you decide on?
I was going to say, like, it does, when it comes to deciding what I wear, does my wife count as my team captain or my coach?
Yeah, that's very much your life team captain, isn't it? So...
yeah, the wife is the team captain, so we'll go with that. Team captain on my side.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be the schools. If I had to guess what my school, my metaphorical school would do, is probably the school that would choose it, because they're, I guess, paying for it. But let us know in the chat what your school is up to, because I'm really curious if it's just the coach. Is everyone on board? I don't know if I trust high schoolers when it comes to the design. You never know. But hey, they maybe have some good taste. We have some graphic designers that are my passion somewhere in there. But thank you, Leg Day, for joining me for the Marvel Rivals Grand Final. I gotta switch things up. I gotta get Zenny Supreme here back on the call. Joining me is my co-host Stacks to close out the day today. Stacks, what did you think of that finals? Marvel Rivals, a 3-mapper, was an absolute banger.
Well, given that with our team, map 3 was like round 3 was always our least favorite. Like just watching Lamore just steamroll through, you just knew at that point. It's like, man, 1 minute versus 4, and they had to hold just the point, the initial point to try and stay alive. It's like, God, Lamore was a force of nature. By the way, there's more.
There's more?
Yeah,
oh
we
my!
can do this.
Mine are
there we go.
somewhere. Here,
there
I
we
have
go.
one. Can I be cool
there
too?
We go.
You have all the colors too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Nah,
You're looking like Doctor Strange. You're seeing all the dimensions. I had to bring you up on the cast.
If I had this 5th pair on, I probably would have seen the actual victors here. By the way, cheers. One more swig of milk here for our champions from
Cheers.
Lamore.
Cheers. Got milk, got Zennies, got Sony InZone. So, I mean, you got the pleasure of using a Sony InZone mouse. And hey, we also had a poll earlier about wired and wireless, and that battery is still going for you, isn't it?
It sure is. Absolutely. Nah, this thing's probably got another several days worth for me before I even have to look for a USB cable. So I am loving life right now.
Me too. And what an amazing day at the PlayVS Cup for just day 1. I mean, we had Valorant that went to a 2-mapper. We went Street Fighter 6, which was a super close series, and Marvel Rivals. Although it was a sweep, Stacks, it was super close throughout all of the maps that we had.
Yep.
But felt that Lemoore High School got better and better as each game went on. And there's so much support behind the scenes. I mean, Stacks, as a super coach, talk to me about what makes you or coaches so super.
I mean, honestly, it's the support you get from the administration. I mean, we've heard on our end from other coaches in the state and even across the East Coast, how some schools don't actually acknowledge their esports programs. I know we had one kid. He was like the runner-up in one of our solo competitions, and like. The school wouldn't even like take time at like, listen, when we won our team championship, we were like halftime of the next basketball game. We had our plaque out there. We had the trophy. We were celebrating. That doesn't always happen with a lot of schools. It's a mixed bag. Your mileage will vary, and you can tell that the schools that have that kind of core support, where they're going to celebrate their teams and their students, those are the schools that are the most successful.
And speaking of celebrating, it sounds like Lemoore High School, they're jumping out of their seats and they're celebrating, and we'll have to catch them for an interview some other time. I'm sure they're going to be competing in the esports that we have tomorrow. And what they could celebrate with is a good glass of milk, Stacks, which you currently are still sipping on, and I need a fresh cup. And this is the official refuel beverage of the PlayVS Cup, of course, with 13 essential nutrients, allowing you to power through your energy, all the Marvel Rivals maps that you want, and of course, keeping you focused when through all the chaos of 12 ultimates popping all at once. So thank you so much to Dairy Does More for supporting PlayVS.
And of course, you always use good eyesight. And our friends at Zenny have been our partners of the PlayVS Cup, now longtime partners with the PlayVS Cup. And you can get your very own pair of Zennies, the official eyewear of PlayVS. Visit Zenny.com and use the code PlayVS to save on prescription glasses, blue light blocking glasses, sunglasses, and more. I'm pretty sure, well, none of these are prescription glasses, but you can also scan the QR code and enter for a chance to win one of 10 premium Zenny gift bags featuring non-prescription eyewear, pouches, and lens cloths, and so much more. Thank you to Zenny for sponsoring the PlayVS Cup. And, I gotta say, it isn't that it's not a Zenny problem, but I do not recommend wearing 5 different pairs of sunglasses all at once. One pair will do.
You know
and
what?
I feel like since my streak of predictions has come to a close, then I should go back to just the single pair. Go with the newest pair of Zunnies that has arrived in the old mailbox. But we're not done with the PlayVS Cup here. Yes, we've crowned all of our champions, but we also crowned 2 Mario Kart champions yesterday. Of course, Mario Kart and Smash Bros. It's very difficult to bring all of those brackets together under one, really under one bracket. So we have an East and a West, and man, I had to skip out of watching the full Mario Kart finals on both sides. They started at the same time, and I had to go to our school Spring Athletics Awards night, but I caught like the first set of both the East and the West, and one of those results really, really surprised us. We're going to actually talk to the coaches of those Mario Kart champions, and I believe we're starting with our East winners.
Yeah, we have the Mario Kart East winner from Shelby County High School. On the line with us is Coach Scott Rickey. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview here at the PlayVS Championship. And I wish we got to catch it. Tell us, how did the final go? You won, but how was it watching it?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about the transition from set 1 to 2, because I did see that first set, and I mean, I wrote it off at that point. I've seen my share of lopsided sets when it comes to Mario Kart, and it looked like they had 2 front runners that nobody was going to be able to catch. What changed for you guys from set 1 to 2, and then how did you continue that momentum into that third and deciding set?
We lost our coach in the interview, but hey, Stax, Stax, give me a quick recap of the coach's answer here. It sounded like the sets really went back and forth. They had some initial challenges, and then they had to bounce back, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just told us that they lost their first set by more than they had lost any set up to this point in the season. And you got to think about the stress of, like, you're playing your most important match, and you have the worst performance you've had. They lost by 50 some odd points, but then they came back and won 2 very, very close sets in sets 2 and 3. I don't think we're going to be able to get an answer on the rest of that from Coach Rickey, but when I watching that first set, I really thought the TCS boys really just had this all on lockdown. They had 2 front runners that nobody was catching. They had a lethal item specialist in the middle, and and they had a bagger that was just an absolute pest and hit them with every big haymaker that you possibly could. Blue shell. I mean, they had a guy up in first. Comfortably in first? No. A lightning bolt and a blue shell later, like, nope, now you're, like, fighting for fourth. And, looks like he is...
we'll hear it right from the horse's mouth, as the saying goes.
Excellent.
So, okay, everybody, welcome back. The Mario Kart East winner from Shelby County High School. Pretend it's the first time, guys. Cut the VOD. Here we have back with us Coach Scott Rickey. So let's recap here, Coach Scott. Sorry about the issue there. How's it going? Congrats on the final. How did the final go for you?
Okay. Well, it was just a surreal feeling to kind of, there's only one team that gets to end the year on a win. So it was fantastic to do that. I've been with these boys for 6 seasons now. And to see them kind of win the national championship like that just meant the world to them. I mean, we were crying, we were partying.
Aww.
And then afterwards, as true gamers do, I had them all over to my house and they partied as gamers do by playing Mario Party Jamboree.
Oh, I love that game.
So when you were here initially and everybody didn't get to hear it, you talked about that first set. And I was really curious about that transition from the first set to the second and then carrying that momentum into the third. What changed and what clicked for you guys to kind of turn that series around from what you might even agree would have been kind of your lowest point at the most important point of the season?
Yeah, that's in the 6 seasons I've coached, we've won 5 state championships. So we're not used to doing a lot of losing, and let alone losing that big. So it hit us like a ton of bricks. There was a time of yelling and figuring stuff out and doubting everything we've done up until that point to get there. And I'm kind of saying, stay the course. We need to do the best we can. Trinity has they have twins named Luke and Jack, who are just fantastic front runners, especially Luke. And so the way Mario Kart's set up, where you have bonus points for first and second, you got to get those guys out of there. And so all of our targeted attacks were on Luke. And Luke, if you're watching, it's not just you. We were trying to hit you all the time. Didn't want you to question that, the world was against you or anything like that. There was a purpose to it. But once we could get him out of first, we started to win races. And then we started to believe it in that second set. The very first race, I think we won by 7. And then everybody started to get a little bit interested and go, maybe we got a shot at this. Maybe coach wasn't lying to us.
Yeah, I mean, everything you say has been the truth. I believe everything you're saying, and it sounds like you're a huge part of mentally preparing these kids for some really high-stakes matches. How do you help them improve their execution? Because we heard from some other coaches about, like, looking at content and stuff like that. Or are you a pro Mario Kart player yourself? Like, how do you help these kids improve?
Even at the highest levels in high school, you're still dealing with teenagers. So they're going to have those ups and downs that are just kind of wild, erratic, and they're questioning everything. So we do a lot of meditation. And I have 2 players who do a meditation before every big match. One's my son, who's right through that wall over there. And that's how they get prepared, is they meditate, and then they try to come in there with a clear mind, because it's super stressful to play for a national championship. And I give my pep talks, my share pep talks too, and try to have them believe in each other and care for each other and love for each other. Because these guys are friends through and through. They win together, they lose together, and I think they're playing right now together, probably some other game on Discord. So it's fantastic, the environment we have on the team, and this national championship probably only strengthens that. So I'm really thankful for everything being put together here.
That is just tremendous. Team chemistry, so important, especially with a title like Mario Kart. Coach, you are the champion. Your team is that one team that gets to win their last match. Going to give you the floor here. Any shout outs you want to give? Anything you want to say to the world as the Eastern Mario Kart champs?
Just I love our school. I love our community. Brennan Shira, James Hebden, David Hebden, Toby Ricky, my son, Caden Allen. I mean, it's been spectacular ride to be with these guys. I was a basketball coach, a tennis coach, a golf coach, anything but a gamer coach. And then I came into this, and it feels like home to me. I don't know where I've been my whole life doing all these other things. This is what I was meant to do, and I love the environment, and I love the school.
And I mean, your school loves you back, especially helping them deliver a big championship like that. So congratulations, Coach Scott, and thank you so much for joining us for that interview. And I'll let you go celebrate with the rest of your team.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
And that was Coach Scott Ricky from Shelby County High School, the champions of Mario Kart East winner. And we'll have the Mario Kart West winners joining us for a quick little interview. And thanks for sticking with us, folks, because there's some stuff that's been happening off broadcast that Stacks have been really exciting.
Yeah, but you know what was exciting is the Western matchup. This was, I believe, there was 1 point separating Atascocita and their opponents, whose name's escaping me off the top of my head right now. But 1 point separating them going into the final race in the third set. Everything was super close all throughout. I think they pulled away late in the first set to take that, but a very fun match to watch. And if you can find it streamed on YouTube. I think I don't think Atascocita streamed their perspective. I think Provo streamed theirs, but very much worth a watch.
Yeah, and this interview is going to be worth a watch. So joining us is Coach Christian Box from Atascocita High School, the Mario Kart West winners. So, Coach Christian, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. Bring me through the emotions. I mean, I'm almost on the edge of tears from our last interview. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about it all. Yeah, it's something special for this year. We had 4 completely new competitors. It was first time for them to be able to go through and really compete in a national. Technically 2 of them were part of like trying to get into national final last year, but didn't make it. So those 2 kind of had their comeback story. Then we had 2 completely new players. It was very good. It was very good.
Very good.
I mean, you had a high stress, high pressure matchup. I mean, nobody could really find any daylight between the 2 squads. Watching the at least the first set, and then did get to go back and catch parts of sets 2 and 3 with you guys. Talk us through how you guys stayed composed when Provo was never going away.
Yeah, so whenever we entered this, we were kind of just keeping an eye out because Provo had a really good run through the bracket. They were taking down great teams. But whenever I was speaking with my 4, we're just kind of reiterating, hey, this is just another game, going at just like any other of the bracket matches you've done, any of the TechSef state matches that we did. And I think that's kind of what led them through. We had a big thing with nerves earlier in the season because we were starting to realize, hey, like we have a really good shot at this. But they kind of worked that out before. So they just kept on reiterating, hey, we need to stay locked in. Even after going down in second set, like they're just like, we've got one more. We got one more. But yeah, no, it was a nail biter through and through. There's just so much back and forth between the 2 teams. But I mean, that's what we like. It's good reps for us. And then, yeah, it was just amazing overall.
Absolutely. And it sounds amazing. It sounds like you bring so much calm and composure and patience, especially when the nerves get really intense, especially with high schoolers. And talk to me about what your regimen or what your routine is to prepare the students for big matches like this. Is it just practice, reps, or like how much review is done behind the scenes? I'm curious what your coaching style is.
So for us over at Atascocita, for Mario Kart, they're kind of self-ran. I'm not gonna lie. We've been very lucky with having like amazing players that are committed. Couple of years back, we were competing through Hessel, and we had one of our seniors, Devin Graham, kind of start it all because that's whenever TechSef had adopted Mario Kart as one of their game titles. And he kind of built it himself because he's an insane player. He has 2 state titles under his belt. And whenever he was getting ready to go, he kind of just said, y'all have to keep on doing this. And for us as coaches, it's just making sure we give the students the space to be able to practice. We practice 2 times a week for about 2-hour sessions, and they're typically just running time trials or going through MK Central to try to pick up races and whatnot. But no, again, they're so self-ran, and it's really coming in to kind of be like, hey, we've been here before. Like, this is another race. And especially for this set, I mean, we were just a month out of playing our state championship, and that's up on stage, and that's when like nerves are high because you're on stream. You're also got like people watching you in person on stage. Where for this, it's like, yeah, matches are being streamed, but we have a little bit less of those nerves because we're kind of just doing our own thing behind the scenes. But yeah.
I love hearing coaches talk about what they do to prepare for matches. I know a couple of my kart players for next year are actually watching right now. It's like, listen to all that. That's what you can look forward
Write
to.
that down. Write that down.
I'm stealing all of that. Coach, we're gonna, as we have for all the coaches and captains that we've brought on here as they take their victory lap here, I'm gonna give you the floor. Any shout outs you have to make? What's amazing to me, was it 2 juniors and 2 sophomores? If I'm
that is
reading
correct.
the
Yeah.
roster correctly. Y'all gonna be around for a minute, so I don't think this is gonna be the last time you get to sound off. But I'm sure you get some shout outs and some people you want to give some love to. So the floor is yours, Coach.
Yeah. I mean, main props to the 4 players: Bailey, Zach, Jace, Alan. Y'all are amazing. Y'all did a great job throughout the whole season, staying committed for the full year pretty much. Looking forward to being able to work with y'all going into the next season. Big reps just for school and campus principal Will Falker. He's put a lot into this program to make it successful. And like, we really just want to continue a legacy of winning. And even if it's not a national title, the students that are going through our esports program are being prepared for what's to come after. And that's all we can hope for. But yeah, no, congratulations to those 4. And I'm glad that I was here for the ride.
And I'm sure they're appreciating your support and the support of the school. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview, Coach Christian. And we'll let you go celebrate with everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. The Mario Kart West, the Mario Kart East winners have joined us now for a quick word. And as Lemoore High School are finishing up their celebration for Marvel Rivals, we got word from Plushy Slushy, who wanted to leave us with a message before, since they couldn't join us for the interview, saying that they wanted to thank their coaches, fans, and families and the Lemoore High School District for allowing them to be funded and to play to their heart's content, supporting them all the way through. Specifically, their coaches Lee Horsewell, Enrique Sanchez, and Dorian Ecker for staying after school for practice and supporting them on their journey. And they say they hope to continue Rivals in the future. And Stacks, I think the future is bright for a lot of the players that joined us here today.
Yeah, the future's going to be bright for them. Wherever they end up, they're going to make some Rivals collegiate rosters a little bit better when they move on into college. And then they still got one more that's going to hang around back for their senior year. And we'll see if it's the start of a dynasty or a more treacherous path for the ones staying behind. But all of the players that won national championships today and yesterday in the case of Mario Kart, they are an elite product, and that doesn't come just from being naturally good at the game. That comes from hard work. It comes from preparation. You don't just show up and you're just like, okay, this is how good I am. Like, you start here in, at the start of your journey, whether it's that start of that school year or years before, and then through hard work, you end up here and you end up as a PlayVS Cup national champion.
Yes, and thank you to everyone who has shown up here today. Tomorrow for the PlayVS Cup final day, we have Splatoon 3, Super Smash Bros. Ultimates from the East and the West. We have Rocket League. Me and Stax are big fans of that. We're big fans of our sponsors that joined us all here today. Sony InZone. We have Zennies. We have the Dairy. We had Milk. We had Respawn supporting our butts. We had you guys in the chat supporting the students and, of course, all the families that showed up here today, the coaches, the schools that have been funding and letting these kids live out their dreams to take their next step in their esports careers. Wouldn't have been doing it without you. And we'll want to see you tomorrow bright and early at 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 Eastern for the continuation of the PlayVS Cup Championships, and we'll see you there.
Player standing for Team Ace.
I know exactly where you are.
Spike planted.
None mistake. Where is everyone?
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
I found my wire.
One enemy remaining. That was our best. One enemy remaining. Find you. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Face your... All coming back. Battle up. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Like I never left. Spike down A.